Don't worry, chat. I'm not going to make you listen to the most repetitive Digimon song on the planet. And some of you may have noticed that we already have the game as the category. Hi, Hectic. The game as the category. That is generally because, well, I ain't waiting. We ain't waiting today. We ain't waiting today, motherfuckers. I want my Digimon. Listen, it's fine. It's fine. Also, hold on a quick second. I need to fix my hair. Okay. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Saturday no yap day? Hey, possibly. Possibly. Who knows? Who knows? All right. All right. We probably are going to end up talking about the shit show that's happened the last 2 days. Because I feel like we have to talk about the Nobel Peace Prize shenanigans that's going on. But we're still going to be playing this game. Also, I have the music too loud in my ears, which I could probably honestly just turn it off. Actually, I'm going to put it back on the playlist, and then I'll turn it off. Excellent. Excellent. Turn the game down a little bit, because that's just the music, and it's pretty loud. All right, you may notice I have the continue button. I've heard enough from elsewhere. It's okay. That's fine, then. We won't talk about it. We won't talk about it, then. Yeah, sure, you did. You funded it. What was it? Wednesday? Tuesday. I think it was Wednesday. The thing was, I fought every urge last night. I fought every goddamn urge to stream this last night. The thing was, I was so tired. I was like, I don't think if I try to stream it tonight, I'm gonna have any energy. I don't think I would have any energy to be able to like do like at least even a 4-hour stream. And I'm telling you right now, chat, we're doing more than 4 hours today. There is going to be more than 4 hours of Digimon today. The annoying orange wants his prize or else tariffs? Correct. Well, the thing is, he technically got it in a way because the woman that won, the Venezuelan woman that won, posted on Twitter that she is dedicating the Peace Prize to Trump and is more than likely going to send it to him. Because, and I shit you not, the woman who won the Peace Prize is almost just as bad. This game is insanely good. I'm very excited. I'm very excited to play it. You'll also see that I have a continue button. That's because last night, like I said, I couldn't wait. So I opened the game, selected the character I made, got blinded by the game for a split second. Mage was a lot. But it was also like I went to eat. I watched one episode of Man in the High Castle, and then I was like sitting there. I was like, I want to play it, but I don't think I have the energy for even like a full regular size stream. So I was just like, we'll just wait till today, and we'll have all day. We'll have all day. But I clicked continue. All I did was like select the character, and then it pulled me into something. But we're not gonna worry about that. Just ignore it because we're gonna do a new game anyway. Balanced. Yeah, balanced is fine. And as the stream, when you mentioned you putting it on Throne, yep, I threw it on there, and you paid the whole thing. 00, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. You paid for the whole thing. Even though I was like, what was it? I had put it up there, and I didn't realize I didn't set it to
Good.
What was it? What's your favorite Digimon? Dianamon. Oh, then I can just do this. I'm playing on a PlayStation controller because I figured it's more relaxing. Digimon.
Preparations complete.
Also, I have questions about she's from the future, right? Because this is time travel technically. What kind of future ass bras do they have that this woman is rocking what is like a perfect vertical shelf? It's the rocket bra, isn't it? She's wearing one of like the 1950s rocket bra. Hello.
Wait for the show to start.
Yeah, this is where I got and I was like, oh shit, it's actually starting story stuff. I don't want to do this not on stream. Our Digi Destiny? Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Also, I need water. Hold on. Why did it censor a misspelling of sleuth? Yes, I played Digimon Cyber Sleuth. I played it all the way through. I did not play all the way through Hacker Memory, though. Aww! Wait, this is cute. When do I get out of this ugly as shit costume, though? Oh god, the music, dude! Seadramon? I couldn't tell in the style. Was that Seadramon? Is that one of those weird monkey Digimon? I can never remember their names. But he was like really woolly. Oh god. Edamon? Yeah, this is the one I was thinking of. That was like a woolly Edamon. Why was he so fluffy? Soon after the tutorial? Good. Good. The thing too is though, is I came across the channel on TikTok the other day. I think it was yesterday or the day before. That was based like how to get your favorite Digimon as soon as possible. Okay, that was really cool. It's Shinjuku! I'm back in the fucking building again! Are actually Digimon in this world? Oh. Oh, so that was like Yeti.
Uh-oh. Looks like we've been overdoing it a little lately.
Oh, thank God it's voiced. Oh, thank God it's voiced.
Ironic, really.
Actually, we can turn on auto. That's fine. That works for me.
Urban Legends is becoming an urban legend in its own right. If that anime you just saw gets too popular, you can forget about going around dressed like that anymore. I'll go ahead and put in a request for budget for a new uniform. But for this mission, you'll need to keep a low profile.
Okay.
Is that clear, Agent?
Digimon, digital monsters, Digimon, are they champions?
Are you already aware of the anomalous phenomenon observed in this city?
Into ultimate. Oh, okay. So this, I'm guessing this means it progresses the story. So let's ask what we're around here for.
Paranormal occurrences that can't be explained by today's
Oh, that's why the horns grew on it. Okay, it was supposed to be Nessie, and the horns grew on it, and we find out it's a Seadramon. Okay.
It's a routine mission. You know the drill.
Who are you again? Who are you?
I know it's been a
Who are you?
I relay orders and info from HQ, and you handle the investigation.
So if we had picked the guy, would it be Swamped?
Sharing my name, but you can call me operator, as usual. Getting back to the mission.
Also, can somebody either allow or deny Sebas' thing on asking me if I played Cyber Sleuth? Well, actually, the mobs may be away. Sunstar's here, though, right? Didn't Sunstar say something earlier? Which Digimon movie? Which one? Or not series? Which series? I like Frontiers.
All typical anomalies. So it's time.
I've also heard the new Digimon series is really fucking good.
High hopes for us, I'm told. So I'm hoping we can make this mission a repeat performance.
Adamus?
Our organization. Adamus is a special investigation bureau that looks into these kinds of anomalies away from the public eye.
Okay, operator's always the character you do not select. That makes sense. That makes sense.
So do take utmost care to maintain secrecy and remain.
Fond of his Ghost Story? I don't think I've seen Ghost Story. But again, like what I heard this recently is that they have like a new style for the new anime. It feels almost like a return to form for Digimon. And I think it's something about fighting AI companies. Somebody was telling me it's basically like if Apple took over the world and everybody was forced to have an iPhone, except the iPhone looks like a Digi egg, and on occasion it goes haywire and hatches into a Digimon. And then there's the mega corporation that like controls it all, and they've like taken over like prime real estate and all this other stuff. And it's only just started, I'm pretty sure. We're just Fitbits, right? Yes. No, they were kind of like Fitbits. They were that was the one that was like chips and stuff, right? The first episode yesterday sounds accurate. That's the vague description that I could get from seeing somebody with like scenes flicking in the background. It looks interesting. It looks very interesting.
I'll send the coordinates.
We may spend some time in Discord and watch it, but I don't know just yet. We need to do some more horror movies.
Again, don't blow your cover.
I'd say we could do that tonight, but I feel like I'm gonna play this for like 10 hours.
Now then, it's time to start the mission.
Especially because we're early on, so I'm just gonna be farming like the first zone we get to. I'm just gonna farm every single like trainee Digimon until 200%, and I'm assuming that's still in this game. Okay. Oh. Wait a second. Wait a second. Okay. Scramble. Next zone! Oh. Localized tremors, outbursts of fickle weather, and now strange creatures. What the hell is happening in Shinjuku? Simon Burger. Hold on, we gotta look at the businesses. We gotta look at the businesses. What does that one say? Monica. You know what would be great, or be very funny, is if games set in like major Japan locations just started having crossover businesses. Tomney Coffee? Is that how you're supposed to read that? I mean, it looks like actual products. That's kind of crazy. Weekly Marts. Oh, damn it. I actually heard from somebody. Apparently, it is important to come to this market and get, I think it's like meat on a stick. Yakuza does that a bit. That's what I figured. I have not played the demo because I wanted to play the full game, which is why we're doing the tutorial level. Because I heard if you do the demo, you get to start from the demo spot. But I didn't find that out until like 2 days ago. Honestly, I probably could have done some of the demo, but I also wanted to do this with y'all. Oh, hey, arcade. Oh. What the fuck is that? Trains are running, there aren't running. There aren't any taxis either, so I guess I'm stuck. Uh-oh. See this message communication called Digiline? Oh, it just opened it automatically. It says tutorials, mission intel will be sent to your Digivice. You can view previously received message via Digiline on your Digidevice. Okay. Digiline. Oh, wait, those are the tutorials. Oh. Oh. I like this interface. Baron von Rounds. Hi, Patrick. Listen, I feel like if I was the Digimon, I'd probably be like one of those Biomerge Digimons from season 2. Question, pizza, burger, or taco? Pizza. What's over here? Hello? Oh, I can go around. Wait. Vocalize, isn't that a real company? Isn't that a real karaoke place? Wow, that was a really smooth transition, actually. I half expected a loading screen. Navigation system. Well, now you tell me. I've been following it this whole time. Why wasn't that earlier? Okay, I guess. Wait. You. I want to get on the train, but everything's shut down. What the heck do the police mean by prepare for a big tremor? What? The meat ones? No. The meat things I apparently need to get for a Gunimon. The Frontier Digimon is what I've heard. Now the age menu. Oh, okay. We'll do that in just a second after the cutscene. Is that a wall? What? Okay, I'm missing some context here. Why are they building the Pacific Rim wall? Everybody knows how well that went. It lasted less than 13 minutes. Hi, Wee Wee.
I see you've reached the specified coordinates. Give me a sit rep. It's called the Wall of Hope.
Oh god, it's just like Pacific Rim.
In Nishi Shinjuku 8 years ago. The wall was
Incoming giant parrotmon.
ostensibly for public safety.
Just like it's that little prequel movie from the Digimon movie.
The phenomena we've been sent to investigate are seen most often around.
I always thought Digimon was cooler. I just wish they got more frequent games.
On the inside as well.
5 skewers, 5 fruit tarts for later. If you don't get them now, you might need to wait. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. That's what I heard, is that...
You can really
Also, can I get a shout out for Wee Wee?
Our studies indicate an odd correlation between an increase in the frequency of anomalies and heightened social unrest. Anomalies have been occurring.
Yes,
exponentially
security.
more often of late.
Chat, if you want another nerd who's absolutely fucking hilarious, you should go follow her. Go follow Wee.
Almost all those precedents were accompanied by complete societal collapse.
As you play through it, hell yeah.
Be it from an epidemic.
The thing too is like with Digimon, you only get one game every 5 years, and almost every time it is a different genre from the previous game.
In such a hurry.
I saw somebody the other day in the comments of a video for this game being pissed that it wasn't Digimon Survivor. I was like, Digimon Survivor was a terrible Digimon game. Why would you want that? Go play Fire Emblem, dude. Like, this is the Tamagotchi ones are pogged. It's better not be Survivor. Yeah, I don't want it to be Survivor. When I found out what kind of game Survivor was after playing Cyber Sleuth, I was pissed. I was like, that game sucks, dude. That is not how you play a Digimon game. What's up, buddy? You're obviously hiding something. Stop making excuses and just tell us there's giant monsters on the other side and we're sending giant robots to fight them. Digimon survived, but they didn't bother to tell people it was a visual novel. Yeah, correct. Oh, this is weird. Okay. I have to walk the awkward, very obvious gap in the crowd. Yeah, what I'm hoping is this gives a challenge to the Pokemon games. And after following ZA, since that comes out super soon, whatever the next mainline game I'm really hoping is going to be really good. Like a major step up is really what I'm hoping for. What's going on over here, guys? You're wearing some serious fucking gear. Wait, were they really just going to let her walk past? Oh my god, a soldier that cares. Hoof it! Hoof it! The barricade fell!
Making the mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't spread over every egg.
You can narrow the target coordinates down, thanks to some videos from 8 years ago.
I started playing it, just absorbed like 4 or 5 days until I completed it. Hell yeah.
Uploaded to the internet back then by some civilians.
Where was my not a vacation Twitch? Hi, Ordain, how are you doing?
Comments still remain, and they tell us that those videos were all recorded in areas that are now on the inside of that wall.
Oh.
Check again to
Also,
see
how do they
if
put this
some way
wall
beyond
up
that
so quickly and there's only just minor protest? They just dropped it like it's the fucking...
What's your fear?
Ordain, thank you for doing your season pass. Holy shit, dude. Wait, really? We really just get to scamper on past security? Nano machine, son. Neelo. I forget, isn't Armstrong one of the Texas senators in that universe? He's from Texas, right?
That person had already been approved to contact your Digivice.
Oh, he's Colorado, really?
That to mean they're a member of
I thought he mentioned Texas in one of his
Do
monologues.
what you can to keep whoever it is safe.
That's right. That's probably what it was. I forget, was it A&M? Is that what he mentioned?
It seems you've discovered some phase electron life forms.
Phase electron.
Phase electron life forms are mysterious organisms, often found in the vicinity of anomalies.
Fucking Impmon.
Adamus has been studying them for years, but the truth of their nature still eludes us.
Sorting Lego pieces. Beef challenged me to make something out of random Lego pieces. Ooh, what are you gonna make?
Decided on a name for these creatures in a report they put out the other day.
Say it.
Going forward, they're to be referred to as digital monsters.
Yes! Yes!
Naturally.
Oh, I should have set up a soundboard with a bunch of the like songs from Digimon.
The connection will only allow me to send one, however.
He said the thing! He said the thing! Fantastic. Oh shit, let's go. I know which one we want. I've heard this one's like absolute trash. There's no reason to take him.
There's our man. There's our boy.
Because in this area, there's apparently tons of Digimon that you can just get Divi Devimon like right after this. I want Gomamon, and there's one reason I want Gomamon. It's because, as soon as we can, we are going to de-Digivolve Gomamon until we can get the one that I need to evolve it into Lunamon. That's my plan. That's my fucking plan. I looked up, the guy had like put out videos like how to get Agumon super early, and all of a sudden I was like, huh, I wonder if he's put out any others. And I opened his thing. He had like 30. There were 30 of like how to get your favorite rookie Digimon. And I was like, where's Lunamon? Where's Lunamon? Where's Lunamon? Where's Lunamon? Okay, so we can fight already, I guess. Oh, hi. Fuck off!
Here we go.
Contact with hostile Digimon confirmed. Digivice activated. Execute the Digimon summoning program.
Programs. The thing is, though, is I don't remember which Digimon it was exactly. If we have to go all the way back to like in training 1 or if in training 2 will work. Sick. Oh. Based on attribute compatibility matrix of vaccine over virus over data. And then data's over vaccine. Okay. As well as elemental traits in the attacker's level. Uh-huh. Attack compatibility can be confirmed during targeting selection. Where damage output is percentage will be displayed along with corresponding arrows. Compatibility levels via L2 analyze. L2? Okay, trigger. Me being stupid because I haven't used my PlayStation controller in literally months. Without de-digivolving your starter and have both? It's fine. Plus, I'm gonna farm out like a whole bunch. Okay, that's what I thought. If it was Nyaramon. But that means to get Nyaramon, we'll probably have to go to in training 2 or it down to in training 1. Oh, I figured. Wait a second. Oh shit, speed boost. Okay, we're not gonna do that for now. And then do I just... Oh, it's right there. Its attack is center. Smash. Ow. Skills. Marching fishes. Okay. Ow. Two toddlers fighting. That's exactly what rookie fights are. Ooh. Oh, wow, achievement. You do super effective damage. You do less if you don't have the correct type because... Oh. Huh. Interesting. Wait. Oh, there we go. It's like I got weirdly turned around. But what is... Isn't there a thing where you can like... Oh, it's... I clicked the Digi-Ride button by accident. Okay, that's just the menu. I want to fight these guys. From Gomamon, just double checking here. I could have swore it was Gomamon. Maybe it was someone else. Actually, hold on. I want to see what... Oh, okay. It just does it. Gotcha. Oh, okay, we didn't get any information. Oh, I do keep forgetting. It happens, Zero. I'm very forgetful. Here, we'll do it right now. That's probably not it. Is it through here? Would it be this one that's person-shaped? Agent? Costumes. Oh! Okay, that's kind of cute, but obviously... Oh. Oh, it's downloadable content. We don't have any. Never mind. Never mind. Oh, well. That's fine.
Here we go.
Sick. Smash. Smash. Oh, I just realized we're also not getting any scans for these Digimon, so I guess we don't need to worry about that right now.
The public
Come
often
on!
calls them ghosts or monsters, but we've decided to define phase electron life forms as Digimon.
Hi, Amy. How are you
Digivice
doing?
enables interaction with such beings. A critical function
Hi,
is
Queens.
the Digi attack. It allows you to command
R2,
your
there we go.
allies to hit hostile Digimon with a preemptive strike. Go on.
A side quest. I'm not gonna. I don't have any money to spend on extra stuff here. I also refuse to get. Oh, that was my fucking Digimon. I was like, what the fuck?
Well done.
Oh. Okay, we still don't get a scan, but that's fine.
Well done.
Works for me.
Great. Good.
Is that all? Is that all the ones that were here? I guess so. I guess so. And they probably don't respawn on this one. Oh, hello.
Great.
Sick. Oh. Progressive enhancements, eventually the preemptive strike and digit attack. This may help you complete your mission. Okay. Oh, hello.
Wow. There.
Yeah, it wasn't enough to kill him, but works for me. If you walk out and walk it back in. Oh, gotcha. I don't think it's too big of a deal to go like farm here for anything, but we will probably do that in the future.
Wow.
Is there another one behind me? I thought I saw another thing over here. Guess not. Okay.
Well done. Great. Great.
Yeah, I guess at some point we're gonna unlock the scan feature, just not for now. Paid outfits include side quests you need for the outfits for. Ah, wait, I can talk to you. Fishy, fishy, fish, fish. Oh my god. Hmm? Oh, what are these? Oh, okay, personality change. Okay, interesting. Am I looking at the rebar? This wall already is not holding up.
The target coordinates are just ahead, but there appears to be an obstacle in your path. Your Digimon should be able to remove it easily. Give it a try.
This little guy will be able to remove it easily. Are you sure?
You got it.
I have several complaints. Oh. Oh. I would like to leave. The strongest little guy, TM. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Metal Greymon blue? Jesus. I have control? I don't think I have control. Okay, that was weird.
Here.
Why is a school child down here?
Run.
That's not the titty rockets. Wait, you can die here? Don't ask how I know. What?
Okay,
She was literally right there. How did it not see her?
let's go.
Yeah, there's evil Digimon.
Thank goodness we finally found each other again.
Who are you? Cringe.
What do you mean? I was trying to catch up with you, of course.
Wait,
Hey, where did he go? Wasn't he with you?
is this a Doctor Who moment
Maybe he went on ahead.
with timelines?
Come on. We need to hurry
This
up
is
to the
this
roof
is
of
the moment where
government
she
building.
already knows us, but we don't know her. Okay.
What's with you? I mean, isn't a war supposed to break out? We have to get to the roof of the Tokyo Metropolitan Government Building.
Hmm. Yeah, wibbly wobbly, timey wimey.
Target for our additional mission. She's not making a whole lot of sense, though. It's highly probable that
I was
she's
gonna say, yeah,
affected
it's a
by
River
an
Song
anomaly.
moment.
What I still want to know, though, is why she was already approved to contact your Digivice. I'll check the database again. If I learn anything, I'll be in touch right away. Even though she piques my interest, we need to do something about that giant Digimon first.
I always thought the weird thing too, because I remember seeing these animations, watching Wee Wee and other people play it, is what is up with the animation of that girl's skirt? Why does it do this weird, like, flutter outward and back in over and over? I always thought the animation for that looked really weird. I still can't move. Signs of an anomaly. Wait, what's down here?
It's no use. This door is stuck. But
Okay.
a major conflict is going to break out if we can't get through it soon, right?
I found this.
Isn't there some
Yeah,
way to
start
open it?
Batman! No, Joker! No! You can't do that! I'll examine the door. She be farting or something constantly?
There.
Okay. Excellent.
Ugh,
Excellent.
Don't scare me like that. At least give me some warning next time, okay? We should be getting close
Joker,
to the
you can't do that
government.
against Digimon!
have to stop
It's
the
a
fight.
person,
It's about to
Batman!
start on
She's
truth.
given me consent! Oh my god, Art.
Great.
These little trolleys are kind of cute, not gonna lie. I feel like that's the direction I don't want to go. We're gonna just go this way. Recovery feature. That's awesome. What do I need healing items for? As long as they don't die in fights, it'll be fine. Easy peasy. How long do you have to stand still? Will I know when it activates? Oh, up is set up. Huh. Okay. Ooh, hello. Well, at least there's no train mon here. I would half expect a random train mon to show up. What the fuck? Oh, I've heard boss fights are rough. I'm sure I'm gonna figure out the hard way. I got it. It's no problem. Me after the third try. Jesus Christ, help. Granted, though, I'm also the type that's like, oh, a boss fight's hard. We're farming for the next 3 hours. We turn on auto battle and we go farm for 3 hours. What the fuck? Where did you come from?
Are you?
Just girl to be protected is her title. The government mandated Omnimon, yeah. Oh. Oh, we gotta fuck around and find out now? Okay. Hey, wait. When did he get Icicle Edge? Works for me. Okay, it's very funny how little damage it does.
Transcendent sword!
Transcendent sword! Wait. I know what we need. I know what we need. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I need... No, where is it? Damn it. Hold on. That's not the song I need! Where is it? Where is it? Oh my god, my fucking scroll wheel is just getting worse. Okay. Okay, commands, items, all that jazz makes sense. Do I really need to use it? I don't think I need to use it.
You will never see it come. Transcendent sword!
I'm sorry, I had to. I had to. I couldn't find the original either. This is apparently a group called Geek Music where they just do covers of songs from nerdy things.
Leave this to me.
Oh my god. That's my controller vibrating. I set it down. Oh my god. Okay, that was worth it. That was worth it.
It might have started already. I sure hope that he's okay.
I mean, does he show up often? Do I need to? I fucking will. I'll add that shit to the soundboard. Do we want to wait 10 minutes for me to like clip it for the moment for every time he shows up? I'll even time it. I will time that shit. So it's basically every time he uses Transcendent Sword and flings it out, it starts just like the movie. I will admit, I will time that shit. Okay. Wait, largest ever observed? Wait, what?
Odds are there's more and worse yet.
Oh, that's right. I forgot they cover it in this game a bit, but they don't cover it well in the show. How like rare anything past, I think it's champion? I think it's anything past champion is like exceedingly rare.
Nip this in the bud. That's our mission.
I'll take a turn the same with swapping. Wait, that's awesome. That's an awesome feature. Copy that.
I'm counting on you, Agent.
Yeah, some are one of a kind. In the case, like, what are some examples from the show? I mean, I don't think the shows do a very good, well, every spirit evolution in Digimon Frontier was technically supposed to be entirely unique. Damn, I am really lucky that all of this rubble fell down to create perfect ramps for me. When do I get another outfit that I can change out of? Please. Please. Can I go buy other clothes? Later, please tell me I can go buy other clothes. Quinling Yep. You don't like the sticks though? Oh my, what the fuck? Okay. The 60s stewardess look? Yeah, it looks like Pan
It
Am.
was recently discovered.
I look like a Pan Am hostess.
Of both organic matter and electric signals. Your Digivice uses the electronic aspects of Digimon to summon them into action. The Digivice can also convert the Digimon.
Also, what I see you back there behind that statue. What the fuck is that?
Replicated like data. We call this system of creating new Digimon converting. Try using this feature to augment your forces.
No. I refuse. No. I don't wanna. Okay. Oh wait, no, convert to create. Okay, I was thinking like the fusion aspect. Somebody told me there's like the fusion thing where you can like fuse the experience of Digimon together. I refuse. I will not. Hell yeah, dude. Early Agumon incoming? Okay, and then I guess as we do this, we're gonna learn about the Digivolution and stuff.
Digimon will improve its analysis.
Nintendo breathing heavily?
Scan rate
Jesus.
required for conversion.
Well, it's not that. It's you steal the data and then you
100%,
basically
you'll be able
create
to
them.
Convert that Digimon and add them to your ranks.
Hi, God of Dragneel. How are you doing? No, there's anything lower than 200 is not
The
enough.
stronger the new Digimon will be.
Yes, good, excellent. Especially because somebody told me that this game is entirely stat-based and not level-based.
Anomaly analysis. So be sure to actively engage in combat to improve analysis and scanning.
Yes. Agent rank 3 yesterday in this game? Oh, shit. Okay, that's just the same one. That's just telling me that it added it to the thingamadoohickey. Where'd the big fucker go? There he is.
What happened here?
don't know, but for some reason this building reminds me of
Wall
Soviet
was built
architecture.
high. Maybe something's happening on the roof of this building, like that girl said. We can't ignore this.
Wait, where
Cast
is she
aside
still with
common
us?
sense here.
She's still with us, right?
Anomalies always take a turn for the unexpected. Target coordinates set to
I was gonna
Tokyo
say I should probably save.
Metropolitan
I
Government
thought of that when I
Your first priority
opened the
is to
menu
find a
just a
way
second
out.
ago. Yeah, because we didn't have a save at all. You!
It looks like a Digimon has been analyzed enough and is ready for conversion. Try the convert function now.
No!
Just like
No!
identical twins don't have the same personality, it seems Digimon
I want that
each have
200%.
individual
Fuck you.
personalities, too. That's from having both organic and data-like properties. Their differences will become evident in and out of battle.
I'm pretty sure this one can digivolve into Lunamon, can he?
You can learn more about each Digimon's personality under the setup option in the Digimon section of your Digivice. Understanding each Digimon's personality will be
Save scum to see which Digimon you get? Ah, it's no big deal. 200% gives you more stats.
There!
I was gonna say, this one's more sturdier than, like, Impmon or the other ones.
Look at you.
Hello! Oh, hey! There's even a little guy here. Hey, buddy. Watamon. We'll just attack. Oh, damn. Squishy, aren't you, bud? Alright. Wow, straight to 100% and 50%? Jesus.
Good.
Alright. There we go. Look at the little guy. Wanyamon. Alright. Imp, come here. Chuckle butt.
Do it!
Oh, he survived. Oh, it's because, okay, he did die. It's just that there was also a Botamon. A Botamon. Where's Rosemon? Rosemon is going to be much later. Rosemon is... yeah, Rosemon's mega. So we're probably something like, oh, I don't know, 30 hours away from that. Oh, shit. Okay.
Wow.
Listen, you've given me to the point where I can start. Oh. Kodamon? I think that's your name? I don't remember for sure. Smash. Rosemon? No, Rosemon is mega. Rosemon is like, I think in the show it's the original plant rookie, Togemon, Lilimon, and then Rosemon. Or if you're in the other one, that's, what is it, Digimon Force?
I'm sorry. Do it!
I can't remember. I can't remember for sure. Here, we'll just do this. Excellent. I have Greymon. I'm wondering if I should Digivolve him into War Greymon or not. That's up to you. Plus, you're able to get tons of Digimon in this game. What is it? This isn't the storage like... Oh, here, let's get you. Nice. Oh, wait. Do you want to talk? I thought one of them wanted to talk for a second. Oh, I see a dragon over there. What are you? I've never seen a Digimon like that. Oh, I don't like that. Oh, I don't like that. You, I hate a lot. I missed a treasure? Okay, we'll go back in just a second. Oh, and the Gatsumon. That's fine. I think that puts the Gatsumon up to 100%, but we're gonna wait. Hell yeah. There's also a Tintamon up there, which is another one of my favorites. Okay, treasure. Ah. Rock model fragments.
Wow.
Plant guard. Okay. Yeah, it looks like we can't break this, so we have to go the long way around, I'm pretty sure. Are we gonna have to fight the big red dude? We're gonna have to fight the big red dude, right? Oh, wait. Okay, that's not something we can actually pick up. Oh, oh, okay. I was like, wait, what was that sound? Ow! You can definitely beat him. Okay, that's good. Bubbles. Oh right, the it's always funny when the in-training characters have fucking attacks because they're always something cute. You, come here.
That one.
I was gonna say, this isn't Cordramon, is it? I can't remember the name for sure. Okay. Dracomon. Okay, that's what it was. Uppo. Before you go to him, I am gonna do that. I was gonna say, does this game do the thing where it always pulls you back to the like previous save, or does it pull you back to the books?
Wow.
Oh. Set up Digimon change attachment skills. Oh.
Much appreciated.
Huh. Okay, hold on. Is it the load enhancements? Okay, no, that's the one that I wanted to avoid. That's the one that I don't want to do. This is what I get for not realizing what it said. Item? What did we get? Defense boost. Oh. Huh. Synthesis material for farm items. Okay. Interesting. I want that Tentamon.
You got it.
Yeah, it just appears in the air over him. Hey, Toyagumon. Oh, shit. You know what? Unless you want to redo the fires? You enjoy playing this as infectious? Listen, I love Digimon, okay? And the fact that it's getting a game that's like, oh, what's the word? One, really faithful, but also really good and is getting love. I am so excited. I am so excited. I've never played a Digimon game on stream, mainly because there hasn't been one that has come out like in, ooh.
Great.
All right, we're probably gonna have to try to fight him in just a second.
Much appreciated.
That's gonna suck, isn't it?
There.
Sure. I'm sure this is, oh my God. That is,
Please. I'm counting on you.
I'm about to say, is this an intentional loss or is this something I need to sneak past?
Oh no.
I was gonna say, he's definitely a mega, so it feels like something I need to sneak past.
Much appreciated.
But
You got it.
this will be fine. This will be fine. You can beat him, but it's in a silly way. I was gonna say, he doesn't quite look like a mega. To get the invincible battle? Oh, wait, does story mode make your Digimon invincible? That's kind of goofy. Tintamon. Is that what it does? Thing is, I don't really want to do that. Oh, if you lose once on story mode? Okay. No, I still kind of want to do like a regular difficulty. Oh wow, Toy Agumon is taking a while to scan. He's gonna turn around soon, I know he is. Nice. I still wonder why some of them are. I know there's that box over there. We're gonna wait for him to pace back so I can go get those items.
I'm sorry.
8 seconds. Okay. Run! Run, bitch, run!
You got it.
Smash. When do I get the Digipal? I want to turn all these into rookies. He doesn't aggro? Okay, that's good. So attacking him was the problem that I did. Oh, hey. Okay, yeah, we'll do that. Give me the boy! Listen, these are gonna turn into different things, so it doesn't matter if I have multiple Punamons. But I do want... You're seeing these random boxes.
Wow.
Okay. I guess we're going up. Oh, if I don't see how high the elevator can take us. I'm guessing we're gonna have to fight our way through a bunch of levels, aren't we? Punamon is your ticket? Let's go. Let's go. Are those jiggle physics?
It's getting worse. The fighting on the roof may have started already. We have to hurry.
We have to hurry me about totally not just to farm whatever Digimon I find here. Get to the roof. I wonder if there's a way to get from the other side. Okay. Yes! Yes, my boy! My evil little man. Both of my evil little mans. Sold. Sold. Need jiggle physics? The jiggle physics are not on the Digimon. Oh, Mushroomon. No, where's more of my fucking Kurumons? Bye, Impmon. Oh yeah, some of the Digimon have jiggle physics. Eyebrow waggle, eyebrow waggle. Nice. What happens if you do beat that that ultimate in the lobby? Out of curiosity. Also, I did not check. I knew it. I knew I was gonna forget something.
Wow.
Character reversal. Huh. Oh, where's more of my virus Digimon? Oh. Hello?
Digivice also has an analyze function. It instantly scans your surroundings and
Oh.
marks anything suspicious. The Digimon in your Digivice help with it. Their sense of sight and
A level cap drive and tons of XP? Oh.
a useful feature when you're unsure of where to go.
Over there. Do it.
Huh. Wait, say that again?
I'm sorry.
Wrong thing. Fine. I want him so bad and I want to be able to start leveling him. I love him. I base show off of him. He's just a little man's. All right. The rest of you can eat pants. You. Wait a second. Wait a second. Excellent. Excellent. Ad break. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. I did not set up the ad break game yet. Hold on. Hold on. We're doing stream pairs today, chance. Load, damn you. Load. I like this. I like this other stream game. Oh my god, it is still loading. Why are you taking so long? FNAF ads? The iPad's, yeah, the iPad's taking its sweet ass time for some reason. There we go. There we go. All right. All right, there we go, chance. If you don't know how to play this game, all you have to do is type the numbers of the matching cards you think are correct. If they are correct, they will flip back over. But until then, it's going to start showing you, and you got to remember the items. It's fine. I got it working. I got it working. FNAF ads? Wait, did somebody get a FNAF ad? Why would FNAF be having... Is there something new for FNAF coming out? You know, I haven't eaten yet today, and I said I was going to stream a long time. Do I need to go turn Treat Stream on for the first time in like 2 years? Maybe? Dude, wait. Oh, that's right. They were making a sequel movie. To get something to nom? Yeah, I can turn on Treat Stream. It should still be set up like locally. I'm pretty sure. But let me go see. Is gonna voice. Wait, what? Toy Bonnie. Okay, let me double check. As your favorite to move it to the top of the list. Okay. Oh no. All the Cajun stuff is still my old favorite place that shut down permanently a couple weeks ago. I have to delete them. Shit. Is the Catfish Po' Boy too? Wait. No, it's somewhere else. I don't even recognize the name of that place. Oh my god, there's only 3. There's only 3 places. Here, we'll do another one. We'll do another round. I may have to go find other places to eat to add to this. Actually, hold on. I have to do it like this way, I'm pretty sure. Add new treats. Ah, I have to open it in a different browser. Log in, damn you. Wait, what the hell? Let me go check a thing real quick. Let me make sure it's still selected to the right place. Okay, it is. Trying to remember how I did this before. How do you add? Do I have to get the browser extension now? Can get it anyways. Ads are over. We're free. Yes. Hey, listen, I want to get Witchmon. I'm not going to lie. I want Witchmon. Yeah, I think I have to add. Okay. It's being like really finicky. All right, let's see. What can I get today on Saturday that I can add really quick here? I do not want to do a chain. Is it all chains? Please no. Please don't be all chains. Why is it all chains? Oh, good lord. All right, hold on. Let's do Asian. We'll select some Asian place. I think I already have my favorite sushi place on here. Here, let me get to another round, guys. While we do this, because I totally understand that it is annoying. Oh, my favorite grilled cheese place. Actually, it's technically a macaroni and cheese place, but I always just get the grilled cheese. And get it with with bacon or chicken. With garlic parmesan on it and broccoli and corn. Ava Self-Care, how you doing, Hall Rider? Actually, I have a better idea. What happens if I look up Chinese? Because this town does not really puts in Chinese, but I almost said that. It's a po' boy place. There's a po' boy place on this list when I put in, God, Grubhub sucks, dude. Why is it like this? Grubhub, you were a fucking nightmare, dude. Where's the Mexican food category? Hello? There does not seem to be an option. There does not seem to be an option for it. You know what? I am gonna add. I am gonna do the other place. Grilled cheese. Melted cheese. Pepper jack. Meats. Let's do game over. Chats. How could you? Yeah, I'll just add this one as another one since there's like no sides, no drink. Add to bag. Oh god, it was trying to get me to, what? Oh, what the hell? That didn't work. We don't recognize that login. What do you mean you don't recognize that fucking login? I don't think this is worth the hassle. Hello? Okay, never mind. Fuck this. This was not worth the trouble. Uh-oh. Honestly, I turned it on, but I think out of all of these, yeah, I'll mark the two favorites. The smoothie and the sushi are the ones that I think I would really rather have today if somebody ever does do this today. And just in case anybody wants it, here's the link, because I don't think we have the treat commands anymore, do we? Oh my god, it still exists! Holy shit. Okay. Alright, we'll put this away. I'm sorry, Oro, that you had to try to do that all by yourself. Oh Jesus, hold on. I keep clicking things in OBS, and I wanted to get rid of the frames. Alright, back to the actual game. No, we must go this way. I must know things. Hmm? A treasure chest nearby. I was gonna say, it says there's a room right here, which makes me think that we're gonna be coming back this way or something. Okay, this is fine. This is fine. Totally fine. Oh, yay, a skyway. Nothing bad ever happens when you have the long walk on a skyway.
Come on, quickly!
No CB try game. I'm sorry, Beef. Oh. Uh-oh. Wait a second. That better not be the weird alien. Okay, that is not the weird alien one. That doesn't look like a Digimon. Oh my fucking god, she fucking dead. Nothing bad ever happens on the Skyway. Nothing bad ever happens to the Kennedys.
Oh. Look, over here!
You should probably wave your arms a little bit, make yourself look bigger when you're asking somebody to spot you.
Much appreciated.
Okay.
Everyone.
All right, guess we're going back. Is it? There it is. Okay, now it's break. Hello. Yay! Verb.
You got it.
Okay, so that wasn't gonna break until afterwards. Where are all my spooky boys? Oh no, that's mine. Hello?
Great.
There's no Digimon here. I want to collect more Digimon, please and thank you. Can I just...
Do it!
Ah, there we go.
What? What in the world is going on?
That's not the Biomon I know. Were they called specifically Jaegers? Yes, they were Jaegers.
I don't know.
Also, they gave her the mini skirt and then put angles in where, oh goodness, where it's a little too low. And then they had to do the black, look at that, the black mist cover up. Can you fly to the other side? I don't think Biomon can actually fly,
You ask.
right?
I don't think I can. Just look how puny my wings are.
I was gonna say, I don't think Biomon can fly by themselves, can they?
Maybe it's just my imagination, but I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. So I'm thinking you probably aren't a bad person. Okay, fine. I'll give it a try.
Wait. Are we just taking him and what are we gonna do? Hold on to him while he flaps across the gorge? Oh no. God damn it, where are more of the virus Digimon that I want to catch? I want to convert them. Huh. Hi Halo, how are you doing?
From here? You want me to fly to the other side from here?
Yeah, you're also not really kind of... Yes, you're my only hope.
What?
I really want to change this outfit. I'm feeling uncomfortable with this person who is probably an adult in this game, but I'm not feeling very confident about it.
Grab on. Here goes.
What do you mean, don't mind you? Okay, I guess Beelmon can fly. Lurk check. All right, I need a sound off. Do I need to?
Ah, it's no good.
Keep going. You're halfway there already.
We're going to make an emergency landing right there.
In the basement? Fuck. All right, I need to make sure you're all here. Every single one of you needs to start screaming. Just excessive amounts of screaming. Yeah, your 10-minute fuck Twitch check. I also want to apologize for the Digimon conflict in the human world. What? I wish I could help from here on out, but I'm only be a burden to you. I think it's better for me to rest here. You don't want to join the team? I will make you stronger. I will turn you into Garudamon. You will make it at least to Garudamon, buddy. Unknown phase electron life form should be... Do I have to go talk to the Starmon? Do I have to go talk to the Starmon? Next, are you dissing me? Sir. Next. Do we need to have a talk out back? Do we need to have a talk out back, mister? Do you have a problem? Next. I'll wait. We can sit here. Next. Baby. Sweetheart. Won't you scream for me? All right. Ma'am. Wait, what did that say? They've collapsed? Was this doing of another Digimon? Uh-oh, that doesn't bode well. Isn't Starmon an ultimate?
Great.
I pick up the Deputymon and now I'm holding 3 guns? Oh no. What the fuck are you? Oh, you're Kiwimon. Okay. Something about a war between Digimon? Just... Alright.
Let me tell you about Digivolve.
Oh, thank God!
The person who came up with the basic theories was your adoptive father,
But what?
the founder of Atomus. He referred to phase electron life forms as semi-cyber beings. Dr. Yuki's research was ignored.
Thanks for the
after the surface,
exposition.
but was carried on by like-minded individuals in the
How should I
organization.
live once I pass that threshold? It's not gonna last long.
Digivolution. As Digimon gain experience in battle, they go through changes.
It's not gonna last
You
long.
might even have some Digimon that are ready to Digivolve now. Check your Digivice and see.
Hell yeah. Oh, okay. This is because we haven't had any fights with these other guys. Okay. Yarmon. There we go. There we go. About her missing father? Really? He's missing? One for the TikTok, lol. Oh no. Alright, we're gonna have to go get another one of these because this one is also the line for Renamon. Hell yeah, give me Agumon, dude. Give me Agumon. Where are we? You haven't missed much. We had a big window where I was trying to get Treat Stream to work, and instead it's absolutely fucked. Which means I also have to check a thing now, because we don't have the sound alerts for Treat Stream anymore. Alrighty then, somebody did get it. Queen, was that you? Looks like I'm getting sushi. It just says someone. Nope, it was Axio. Axio's the fucking best. I could fucking kiss you, dude. Alright, so delivered between 2:02 and 2:17. That's over half an hour away. That's totally fine. Plus, that may end up being the same time. Okay, yeah, we kind of got to do this one. I'm fine running around with 2 of these. Because then we can turn this one into something else. What do we got? There's Guilmon. Attack? Okay, yeah, we can probably do that. We can turn him into Guilmon. That's the one that I want right there. Hmm. Okay. Okay, hold on, real quick. Go back. Not that. How far away are you? What is your stats? 200s? 1200 HP? Jesus. And we gotta get all the way to rank 3. Okay, so we're still stuck on rookies for a while. Hey, buddy.
There.
Bitch. Oh, good. Then we'll do that. We'll probably get all of these guys brought up to like different rookies. I think is what the plan will be. Okay. Katsumon said 200%. We'll go ahead and convert him. Go back, and then we have more of you. Come here, motherfucker. Whoops. That's the wrong button, but that's totally fine.
Do it.
I love you! Good lord. It'll be wild. I figured. Yeah, that's what I've heard is like all of these are very, like, very far away. Okay, it's totally fine. Oh! I see your ass. What are you doing here?
I'm sorry. Let's go.
Okay, so that's something we technically could fight, but I don't think we should, right? Like, we definitely shouldn't. Champion to ultimate was really quick. That makes sense. We should not fight the Chrysalimon, right?
Everyone.
It ain't that strong? Okay. Ooh. Oh, hi.
That one.
Okay, so he is a bit aggressive. That's fine. All right, we'll just do the whittling down strategy. Especially with the Intmon. Oh, shit. Chaostramon? Brave. A cursed Digimon's HP falls below 30% with muster strengthened into Brave status. Oh. After every fight, so it's all good? Yeah. So even if they're knocked out after a fight, does this game still do the thing? Do they have like 1 HP?
Please?
That's fine. We're just gonna whittle him down a whole bunch. I think these guys will survive. Even though they're like all in training.
I'm counting on you.
Yarvan. We're also just a little lucky that he only has single target ability. They give you a tickle? Okay, I'm totally fine with not being able having to go back and try him because it's not worth it to me to try and do that. And did you
Much
not
appreciated.
Yeah, we'll do the recovery real quick. Oh, are the other ones down? Because now it's a different team. I have to rotate them back in. Goofy. That's fine. That's totally fine. Let's do check the Digimon. Who got its? Hell yeah, dude! Hell yeah! Give me a freaky little weirdo. Yeah, I love you. I love you, dude. See, there she is. That's the one that we want. So we need speed? No, that's special, isn't it? Special is 158. We need 240. Okay, this may take a little bit. That's fine. That is totally fine. You need attack 280 or 243. That's totally fine too. We'll just keep going.
Over there. Do it.
Oh, Tensumon, come here. Chuckle fuck.
There.
Yeah. For this game, and I love it. Wait, the which DLC? I know there's DLC that you can pay to get like the experience farms and like the money farms and stuff, and I absolutely refuse to do that. How familiar am I with Digimon? I've played most Digimon games. I've played quite a bit and I've watched a lot of the series. Except Cross, because Cross is fucking stupid. Is there anything tucked back here? Doesn't look like it. Okay. Oh, hello.
Great.
Ready to go down the stairs again? Well. Oh, there is something here. HP augment chimp. Ooh. All right, let's go up. Hello. Oh, hold on. God, the shaking, dude. Actually, hold on a second. Did we... Oh, wait, where did you come from? Hell yeah. Now this one could become Tintamon in the future. I love him. Look at the little guy. He's just a little squishy man. You. Listen, we got Agumon right now. Everything else is fine. Hi, giant robot thing. Are you climbing? Oh, he's climbing. Okay, so this is the skyway on the other side. We finally made it to the level we were trying to cross to.
That shape and structure. It's man-made, no doubt about it. Why did the government close this place off to begin with? Is something
Having only played this in Cyber Sleuth, but I'm excited for Digimon to become more mainstream. Hell yeah. No, there's no problem. Like, everybody's welcome in Digimon. I am not going to argue with anyone. Your favorite can be War Greymon for the entirety of your life. War Greymon's fucking awesome.
We must fulfill our mission.
I could not get over the tiny hat either that she's wearing. It is so fucking funny to me. I want to poke it.
Great.
More, yes, excellent. You little weirdo.
There.
Oh, shit. Hi. Are we gonna do it again? More Kuramon! Everybody needs more Kuramon in their life. You can't ever have too many Kuramon. You just a baby. Alright, come here, Chucklefuck.
Do it.
Here, we need to swap an Agumon, because Agumon just dealt special damage. Yeah, we'll swap from Kuramon.
Please.
That's fine. That's fine. Not the miss! Oh, God.
I'm counting on you.
Shortmon to heal their souls. Shortmon. Oh, do we need these Digimon with my tiny hat? Listen, everybody needs a tiny hat at least one point in their life.
I'm counting on you.
I can understand that, Thaja. I can understand it very easily. I've loved Frontier. Shortcake Nodders? Oh? Huh. I did not know that. I doubt we're gonna run into enough Chrysalismon here to be able to convert them, are we?
I'm sorry.
It's fine. We're gonna have to go rotate Gomamon back in anyway. All right, now you can come back here. Please and thank you. Mushroom! Mushroom, mushroom. Oh, hold on, I just got another text. Hello? Okay, that was just telling me that they're preparing it. Okay. Against an enemy sometimes results in a chance for a follow-up attack. Hit X, trigger extra attacks. Increases probability rates. Do I need to slow it down then? circle will appear on the HUD. Press X when the circle reaches the center to cause a strike effect. Okay. Just slapped him while he's down. Oh, he was already down. I do know that's a possibility. I refuse to do it. Okay, Imon's only at 150. That's not good enough. That's not good enough. Oh, hi, Tintamon.
Do it!
Okay. That's what it seems to be. That's what I figured. Level 9,000. Wait. And I think, doesn't it only go to 99? Isn't max level 99?
Wow.
Also, wait. What's our... Oh, hell yeah. Fucking give me that Tintamon. Super Shocker. Prodigious. Oh, it's a stat cap. Okay, I got you. I got you. That makes sense. Sorry, Mortimon. Mortimon. Alright. Up we go. Oh,
I can't.
Mortimer! Yeah, his name is Mortimer.
Prepare for the worst, and don't forget about converting
For the world's strongest Koromon? Yeah, that would be hilarious.
Theories given to us by Dr.
But wouldn't that mean that you would have to, like, you'd have to digivolve it, like, way up and then way back down, wouldn't you?
So few know of him because he rarely made public appearances, and he gave up all the rights to his work. He poured his own private funds into the establishment of Adamus.
More exposition on my dad.
Threat of anomalies. No one is more suited to carry on.
Did he design these outfits? Because we gotta talk about it.
Master converting and digivolution well.
Okay. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
What's all this?
Is that a Phoenix Mon?
Gathering on the roof.
I see 2 Pegasus Mon. Oh, yes. The main villain, the first bad Digimon every
Look out.
Digidestin comes
Here
across.
trouble. This hostile is clearly more powerful than the other Digimon. You are hereby authorized to use cross-arms.
Authorized? What is this? The Hunter Association?
Focus the energy of your Digimon on a single
It could also be Bertramon. You're correct. But it looked really bright though. I thought it was Ho-Ho-Amon or Phoenixmon, depending on where you are.
we do to protect humanity from anomalies. On the honor of Adamus, we must
Gun time! Critical points. You can charge up CP points to max. When they're charged to the max, you'll enter Cross Art Standby mode. Increases when you perform an action such as attack or heal. Okay. We'll just let them keep going for now. Actually, no, wait. This is a boss fight. What am I doing? Can be employed by agents. Consuming massive amounts of energy, the agent can unleash powerful cross arts. Okay. It says it like it's plural. Is there going to be other ones later? Standby mode. Press R2 to pull the trigger and fire off the cross art. Fields. Oh, okay. So there are multiple.
Launching cross arts.
Okay, so that one's just nice. Maybe. Okay. Ow. Okay, yeah, we'll do that. Finally convinced to try it? No, I've been waiting. I just wanted to, I didn't need to be convinced. I wanted it. I just didn't have the money for it. And Sebas was awesome and bought the Remainer that wasn't like part of my Steam balance. And it just took me until now to be able to start playing it. Oh, we're gonna have to heal, aren't we? Okay, I can see what you're talking about on it being a lot harder. Let's see, what do we have right now? Does it only use the items on the Digimon that it is the turn of? Is my no? If I select an item, no, you can target? Okay, good.
Now,
Okay, so you can only use one item a turn. Makes sense. Okay, gotcha. And heal capsules only work on what's on the field, so... Oh, he's out of power. Shit. What do we have right now? Sure.
please.
The please is so cute. Heavy strike, okay. Just gotta keep stacking all the slows, man. Just gotta keep stacking all the slows. Are like TMs, they can be moved around? Yes.
I'm counting on you.
I don't know if we're gonna be able to do this. Super Shocker. Yeah.
I fear this Digimon is unlike any we've encountered previously. Our job is to keep civilians safe from anomalies.
Okay.
We can't afford to make any mistakes here.
It'll skip the Digimon special animations? Oh, wow. Why not? Yeah, he's getting his speed back. Ah, it's just field again. Why am I shooting it from like the side of the fucking Kawagaban? I just think that's really funny. Oh. Okay. I'm sorry. I doubted your abilities. Hell yeah, Agumon. Super Shocker will carry. I suppose that explains why they always get their, why Kawagamons always get their butt kicked in the first season. That's a motherfucking ghost. That's not even Ghostmon. Ghostmon's fucking sick, dude. I just get thrown by the head. All right, whose fall down mode is this? And why does he have pointed ears? The Jaeger's back. Ooh. Get set to get, oh, it's a brain. New punch. You know, I was kind of joking. Alright, game's over. We're all dead. Failed run restart. Fuck! Demo is SSR Wives, also Kerboom? Wait, what? SSR Wives?
What is it? I've never seen a Digimon like this before.
I open my eyes and it's another Tintamon, so help me God.
You're wrong. This isn't a Digimon. Huh?
Welcome to Digimon A Realm Reborn? Ah, shit. Okay.
Must be a human.
That hurt. I shouldn't have done that. Ow.
Get back, both of you! No ordinary human could reach this place. That
Where did
means
that sword
you
come
must
from?
be dangerous, an intruder.
Hear, feel, think.
Some government building.
Government, not the
What are you
gooberments.
talking about? What do you
Oh
want?
my god, I don't trust those governments.
You be after the egg. Prepare yourself, egg thief.
Oh my goodness.
Down, Minerva.
Finally awake. You almost got caught crossing the border into the Digiverse. Oh. Oh boy, horrors.
What? Another intruder? You must be this egg thief's accomplice.
We'll be stealing eggs? Aye.
Ah!
Shing.
Minnie!
Nervy.
Y'all have two different nicknames for her.
Say, human, is that your friend?
Okay, that was a dangerous pose. That was a dangerous pose, game devs, with a dangerous camera
Not
angle.
sure what you're talking about, but you're
This dude from that
basically
indie
saying it's
roguelike,
bad
huh?
news, right?
Oh, are you talking about no,
Happens to
not
that
roguelike.
egg, the human world might be affected too.
I was just thinking it was the
This is so frustrating. There's no time to explain everything. If you aren't that Shadow's friend,
I think we are just very lucky that this outfit does not come with like stockings and garter belts, because I feel like it would if they decided to go to a 10 with this one. Nope. No signal. Okay, we're going after Shadow. Bye. Oh. Oh, I am controlling her. I did not realize I was controlling her at all. What's up, Chucklefuck?
No! Stop it! That egg is very important.
Isn't that Minervamon Ultimates? Or is she Mega? I was gonna say, Minervamon's very small. Tackle, okay. Oh wait, we do have stockings. They just didn't go with the garter belts. Okay. She's Mega? Okay, that's what I thought. So, but I do know she has the Mega Plus form. That's only because I know enough about Digimon. I do not know what she looks like, though. I know she has the Mega Plus form, where it's basically Minervamon, but she has experience and doesn't look like a child. Is the description that I have heard.
The Great Guardian.
the one meant to save this world. Egg thief!
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh? Hello? Oh, no. Oh, no, lolly fashion.
Seems we have another mess in our hands. A conflict over the natural laws of this world. I guess we can't stay entirely uninvolved.
Hey, are you even listening? You know this is all happening in your domain. Homeros.
Are we gonna find out the gods are all children? Is that what this is going to be? Are the gods all children? After I stole, Jesus, from them to make the world's biggest omelet? Okay, that was way too high. My back is broken. I can't feel my legs. Bathroom? I'm just in a park, I guess. Still no signal. What year is this? Reunions bring trouble. Okay, what's over here? No, nothing. I thought it would be interactable for some reason. What's going on? What's up with that vehicle and those people? Never seen them before. A crowd is gathering around to gawk. My daughter might be inside. What's going on?
Got to be kidding me. My daughter might still be in there. You can't just suddenly declare the area off limits.
I don't trust
What's all the
bald
commotion?
Gooberman men. What is that hair shape? Public safety investigator, anomalous affairs. Asuna Shiroki, public safety investigator, anomalous affairs. Okay.
Roy and Shiroki.
Have you finished sealing off the area? Begin preparations to
I
breach.
know that voice.
Breach.
I see you're a civilian.
That better not be
This area
Sayu.
is no
That
longer
better not be
blocked.
Sayu.
Please evacuate immediately.
My daughter might still be in there. I can't just leave. Your daughter's in there? Don't worry. I promise we'll find her and keep her safe. I can't lose her too. I just can't.
Hold on, I need
Look,
chapstick.
We need to avoid any further incidents. So
It's
please,
Sayu.
just
It
let us
is
see to your
fucking-
daughter, sir. Damn it, how typical. This organization never changes.
God damn it, Alejandro!
Forget it. Talking to you lot is pointless.
Which I'm guessing
Prepare to
also
breach.
means,
All
knowing
units
my luck,
confirm
we've
your
already
positions.
gone right past fucking Amelie. Pursue the man who walked away. Okay. Sir, please. Mandatory view message. I fucking love you, Ordain. It's so cute.
I've got a bad feeling about this.
Mandatory view message.
It's like
Remember,
that day
chat,
all
this
over
is your
again.
moment to type in chat if you've been quiet for a while.
can't get
Otherwise, Twitch doesn't think you are a
What the hell is
person.
happening? What's with the weird outfit? I don't have time for this.
I was gonna say, I would not doubt it. I would not doubt it.
Huh? Well, yes, something is
Yeah,
the matter.
fuck Twitch.
You see, my daughter is...
Yeah, they did put out a statement somewhere. Somebody sent it to me, and it was basically like, "Oh yeah, we know that it's like it's not working properly. We'll fix it eventually, I guess." But kind of whatever. We'd rather have people views never count and everybody suffer,
Inori!
rather than everybody have a
hell is
higher view
happening?
counts, which is fucking
Down in the
stupid.
other- That must be why the reception's
Just
so
use the database of the people that know of the chat sitting
I need to
bots.
find a way down there.
So you voiced the Greymon line?
What can I
Crazy.
even do?
Is that? Oh, we're just gonna.
There.
Whoa! What the heck?
Okay.
Are you the one who did that?
Yes,
It's
I have
amazing.
superpowers.
Truth is, my daughter is stuck inside.
The truth is,
She's
as if
got
you haven't been
mixed up with
saying that for the
weird
past 2
anomalous
minutes.
Phenomenon. Would you be willing to come with me to help? I don't know what I'd do if anything happened to my sweet girl. Please, I'm begging you.
Yes, hello, I am human. Would you like to come skateboard? All right.
Thank you so much. I owe you. All right. Let's go find that rebellious child of mine.
Is it just gonna put us inside? Okay, it is. And is this where we find out that Digimon live in the sewer? I don't know why, but looking at the graphics of the sewer
Daughter
just brings
has
me
to be
back
down
to
here
fucking
somewhere.
Resident Evil 2.
I haven't got the faintest idea of what's happening.
A Digimon skateboarding
be
game?
careful
I
moving
disagree.
forward.
I disagree completely. I don't think there's a reason to do that. Oh, it's a person. That was easy.
Hiroko, what are you doing down here?
That is a huge hairpin.
Calm down. Take a deep breath and tell me what happened.
But Gilmon kickflip? I don't. Gilmon's feet are too big for a skateboard.
I'm sorry.
It'd probably just be a bunch of the more humanoid Digimon.
Well, they say weird things show up down here, so I thought if I caught them on video, it...
What is this accent?
Hey, is that some kind of cosplay? Oh, actually, I feel like I've seen that outfit somewhere before.
What is this accent?
Hold on, don't move.
She's gonna start taking pictures, isn't she?
So that's
Also,
your
why do we
mom.
have a belt?
Pleased to make your acquaintance.
That belt is attached to nothing.
Want to be a guest on my channel? That weird, cool outfit of yours would get a ton of views.
Oh no, she's a content creator. It's over, chat. It's over.
Get some engagement for Occult Tokyo TV.
Oh god, it's worse. She's an occult YouTuber.
Saka, by the by. Nice to meet you.
Fledgling streamer. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, she's a ghost hunter.
Yeah.
Oh hey. Oh, and she's a chicken. Real life? No. Not even close.
She must have gotten roped into one of Hiroko's video shoots again.
Oh, that's why his daughter's here?
Creature just now. Wait.
Oh yeah, they do. They
You
on
mean
the
to tell
palms
me
and
you know
fingertips.
what
I noticed
that
that
thing
earlier
was?
and I still think it's weird. This whole outfit's weird.
I see.
She's Logan
Phase
Paul.
Electron life form, huh? A Digimon.
I don't know. I don't think she records somebody's suicide.
Which means it was just like at the time of the accident. Was it a Digimon's power that broke the lock and got us in here too?
Yeah.
I have a lot more questions, but let's hurry onward for now.
It's Nokia all over again? Huh? Also, hold on a second. Not that. That's not what I wanted. What is your... Oh, 21. Okay, there's plenty of levels then. 20. Yeah, we're gonna get a second one. We're gonna get a second one. Because we're gonna turn one of them into Renamon, and the other one's gonna be Lunamon. Fuck it. We'll select this ugly bastard just so that we have one. But we're still gonna work on letting that one have experience. What's your pleasure? What's your fear? Fuck. Hello, physicist. How are you doing? Character in Cybersleep that is really annoying. Oh, I do remember her. I'm pretty sure. Was she the annoying, not preppy. Preppy's not the word that I'm thinking of. The redhead? Yep. Hey, Physicist, how are you doing? Thank you for doing your season pass. Oh, that's Solomon right there. That I'm pretty sure is it Kudamon? I can't remember the name for sure, but I do not give a shit about him. This is the one that I want. But we don't have anything to raise SPL. They're a long way away from it, right? Oh, we've got is... Damn it. We only got attack and HP. That's fine. Wormmon!
Do it!
Give me my boy! Oh my god, double Wormmon. Let's go.
Super Shocker!
No! I refuse.
Super Shocker!
Trying to figure out trees. Bully the Wormmon? I like the Wormmon. Oh, that only went to 40? Alright, we're farming, kids. I need more Wormmon. How do I get Wormmon to spawn?
Great.
Oh, hey.
You got it.
Adamon? Was that his name? Oh, I'm sorry, bud. Just bullied. Just absolutely bullied. So let me see. Oh, I do have messages. Okay, food is on the way.
Much appreciated.
Okay. Anything down here? Oh god, Numamon.
You got it.
I hate Numamon, dude. I hate Numamon.
Super Shocker!
Isn't Numamon... Is Numamon champion? No, not the poop toss! Blech.
Oh, yeah!
I do. I love Digimon. I've played a lot of Digimon in my lifetime. He is? Really?
I'm sorry.
Oh, wow. Sorry, Nyaramon. Oh, gee, Digimon trading cards, card binder somewhere? I've never got to learn the trading card game. I wanted to, and a friend was going to teach me, but it just never happened. Oh, shit. Okay. I was going to say, I saw something up here. What are you?
There.
Oh, did that get me first? What the hell? Oh, he did. He did get me first. Don't bully my Agumon. Oh shit! I was not paying attention. That's my own bad. I like that little tapir thing. Ooh. Oh hell yeah! Alright, we need to do a little bit of regen after this. On my way to get my favorite Digimon. Which one's that, Chachi? Does have an online client coming out? Oh, hell yeah. That's what I did with Pokemon. Oh, Jesus. I was not paying attention. That's my own fault for not paying attention. No, Agumon! That's fine. Oh, Rangedramon, gotcha. Now we're working on getting Lunamon, because one of my favorites is Dianamon. I will definitely be getting okay. I will definitely be getting what is it called? Mastamon in the future. Absolutely. DCGO, the unofficial digital client. Oh, huh. Okay, hold on. Can we turn on regenerate?
I'm sorry.
Okay, you were an ally. I got scared for a second. I was like, wait. Are you friend? I can't tell. What happened? What, Digimon? Huh? Who, what now? Okay. Hi, Betamon. I see that other Wormmon and a Numamon on the wall? Y'all saw that, right? Has been a hard carry for the later part of the game for me. That makes sense. I mean, she's literally a fusion of two of my favorite Digimon. The downside is, though, I'll have to raise multiple Angelmons and multiple Lady Devimons because I also like the rest of the lines of both of those Digimon. And I want what is it? An Ophinamon. Mastamon is the fusion of Lady Devimon and Angelmon. Wormmon card. Ooh.
Great.
Oh no.
Do it.
Smash.
Ready to go.
It's a bunch of birds. Oh. Just need to reach rank 7, yeah. Ow. Oh. The in front of the camera part just keeps startling me a little bit. Jesus. Also, the flashing kind of hurts my eyes with that attack. Only for its attacks? Oh, interesting. How much does stats increase per level? Does anybody know?
Do it. Ready to go.
Anybody know off the top of their head? You can use Fusionmons in battle with their DNA Digivolution attacks? Oh! Oh, that's very interesting. And I heard in this game that Dianamon and Apollomon, what are you? Oil tank? Okay.
There.
Hold on. Let's go.
Wow.
Oh, that's an attachment. Son of a bitch. Actually, fuck it. Oh, that's the ad break. That's actually a good time because I need to run to the bathroom. So let me give y'all the stream match, and I will be back in a couple minutes. I will turn the game volume down and give you the music. Hold on a second. We're going to go back to the regular playlist for now. And I'll be back in just a minute. I need to run to the bathroom and check my phone to see if how close the food is. I'll be back in a second. Come all and step into the macabre halls of the Dark Carnival. And please, enjoy the show. Come all and step into the macabre halls of the Dark Carnival. And please, enjoy the show. Hello? Oh my goodness. Hold on a second. Sorry, chat. I checked my phone, but I didn't realize y'all also ordered the smoothie. So I now have a smoothie here with me, a peanut smoothie. And because the thing said that the smoothie was too cheap, I forgot that I added. Either that or they just gave me this for free. But they also gave me a pack of dark chocolate cashews with it. Hi, Dre. Also, welcome in, Raiders. Dandelion, how was your stream? What were you doing? What were you up to? Hold on a second. I can scroll up and see. Dying Light the Beast. Ooh. Are you having fun? Are you enjoying it? But, like, there's still sushi on the way, guys. There's still fucking sushi on the way. And I have dark chocolate cashews for the day. Let's go. We got all the fuel we need. You had two? What do you mean you had two? Do you mean the two favorites? Sushi, Digimon, and chocolate nuts? Living the fucking dream? I am. Y'all are the best. Holy shit, dude. Except when you lose the game! All right. Hold on a second. Who's messaging me? Oh, shit. Guillermo del Toro founds new stop motion studio. That's going to be awesome. All right. I don't think we have anything that can... Here, let's check this. It's not good enough. How about you? Actually, hold on. What is your special? 158? Ugh. 280. That's fine. It's fine. All right, more farming. The sushi should also be here pretty soon. We have attack and health, but I don't really want to use those just yet. It's though we also just got another Yarmon. So maybe I will throw some of these extra ones that we keep getting into another Digimon. No, bad. Cease. Don't come towards me. Oh, wait, I have a text. Oh shit, okay, it's here. Hold on, I'll be back in just a second, chat. Let this auto fight go. Chat, you are spoiling me today. Holy shit.
Sorry.
Oh, my controller wasn't working for a second. Oh my god. All right, Numamon, fuck you.
Do it.
You ugly piece of shit. My game of the month next month? That's not a bad idea. I don't know, aren't there a bunch of other games coming out next month too? Maybe? Maybe? I don't know, but now I got sushi in front of me. God, Axio, you were spoiling me today. I had 2 raids? Dre, I'm sorry, that's why you were here. Oh my goodness, I didn't see it under the prawn hub. Of course, Kraka did the prawn hub. Oh my god. Hi, Azura. How goes Digimon? We're already farming because I am, how you say, picky? And nope, well, nope, 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 nope. There's other Digimon to beat. Come here, you weird little flying tapir, you.
Do it. Ready to go.
Hi, Semus. I am having a good day. Chat also ordered me food, so I have a protein smoothie, sushi, dumplings, and apparently my smoothie also showed up with dark chocolate cashews. So I am set up for a long stream. Schmooty time. Oh, I've heard he I think he does.
There.
Okay, so that attack range is pretty long. That's good to know. What the hell is this? Samsung account update? Why did my phone light up for that? It is a good day. It is a very good day. First Saturday stream in a long time. Theoretically, we could stream for as long as we wanted to. And I have food right at stream, so I don't have to end to be like, all right, guys, I need to go get food, blah, 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 blah. Oh, that's not what I wanted. I wanted to go look at the... No! Speed 195. Okay, a few more levels should probably get us there. I could not tell what these are. That's fine though. That's Shoutmon, isn't it? That's definitely Shoutmon. Fuck that. Still the same. Still the same. Hold on. Do any of them have... No, they don't. The special is buried low on all of them. All right, so we know where we can go. If I click this, will it give me the map? Okay, so we came in there. Right? Wait. Yeah. Come here, you weird little tapir.
You got it.
All right. Shoutmon is really good. I don't care. I hate him. I hate him. I hate him so much. He is, to me, he is quite literally the worst protagonist Digimon I have ever seen. Scan, you can hit some of the barrels. Oh, these?
There.
Oh, okay. That's why they seem so out of place. That explains that. Is that tapir? Oh, hello.
That one. Ready to launch.
Sorry, Nyarumon. To find treasures and destructibles? Ah. Okay. Hi, Coco. Oh, we got another one. Wrong way, wrong way. Also wrong way. There we go. Yes, I'm talking about Shoutmon. All right, let's go back. Let's do... It was you. Well, it doesn't look like it's raising stats. This is all of the Digimon. I don't want to accidentally click the wrong one, I don't think, right? Hmm. Okay. Oh, okay, it does go up slightly. Okay, that's good to know. So that's what those parentheses stats are. There you are. I was gonna say, I know there was one right here. So you can't download them? Okay, that's good to know. Oh, shit. I was looking at chat at the same time. Of every Vmon Digivolution? Like all of the levels of Vmon? Every single level? I'm looking for more Wormmons. Once we get enough Wormmons is where I'll be satisfied.
There. Ready to go.
That's more what I want. I want a 200% Wormmon. God, they're getting some... See, it feels like almost random abilities at times. the area he's in by leaving and returning? Is it, do you mean like the zone, or do I just need to like go around a corner and then come back? Because it doesn't seem like they're respawning. Okay, I got you. I got you. I see where that's going. Oh.
I'm counting on you.
Oh, he survived. I was like, wait, he's dead. No, survived with smidgen. The zone? Well, we can't go. I don't think we can go out of the zone because it's part of the story. Okay, there it is. I was about to say, I feel like this dead end zone was going to have something worthwhile. I was right. I was right. All right. Oh, hello? Oh, where did you come from? Am I blind? I think I'm blind. I think it's because I have the map open so I can see the areas that I've gone and haven't gone. Every Digimon fight had them transform into their big modes? Technically, yes. Where like they can shift between all of the different forms as necessary. Again, there is no limitation. It's just that all of the capture games are a little different. Also, hold on. I'm going to open the sushi, so it's going to be noisy for a second. Ah. Open, damn you. Please don't fall. Please don't fall. Please don't fall. Okay. Scooshy. Scooshy. I've been on the elevator as long as you didn't go too far. Oh. Huh. Okay. Oh, that's why you said at the one point that I've like gone too far for the chaos. I am not holding a controller. I could not get hit that. I want my sushi. Got a San Antonio roll. Redeem the eyes again and thank you for self-care. Believe me, I'm self-caring. Not like that. Listen, I knew when I said it that somebody else was going to point out the way I said it.
I'm sorry. There.
Fuck you, Numamon. We need to do the extra strikes. And I need to let them heal after this fight. I keep forgetting. Obligatory fuck Twitch moment. All right, 10-minute check on fuck Twitch. Sound off, kids. Well, we could technically get a Numamon if we wanted to. But why would I do that?
I'm sorry.
Why does she always say I'm sorry when the regeneration mode activates? Here, let's go for another bite of sushi while we're waiting for full health.
Everyone.
Break the lurkers? Oh, no. Ow. Ah. I screwed up. That definitely was 2 whole pieces of sushi I just shoved in my mouth. I thought they weren't separated.
That one. Ready to go.
Oh, my homes. Because she's very sorry. I guess the fact that they got hurt. Come on, let's step into the macabre hall. Ravgu! Anxiety Dragon Rain. Please enjoy the show. Oh yeah, we just don't have a lot of 200% right now. I'm trying to get them all to 200% if I can. Wham!
You got it. Ready to go.
House is plural, not my phone. Autocorrect? I figured. I'm just poking fun. Ooh, Kingdom Hearts Ravu. Did you have a good time? I forget, is the 1.5 and 2.5? Is that... I don't remember. Is that the most hated one? Oh, darn it. Thought they'd be destructible. I guess not. What are you doing?
My knees just gave out. You guys go on ahead.
Okay. Wait.
I'm sorry.
Where was I a second ago where I saw, was that her? Wait. They're the remix? I don't understand what the remix means. Where did we go? Didn't we go? We went through that broken section, didn't we? Maybe that was some side thing? Also, there's another Betamon. Fuck you. And we're Mon. Hell yeah. 1, 2, and 4 other handheld games. 10 push-ups. All right. Hold on a second. So I didn't know? Oh. I know, I just can't remember. I know there's one, like, thing of Kingdom Hearts that people really don't like. I just can't remember what it is. Oh, this is only a single Wormmon. We still need 3 more Wormmon. They added more content? Okay. Betamon again.
Preparations complete.
Hi, Pippin. All right, we'll do the push-ups in just a second. You know what? We'll fight the Parrotmon that's behind us just for the sake of it. Because Parrotmon, for some reason, is super tanky. Oh, hey, Betamon. All right, hold on. Let's make sure we convert that Betamon. He's kind of cute. He's kind of cute. He reminds me of Lotad from Pokemon for some reason. Hi.
Do it.
Okay.
Ready to go.
While this fight goes, let me do the 10 push-ups. And then I'm gonna eat another sushi. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right. Whew. Oh, goodness. Okay. Come back here, chair. The one all the Kingdom Hearts fans hate is Kingdom Hearts 3. Also, I just realized the game audio was really quiet. That's my bad. I did not turn it back up after the commercial break. That was my mistake. We also have another bite of sushi before I continue from the screen.
Much appreciated.
Then my crab fell out.
Everyone.
What does getting smarter do? Oh, I'm clicked out of the game. That's why I'm not moving. There we go. Come here.
That one. Ready to go.
Was the ending? I suppose that makes sense. What does getting smarter do? Makes you sadder. It makes you sadder is what it does. Okay, yeah. This was the thing that we... Oh, hold on.
There. There. I'm sorry. Do it.
I was gonna say, I
Ready
swear.
to go.
Okay. Oh. Oh, Jesus. Okay. More of them. Oh, good lord. I'm guessing the higher level these other ones that we convert into the Digimon are, the more stats they will give, right? Question
Got
mark?
it. Ready to launch.
I think. That's why I'm always happy, because I'm dumb as shit. Disappointment of the game, a bunch of half-implemented mechanics, no unique Kingdom Hearts worlds until the ending? No Final Fantasy characters? You're just mad because you didn't get the Super Sephiroth boss fight, didn't you? Yeah, I've always wondered about Japan having dream tapier kind of things going on. Does anybody know why that is? Does anybody know why that's a thing? Fuck you, Numemon.
Ready to launch.
Yeah, where the fuck was my Sephiroth fight? It's fine. It's fine. More sushi bite while we get poop thrown at us. Oh god, did I just get a splinter? Okay, no I didn't. It's like, wait. Maybe I did. Did you get a splinter from my chopsticks? That's crazy. Okay, just yokai things, I think. Is it? Is that what it is?
Much appreciated.
Squishy.
Everyone. Do it! Preparations complete.
Again though, why are they also just kind of like piddling around behind the pillars?
Get ready, cut my breath!
Hi, Makari! How's my favorite little chaos gremlin doing? My favorite princess. Oh, it is Tapermon. Okay. What trouble are you getting into today, Miss Ma'am? He's kind of cute. I just don't know what he digivolves into. I'm wondering if we need to convert these two, because we haven't run into any more of them. Was there two of them here? Was there just the one? I think it was just the one. Yeah, because this was the area that we saw. Oh, that's...
You okay?
Oh, okay.
You hurt?
Inori!
Dad!
Okay, so maybe we're gonna go deeper into the thing later?
It's okay, Ku.
I don't know.
This is my dad.
You're calling him Ku? Oh, cute. Uh-oh.
You there! Think you could do something about that big guy?
I did not remember what that guy was called.
One we can turn to here. Don't worry about me.
What a looker!
My daughter.
Listen.
Please, just save my daughter.
I found this weird dog in the sewer. Can we keep him? Datamon? Is that what it was called?
Ready to go.
Oh no, it's Raremon. Or is it Raremon or is it Raremon? We'll just let them do the thing. They'll be able to handle it. I guess we are gonna be able to handle it.
You idiot, Inori! What are you doing?
You need to run!
Grimer, is that you? No, this is worse than Grimer. Music kicks in. Just wait, like, just goes back to us fighting them. Okay. Miss. Okay, hold on. Yeah, we'll do that. I was gonna say we're gonna look to try and purge those debuffs, but I don't think I have anything for it. Right? Poison recovery, that'll do.
Now.
Okay. Has finger beams? The gloves do at least. Yeah, she has. There's little dots on the fingertips. Oh god damn it. Gross. Oh. Okay, at least all three of these are really effective against him. That's fine, that's fine. They'll be able to finish him off. If they can't, then the others will. So it's not too big of a deal to start breaking out healing items. Oh, Jesus. Sir. Uh-oh. Well, shit. That's gonna be a triple wipe, the Hell Crusher.
I'm counting on you. Please?
That's fine. That'll be fine. I'm sure it'll be fine. It's not gonna be fine. It's not gonna be fine. It's not gonna be fine. Oh, pain. All allies? All of them, or is that just all the ones on the fuck it? Who cares?
Are you okay?
Yay! That was cute. Just to double check. Alright. Army of Minions is fine. Believe in the power of friendship. I'm trying, but they're all in training. It's fine. It's fine. Fuck your sludge, dude. Blocked? Okay. Still apparently takes the poison. That's fine. That's totally fine. I'm pretty confident. Pretty confident. Yeah, that Agumon could at least finish him. Man, damn, he's really bullying Wanyamon. Stop being so mean to Wanyamon. He's trying his best, okay? Giving scalp massages? Yep. Pretty much. Okay.
Looks like you did it.
No level ups.
This way. Proceed with caution.
Uh-oh. They're
Oh,
headed this way.
that's the government people. Run!
Ku is okay.
Run for the hill! Wait, where did he go? Where did he run to?
Because he makes little cooing sounds. I found him huddled up here.
How old are you? 10?
We don't have time for that.
Busted book it? Oh shit.
Now.
Okay, Dad.
We should be able to get out this way. Quickly.
But what about Hiroko?
Knowing her, I'm sure she'll find a way out. Worry more about us not getting
Jeez,
caught.
it's the feds!
Can't
Or the
have this
buzz.
affecting
There we
our
go.
work. Now let's go.
Okay.
Man, we're here to arrest you under illegal use of Digimon.
But
Also,
you
hold on a second. I need to go
What am I
change
gonna do
some
with you?
change some tabs really quick.
I'm sorry. I never thought anything like this would ever happen.
In any
Oh,
case,
good
we're going
lord.
Straight home, and then we're gonna have a not so little talk.
Yes.
Oh, I
you
hate
got
it.
By the way, who's this?
Oh, there we go. The people I had open are rated into other partners, so now I'm like, all right, gotta go support somebody that doesn't have partner. I'm glad you're okay. Let's go with that.
Yeah. thanks
Puppy
to you.
onomatopoeia. Yeah, it's
I
a cat.
have to say,
Onomatopoeia. It's a dog cat and he evolves into Galmon, which is an ambiguous rar. Oh my god.
Save the chit chat for later. Our first priority is getting
That's
away
fucking hilarious. Wait a minute.
Let's get moving.
I do remember Galmon. Galmon has a really cool line. A really cool Digivolution line. I like it. I like it a lot. I can't remember which season it was from. Was it the one after Force?
What's wrong?
The government building isn't destroyed?
The government.
Congratulations, you got time traveled when you went to the digital world.
What are you talking about?
Believe! I did believe.
What's wrong? Why are you just standing there?
Absolutely wrecked in Japanese
Tired? Why
media.
not come rest at our house?
Because it's like
not
it's essentially
far.
like watching American media.
Dressed like that, public safety will find you. in
American
no time.
like apocalypse media
Don't
or
want that,
disaster
dude.
media where the White House gets attacked or
Not
blown
only
up or
do I owe you
anything.
one,
It's the same thing. It's
I have
pretty
a bunch
close
of
to the same
questions I
thing.
wanna ask you. I mean, you're not going anywhere until I have the answers to said questions.
Are you threatening me,
If
sir?
you're okay with all that, You're welcome to come stay with us for a while.
I feel like you're threatening me.
Wait, at our house?
Of course. Is there a problem?
No, it's just that normally you never allow anything like that. You're always going on about, do you know how old she is? And stay away from my daughter.
Oh, well, that's...
Or the Statue of Liberty, yes.
I have to take extra good care of you. for
Remains
your
peak
mother's
even
sake.
27 years later? Hell yeah, it does,
Otherwise, I'd
dude.
never hear the
Hell
end of it
yeah,
and
it
see her
does.
again in the afterlife.
So hold on, I want some of these
I'll be
cashews.
fine.
Yeah. Oh shit.
What I'm trying to say is,
I fumbled the cashews,
It's about
chat.
time for
I
you.
fumbled the cashews.
for you to live your own life, Dad.
Public safety will pick
This
you up for looking like a
conversation is
prostitute, the guy's saying. I
Just stay
bet.
home for now.
Maybe. Maybe.
For a second, I've forgotten about that lecture I promised.
Give him a unique partner so that he could be a fusion gimmick? Yeah. I honestly don't know what they were thinking, deciding to go with a second a second Agumon protagonist. I don't want to get up. Rolling a 1 on handling nuts check. I fumbled the bag because I was picking it up by the corner. All right, fine. Oh, and I'm just fully dressed in my... God, what do I call it? Also, we know her name. Why does it keep calling her girl to be protected? I guess I did. Can you call this street clothes? It was very comfortable. Also, sushi bites. Flight attendant? Yes, plain stewardess uniform.
Now, let me introduce myself. I'm Inori Misono.
This is, in fact, 1990, and we work for Pan Am. I don't make the rules.
You said some things that made it sound like we've met before. I'm sorry I don't remember. Well, let's start with a tour of the house. Come downstairs when you're ready, okay?
I mean, does it count as a cosplay?
Finally, connected at last. Hello there, Agent.
Wait,
I
what?
managed to catch fragments of the audio from your side. I'm not even sure where to begin. So
But
can
wait,
see
if we're
the Tokyo
displaced from
Metropolitan
time-
Government building fully intact from where you are.
But
The visuals of Shinjuku that I'm seeing are a hellscape I can't quite put into words. I've also confirmed that
how
you're
is
not
he?
present
How is he
in some
communicating across
current
time?
coordinates. Based on all this information, the analysis department.
No, no,
has
no.
reached
I think we got teleported across time. We got thrown into the past.
traveled through time into
How
the
is he
past.
sending a signal through time,
This is an
though?
unprecedented anomaly. How is it we're even able to speak to each other? We just have to pray that this connection doesn't get severed.
I guess. But also, how far in the past
I'm sure
are
you're
we?
tired of bad news by now.
A few days? There's no wall,
A global collapse
which means it would have to be months, possibly
Shinjuku is the
years.
starting point of it all. I'll relay more details over time. We're still scrambling to collect data. on
Must
our
be a
end.
Nokia. God damn it!
Whatever you learn as well. I'm counting on you, Agent.
You can't keep bringing up Nokia. Also, I like the hammock bed. That's cute. The mission's called The Thing. It's called The Thing. That's not what I wanted. I wanted to go actually look at. Also, hold on. We kind of got to suck it up, I think, and convert. All right, come on, Wormmon. So I don't think we're gonna run into these guys for a while. Sorry. Sorry, Gobamon, you're going in the box. You're going in the box, buddy. Oh, come on! Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Give me my Kuramon. Nice. Alright, we'll do this one just because we don't know what it is. Oh, it's Bearmon! What's in the box? Also, I immediately regret this. How do I de-digivolve? Personality matches current personality? Huh? They have to have the same personality? Or... No, they don't. That's weird. Actually, maybe we'll just leave him for now. We have a Tintamon already, don't we? Oh yeah, he's on the team. So... I could have swore this one turned into Renamon, isn't it? Waggle, waggle. That one's probably Kabuterimon. Affects stat growth in certain Digivolutions or personality locked? Oh, interesting. That explains why the personality changes when they Digivolve too. That makes sense. Okay. Let's do... I do actually want to change out Bearmon for someone else. We'll bring Gomamon back. Wanyamon does? I mean, that's what we... Isn't that who we... That's who we just Digivolved. I'm guessing it's one of these then? Thing is though, is I could have swore in the show, this is literally what Digivolves into Renamon. I could have swore it was. Great, I know if we go there, we could get Gatomon, but... None of these are high enough to do that. So, we'll just continue. We'll just keep going. Also, we should do a hard save. We should do a hard save. Yes, I do want to know. Okay. I'm enjoying the shit out of it, Theron. How are you doing? Oh, Viximon. I got those two mixed up. Then. Hello? The doorknob cover? Wait, what? That's cute. Oh, this is a very... Oh, it is the cosplay. I thought that show was based off of her
This is the living room.
for some reason. Why are we wearing a
Over there is
cosplay?
the bathroom, and that's my room.
The last box, the very
without
bottom? Okay, good. Good to know.
Here we have the kitchen. Feel free to use it whenever you want. Do you
Hold on,
cook?
I'm going for sushi.
Wait, is this too much all at once?
Mhm.
Oh yeah, my dad wants to talk to you. He's a detective, by the
Ah!
way. He said for you to come see him. To get to his office, go out the front door and down one floor. Anyway, it's about time I left for school.
Wait, I'm having deja vu.
Just in case anything happens while I'm gone, can you give me your Digiline ID? Okay, got it. I'll message you
Okay
later.
then. So
Right
this is the
now,
point where
I
we
need to
gave
go
her
talk
it,
to my
and
dad.
so yeah, we definitely saw her in the future. Wait, I can go look at the clock? Pop out at the top of the hour? Anime poster must be pretty popular if they're hanging out in the living room. Uh-huh. No information of interest. Okay. A fax machine. It is 1990. That just makes the classic anime look. Okay. Thanks, girl to be protected. Yeah. Knocked out the park.
Did you sleep well?
Thanks for all your help.
Hey,
All
that's
right.
my line. I don't know what would have happened if it weren't for you.
Okay, so it is Mwanya.
Those phase electron light
Fax
forms.
machines in current state.
Digimon.
That's the thing though, is I've heard Japan uses them a little
So
too
here's
much.
the deal. For
To this
various
day.
reasons, I know some
For
things
like
most
most
civilians
official. Oh no, this is one
I'm
big
familiar
piece.
with the term phase electron life forms. You seem to
All
know
right, hold
a lot
on. I'm about
more
to make a
about them than
mouthful.
I do.
Mouthful time.
So, who exactly are you working for? Yeah, I figured.
For
you'd
some
say
reason,
that.
the ends of this sushi roll
How
are
it is,
gigantic.
I've got some experience in your line of work. I know that you can't speak freely about these things. Just, I really need to know more about those creatures you call Digimon.
Okay.
My guess is you were sent here to investigate what happened yesterday.
Really?
Wouldn't it be best to have
Huh.
a home base nearby? You're welcome to use my house if you'd like. No need to get your guard up.
We just
wanna know what
get his house at the beginning of the game,
But that
basically,
can wait
as a
until
base
after
of
I've
operations.
Just don't go disappearing on me in the meantime.
You just unlocked megaforms. Hell
If
yeah.
you do, I just might end up spilling the beans about you. To the police.
Hashtag I'm not a
safety,
bot. Count my
maybe
views.
Heroku.
Spam it.
I'm sure getting
Spam it, it'd be
internet famous
hilarious.
through her videos wouldn't be ideal now, would it?
The timeline's the same as Cyber Sleuth. That's what I thought.
I'm joking. For now, at least.
I guess it'd be very interesting if we could run into the
That's out of
characters.
the way, let me finally introduce myself. I'm Kosuke Misono. Nice to meet you.
I'm not a bot. I'm an android. Hi, Kosuke.
Well, I've got to go out for some work. But you can have free run of the house.
All right, I'm gonna eat all your snacks. Also doesn't count that the dumplings that also came with the sushi are behind me. Thing is, I don't think I want them right now. I think I'm pretty
Seems
full.
That girl doesn't remember meeting you at the Tokyo Metropolitan Government Building. But I suppose
Mandatory
that's to be
review
expected.
message.
Our analysis indicates you've somehow been sent back.
Hey,
in time.
Batman. Here, let me go through this away. I don't want to keep this here on the desk real quick.
Device with positional data from 8 years ago and fashioned an improvised location data system. I'd say it's fairly accurate. Try accessing the location data system while viewing the map on your Digivice. I'll contact you again as needed. All right, I'm counting on you.
Also, I'm sorry, did he just say 8 years? He said 8 years, right? Right? Be like, we're real. I'm a real person. I'm a real person. Oh, wait, why was she still wearing the same school uniform? What is this? Theater ticket booth. Wait a second. Jesus. Questions, Digiline messages. Ugh. Just might be why, at the very least, a lot of these messages must have already been on her device. Must mark all as seen. Okay. There's a clothing store down here. You. Wow, you're really cute. Oh, can I try them? Tekken! The Idol Master. Not Idol Master, no! Game Center, Hobby Shop. Trying Do we only get t-shirts? Game shop t-shirts. Why not? Oh, what the heck? What? Oh, I think I clicked it. I think that was my bad. I clicked the wrong button. Wrong direction. Yes, that's so much better. That's so much better. Okay, that's a better fit. Then what is this? Is this training stuff? Oh. Oh. 200 each. Okay. You go to the market. Yeah, we're gonna do that. We're gonna do that. That is over here. Yeah, I was just thinking about that too. Okay, so we need 5 fruit. Oh no, we're not gonna have enough. We'll get some. Anything I can sell? I don't think I want to sell the augment chips. Not at all. I'm fine with selling this. It says Hooters on the shirt. It's a game shop. Okay, that's fine. We'll have no money afterwards, but that's fine. At least we have those when we need them. All right, where are we going? Higashi Shinjuku? Okay. You can sell the boosters? I refuse. Absolutely not. Also, I still have the whole menu thing. How do I get... Oh, that's right. It's this button. Shinjuku Undergrounds. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. See, this is... Oh, hello.
Great.
Gravel data set. Okay. I guess I could just find data out in public. Tons of videos of weird occurrences in Nishi Shinjuku posted on the net these days. And I don't mean your ordinary scary stories here. I'm talking about actual explosions, bursts of flames, and huge shadows walking the streets tonight. Video always got taken down fast, so that means they must be real. That is not what that means, always. This is not always what it means. But redeem, wait, which redeem? Oh, the good girl. Oh, Anna, you're such a good girl. There you go. I got you. I got you. I'm sorry about that, Anna. I missed it. I missed it. Receive without any problem. Please proceed to the next points. Okay. Oh, wait, no. Just leaving? Wait, no, what? Huh? Oh, maybe it was the other sign? Does it want me to go up the other sign? Okay. Oh, wait. Strange phenomena? Yeah, I do hear the phrase a lot lately. There's always been stuff like this happening, right? Even if it just seems a little too frequent lately. We're talking weird going on. Have you heard about the strange door in a back alley with Kabukichi? 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 Kicho? I already forgot how it was spelled. Shit. Suddenly appeared when there was no door before. Freaky, huh? Except I only kind of want to see it, you know? I don't know the exact location, but I'm too curious. Okay. Shinjuku Park? If you say so, boss. Oh, hello.
Great.
Hell yeah, defense augments. Okay. Wow, there really is a lot more zones to check out here. Jesus. Yeah, I only remember most places being like between fast travel points. And we got 5 minutes until the ad break. What's this?
Wow.
Hold on, I need to turn the... Where is the brightness? Because I turned it up like I usually do for most games, but now it's starting to hurt my eyes. I think I have it way too bright and shit is like way too fleshed out. There it is, screen brightness. That is so much better. Okay. Okay, this is where we were before. More governments. And I can't untangle it.
By the way, make sure you keep your identity concealed from that freelance detective. And the possibility that you've traveled through time as well, of course. We don't want to influence the past.
I hate that you had to tell me that. I hate that you told me that.
Agnes's own research into time travel was suspended after a series of accidents in the early stages.
What do you mean you were studying time travel?
Was caught up in one such incident, and... No, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have mentioned that. Just focus on the mission for now. I'm counting on you.
What do you mean time travel is extremely feasible in the digital worlds? Good work. The collaboration is complete. We can now detect your coordinates with great precision. You've noticed that people are talking about anomalous phenomena, right? I've been going through posts on the internet from 8 years ago again. It seems the rumors of anomalies in the Shinjuku area started around the time you were in right now. Coincidence? I think not! One post mentions a strange light in the back alley in Kobukicho, Shinjuku. Might be some kind of anomaly, so that's your next mission. Head to the back alley. Okay. Hi, Coco. Wait.
Wow.
Yeah. Brown texture. Man, I love collecting brown textures. Oh, okay. We can go to each different just... Hi, baby. Mandatory view message. I'm petting Coco. I'm sorry, chat. This is very important. As you know. As you know, this is very, very important. Hi, Chachi. Oh, you're trying to scratch yourself? No, no, lick the pencil. Don't lick the pencil, Coco. That's an eraser. You pop down, I can't reach you. Ah. What are you doing? All right, I'm gonna take her out during this next commercial break. So we got 2 minutes. All right, we gotta go find things. Stop licking me. Coco, stop licking me. Come on, please. I know you want to go out. You got 2 minutes. No, not yet. Don't get excited. Don't scratch your butt on the floor. I got the stinky. She's my stinky baby. Scritch, 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 scritch. This is absolutely important. I agree. All right, so we're looking for, oh. Hold on, this first. Item first.
Great.
And then totally not tickets? An odd light can be seen. Go closer. Door? Oh, that must have been the door they were talking about. How goes Digimon? It's fucking awesome. Oh. All right, now how do I get a hotel like this? That's a child! Say hi to an old friend? No, you can't make me go back to her. She abused me. From the in-between, Christ.
Welcome to the In-Between Theater.
This does not look like a theater. This looks like a hotel.
Between two different space-time dimensions. Humans find their way in from time to time. Some people refer to it as being spirited
We're just
away.
Digimon sightings? Yep.
As for why
Mods
this place
obliterate the
exists,
child!
that will be clear enough when the time comes.
Alright, we also
The
have
natural
4
laws of
seconds until the
world
ad
have
break.
already begun to break down. You will not be able to stay.
Can I pause when I'm in here?
It's possible.
Here,
I
we'll just
may
turn off
be
the
able
automatic
to help
talking and she should stop at the end.
Tell me, what is it you desire?
Alright, we'll do that. Oh. Huh, interesting. Okay. We'll take a brief pause. I will get y'all the game. Turn the game volume down. Turn the music on. And we'll be back. Is like you to remember her? Maybe. All right, y'all. I'll be back in a minute. I'm gonna go take Coco outside for a little bit and be back shortly. Don't burn anything down. Okie dokie. What I missed, chat? What's on fire? Are we good? Is everything all right? Arson, burn, hole, leave nothing behind? No! Also, what was that? What was the... Oh, yeah, now. Only a mod can control the game. Only a mod can control the game. Okay, this one was done. We'll go ahead and stop the music for now. Coco is still sitting desperately next to me. Is it attention? Is that what you want, baby? Is that what you want? Was going outside real quick not enough? I could leave you out there, but then you just get sad if I leave you out there. I know, baby. I know. The VA cast for the FNAF 2 movie was revealed yesterday. Ugh. Would you blame me if I said I don't care? The first movie was absolutely terrible. I have no hopes for this second one. All right, now we can keep talking to her. Hey, yo, Digifarm. How do I already know about the Digifarm? What the fuck? I have several questions. Okay, then. Move, Digimon. Okay, can find materials at the farm. Ooh. Yeah. Oh. Okay, so basically we'll put her in a region where, like, they roam? Is that it? Okay. And then... for many years, so it should be 1 point better? I don't know about that. I will put Wanyamon in here. That's fine. Stick him on an island. How many can we put in the farm? Somebody know? Off the top of their heads? Bodymon. Alright. Sure. Hold on, was there a rocky place? That'll do. 5 to start? I think so. The thing is, I don't know, what is that? We've put 3 down or 4 down? We'll do Impmon. Is that metal? Ah, fuck it, you can go here. The max is every square filled, so I can actually just put these guys like next to each other. Training use training items to strengthen stats that can't be increased via ordinary leveling or to change a Digimon's personality. Differ even between Digimon of the same breed. Oh. Digiprotein. So they gave me a bunch of stuff just to start with. All right, hold on. We're gonna go back. Come here, Gomamon. Can I put you in the ocean? All right, you like fish. We already know that. How much can I give him until he tells me he's had enough? No? No reactions? Oh, shit. That's not what I meant to do. Wait, he liked that? He didn't like the fish? He wanted fish earlier! Can I give him Digifish? No? So he likes meat. How could you do this to me? Okay, that's... Oh. Uh-oh. Chat. I think we need to do some moving things around real quick. Wait. How do I take one from... How to get it back from the farm? Place items. Huh. Oh, there it is. Place island. Okay, so you can, like, kind of change some stuff here and there. Start button. Okay, there we go. I see what you're talking about. There we go. Oh shit, no, go back. I wanted to put it back in the team. That's not what I meant to do. So you are the one that we're going to turn into Lunamon. So you have to go in here. Fuck it, you're hanging out in the Arctic. That's fine. But interact. You. Training. Tea room. Just quick complete too. Okay, it costs money. Gotcha. Okay, so that'll take 30 minutes. Interesting. Okay, then let's go back. Let's do some other things. Thing is, I don't know what I want to digivolve these things into. Yeah, cool 10K. I'm sure there's a point. Actually, no. Do not leave. We'll go back. I hit the down thing. I hit the wrong one. Come on, let's go in there. And then That's fine. We'll bring you. Because I don't have any other ones that actually, you know what? Fuck it. We'll swap you out for just the other Naramon that won't be Lunamon. Okay. Okay, she's just the Digifarm. You! What do you sell? Oh, online review your item packs? That I have none of? Okay. The bar sells medicine? Oh, okay. Oh, and clothes. He also sells the clothes. Oh, and attacks. Ooh. Okay. Well, I guess that's already handled. You can power live them a lot? That makes sense. There's also the thing with, they added in, like, very much like gacha game style dungeons for DLC.
Are you all right? Where have you been?
And I really don't like it.
Contact with you for a bit there.
You're not gonna... Oh, it turned off the auto, that's why.
From your Digivice. It seems returning to your original timeline won't be easy.
Sorry, I accidentally flicked... I took a sip of the smoothie and I accidentally flicked a little bit and I was trying to find where it landed so I can clean it up. Yeah, I'm not gonna get them either. Hi, Coco. You are... I was gonna scoot forward, but I don't want to run you over. What's the deal? Why are you so attached to me right now? Hold on a second. You gotta pet the dog a little bit. All right. Yeah.
The battle over Shinjuku triggered
I had playing video games one-handed, but it's entirely so I can pet my dog.
one after another.
Hi, baby.
After that spread,
Hi.
this global calamity has been
Look at me like that.
Inferno. Our soul
Should I let her back out?
now that you've been flung
Yeah, let me go let her back out. I'll leave her out there for a little bit.
into Inferno.
All right, let's go put you outside, Coco. Come on.
I have no proof of this, of course. No one's ever tried to rewrite the past before. All we can do is have faith in you. I need you to find information about this Shinjuku Inferno, so keep up your investigation. I'm counting on you.
Okay, sorry. I also took a dumpling out of the box behind me. All right, Coco's outside. Wait, he ended the conversation? I still had other questions. Hmm? A taxing? Oh, interesting. Okay.
Great.
Friendship S. Ooh.
Wow.
Wait, there's no Digimon around here? Maybe later? Darn it. Well then. I guess that probably means we're gonna come back here. Okay, that's just to leave the location. Enough talking? No, I had questions. But yeah, I'll let Coco back in during the next commercial break. Sewer hole there for some reason. What is up with these big empty squares? It's giving the boss fight arena is what it's giving. Okay. I'm going. Wait, we're back? We're back home already? Okay. Oh, hey.
Wow.
Well, I'm glad these people are just dropping their data all over the place. Apparently. Okay. I am having a good time. I love this game. Hello. Quick, search the fridge. Aw, man. God, all the little hands, it's like, you can do that. You can mess with these things. You can mess with these things if you want to. All right, are we just going to bed? The sun's not even down. Epicenter of every Digimon season. I mean, there are multiple seasons that take place in the digital world. Oh, shit. I didn't even get to read that one. Should be healthy to you in many ways. You should accept her kindness and change into these clothes. Oh, I get new clothes? I didn't have to spend? I didn't have to spend money on it? Oh. Oh, okay. You know what? That one's a little bit better. We'll go with that one. Because then at least y'all are going to tell me I'm wearing a Hooters t-shirt. Bastards. Every one of you. Every one of you. Like sleeping at healthy times? Yep, relatable. I don't have the onesie one. It's DLC apparently. It's not even much of a onesie. It's more like a hoodie. No, I like owls.
The synergy effects with your partner Digimon.
Oh?
The benefits of your bonds. This feature is called Agent Skills. Agent skills improve as you progress, allowing for accelerated digivolution and enhanced cross-art abilities.
Wait, what does that mean? Accelerated digivolution? Oh. Okay. Oh, enhances different personalities. Oh. Okay. Enhance the door. Okay. And we have... Where does it tell us how many points we have total? First. Experience gained by all battles. Nice. 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 Hold on. Speed. Oh. Huh. Okay. want to see if there was other benefits, but it looks like these are just stats. Boost the appearance rate of rare personality types like compassionate, sociable, friendly, and opportunistic. Huh. Wait, why does it say I could have gotten this one? HP and intelligence of the strategic Digimon by 25%? Damn! Okay. That's fine though. We'll just go with... Let's do this one. Oh, okay. And that's how our rank goes up, by spending these anomaly points. Okay. Voice is coming from downstairs. Let's go see what all the fuss is about. All right, who's fighting over who made the worst eggs? To evolve your boys? Hell yeah. That's what the percentage increases are. Got you. Oh no, it's the occult girl.
I swear, no one's even been to this spot before.
Sure.
I said the same thing last time, and look what happened. Oh, hey, I remember you.
I don't know why, but there's something I don't like about her bright blue fucking glasses.
Say, I've got an idea, Nori.
Those are way too vivid for the rest of her outfits.
Sorry.
They need to be gray. Or like black or something. That blue is not doing it.
I bet we'll get a ton of great clippable moments.
Gotta get comfy. Sometimes I wish when I was playing games on controller with y'all, I wish I had like a beanbag or something. Something that I could sit back in besides having to sit like stark straight up. What y'all talking about?
Cut your interest, haven't
Cross his arms too.
ahead of myself. In case you forgot,
Oh, right. I did not turn the volume up. Hold on a second.
I go to school with Nori. Same class, even.
That is my
And
bad.
like I might
That
have
is my bad,
mentioned,
y'all.
I've got my
Ah, fuck!
end of a new paranormal phenomenon.
I accidentally
went to all the
skipped that,
trouble
trying to
of
click back into the
putting
game.
together an entire shoot schedule.
Yeah, I always
But
forget.
my
I mess with the
lawyer
volumes during commercial
doesn't
break,
seem
and then I
very
forget
sold
all
on
the time to fix them back.
Could you maybe hype it up for me?
Wisdom skill has a generic all Digimon of certain growth levels have more stats. Ooh. Sure, can't afford to ignore it. Also, do we always
know,
have
right?
gloves?
I knew
Did we
you'd
have
think
gloves
so,
with
too.
the video game outfits?
I say we head on back. Come on, the world of the underground is calling our names. Knock it off,
Abso-fucking-lutely.
Kuroko.
We'll go
You're a
back.
giant pain. I'm not giving up. I'll be passing 10,000 subscribers any day now. I'll see you guys later then. I know you won't leave me hanging.
All outfits have gloves? Damn it. Damn it. Hello.
A streaming channel that deals in paranormal phenomena. Do you remember what I said to you, Agent? That time I narrowed down the target coordinates for you, right before the Shinjuku Inferno happened. The reason I was able to do that was thanks to some videos that were uploaded by members of the public 8 years ago.
Uh-oh, is we about to just follow a person through time as they become the world's greatest occult
We
channel?
need every bit of information we can get. I say
Have
go
a good
with it.
night,
Would hardly
Envy.
be
Thank
the
you for
worst
hanging
idea.
out. Okay. Talk to Inori.
There's no stopping Hiroko when she gets like this. Sorry about that.
Is her voice way more in your ear than everyone else's? Agent, who, me?
Yeah, you. I heard from my dad that you're in the same line of work he used to be
Is
in.
it swimwear? We're gonna.
That's so
Oh no, we can't wear the swimwear. The swimwear's
Out there in the real
DLC.
world.
Shit. I was gonna say, I know we looked at it,
apologize for Hiroko being
but
so
that's because
pushy.
it was fucking
I hate
DLC.
to leave
Fuck
her on her
off.
own. Would you be
Aw,
willing to tag
man.
along, Agent?
All right, works for me. It's time to go farm more Digimon.
Really? You mean it?
Digimon.
I
Digimon.
thought for sure you'd say no. You know, despite your outfit, you're actually really nice, aren't you?
What does that mean?
Well, I guess I could have skipped the part about your outfit.
I'm not
It's
wearing the
gotta be a
uniform.
right?
How
I
could
like
you?
it.
How could you?
Anyway, let's go. Hiroko told me the place was a back alley of Shinjuku.
Mandatory view message. Your message has been observed. Thank you, diligent viewer. Oh my goodness. Do I need to start doing that? Would that be funny if every time it was done, whenever there's just mandatory view message or message for Twitch, it's just, your message has been observed. Thank you for your contributions. More data. Seems like they just kind of spawn in the same spot. Okay then. Even though you changed your outfit? Nah, man. That feels like a poor decision to make a lot of the, like, talking points. Oh, this is the sewer thing that we saw. Look at you, you fucking goofball.
Consistency is the difference between a successful creator and a 10-viewer Andy. So
Shit, that's me. I'm the 10-viewer Andy. Wait a minute.
Mysterious creatures skulking around the underground. Let's
I mean,
head on
she
down.
has right.
Okay, we're rolling here, people.
I love her. I take it back. I thought she was annoying. I
What's
think
up,
she's
everyone?
okay. Her framing is terrible.
This is Tokyo TV here with another video. Today, we'll be acting on a tip from a viewer. It's time to uncover the truth behind
Okay, she's
the
confident,
Shinjuku
honestly.
underground cavern.
I think her framing could be a little bit better. I think she needs to get some more stationary cameras and stand back.
Here we go.
You need a stationary camera that you can stand away from, and you need a camera that's on your person. Come on, girl. I ain't no clanker.
Good then. So it's true, huh? You really are doing the same kind of work my dad used to do.
Well, obviously, you were playing Roblox.
Yep. Definitely a good person.
Okay, you're not allowed to be that cute. I'm not going to warm up to you. I refuse.
I can feel it. The paranormal is
Her
calling our
arms
names.
too step inside. Step inside.
Views.
The Call of Cthulhu.
Let's stay
Thank you
on
for the
our toes,
follow. Welcome
people.
in. Hey, it's Koo.
Look, over there.
Koo, have you been fucking around down here this entire time?
What's up?
The
You
game
spot
was a weird
something?
gun game? Uh-oh.
I think that was Koo.
Hey, is that
50
that
round
monster from
magazine? Wait,
before?
what?
Koo isn't a monster.
It tried to load all 50 in 4 seconds?
He was hurt too, so I'm worried.
Oh boy, here we
Hi,
go again.
noob.
You're almost like pathologically maternal. Always bringing home any little injured kitty or birdie you come across. And then,
I mean, it's a good
because of
trait
your
to have.
body's allergies, you always end up having to find somebody else to foster them. Nobody is gonna want to take in a monster as a pet.
He's digital. You won't have allergies to him.
It's just that I want to at least treat his injuries.
Yeah, I get it. I'm just giving you a
Where
hard
did you put the selfie
Is that
arm?
why you're like this, Inori? I'm happy to indulge you this time, too. As long as I get some good content.
I can't get over the
All right, then.
twitchy
Let's go track down
smirk that
little
she
critter.
has on like the
And
left side of her
search this
face.
place from end to
You can
end.
literally see it twitching upward every so often. Yes, and sir, that makes sense. I can understand. I can understand you being allergic to that. This is more important.
We have to go after Koo.
No, there's Almon down there though. God damn it.
That one.
Okay, it's okay. There's an Almon over here too.
Get ready! Hold my breath!
Oh shit, is that Togomon? I can't remember for sure if that's what his name is. Either way, Patamon, here we come. Actually, we could get Terriermon off of him, I'm pretty sure.
Get ready! Hold my breath!
Tokomon, that's it. Not Toko, Toko. Thank you. That's my boy. That's my boy! Alright, we're getting that 200 Tokomon. That will be mine. Box. Nyahaha.
Wow.
2 sprays. Oh shit. Or is that telling me the total count? That's probably telling me the total count.
Much appreciated.
Is that a gold Numamon?
Everyone. There. Ready to launch.
Is it? Is it gold? I can't tell. Or is it just a yellow version? Is it just the yellow version? Okay, that doesn't seem to be the gold one. That's a different one. Yeah, Kokomon is Terriermon's twin.
Get ready! Hold my breath!
That's the brown and pink one. Garamon. Okay, that's what it was. Yeah. I was gonna say, because I know there's multiple colors of like Numamon as well as there's like multiple colors of Ogremon. It happens. Okay.
The mysterious
Oh,
creature
damn
is
it.
escaping. It seems to be injured, so I'd like to try to help it.
Thank you for the commentary. Okay, I was just looking to see if that was destroyable. That is not the case. Watmon, that's the one I was thinking of. Yeah, Watmon. I'm gonna say, wait, who said the other thing? Kokomon? Kokomon.
There.
That was not who I was trying to target, but okay. That's fine though. Of minor concern. Ooh. Okay, I did get it. I was like, I think I missed that because I was looking at chat. Nope, I did not miss it. Yeah, okay, yeah. Okay, yeah, the between the little, there's the little green, three-horned green one and the little one-horned pink one. Very much just baby versions of Terrier and Lopmon. The fucking tail, dude. Okay. Can I... Well, let me go these other directions still? Okay, well. Come here, Garamon. I see that box.
Ready to go.
I see that box. God, little squishy babies. There's so many of the, like, in trading early Digimon that just look like little, scrungly little ghosts. Or, like, a baby's toy. Listen, our Agumon's putting in work here. Alright, give me that box.
Wow.
I'm guessing we could open this door later, but whatever. Wait, damn it. Damn it. Who's available? That is not what I wanted! Well, their SBL is 22222, which isn't bad. It's much closer. Yeah, okay. No, I want the Dibby Devimon for this one. So we need a lot more stuff. Wait, what is your personality? Oh, enlightened. Okay, there it is. That is very friendly, but I like Bakuman. That's the ghost one. And plus, it's oh, hello.
You got it.
It's always very funny too when you go from Bakuman to Lady Devimon. We will almost certainly at some point have a Bakuman. Because I think at some point in most of my Digimon run-throughs, I end up having a Bakuman through a good portion of the game. Oh, that was 2 Drachmons. Okay. Survived by the skin of his teeth. Oh, I don't hate. I just always think it's funny that it's like she takes off the cloak and it's like, oh. Get yourselves a freak who can be both. Listen.
Do it. Preparations.
That's
complete.
fine.
Get ready! Hold my breath!
Who becomes Lilithmon? A lot become Lilithmon. I think Lilimon can become Lilithmon. A lot of the dark angel-ish ones can. Pumpkinmon turns into Rosemon. I think there's one that also turns into Cherrymon, which I think is very funny. Okay, these look like the... Okay, that's what... They're pickup things.
Wow. Wow.
Huh. Wonder what that's broken from.
There.
The creature was
Oh, there's the
startled by
mouse.
the noise and ran off. The chase continues.
Oh god, it's the ugliest shit rat Digimon. Fuck! Why? Seems the number of Digimon specimens recognize anything they've never seen before as an enemy, no questions asked. These hostile Digimon are harmful to humans, but Digimon born through conversion do not exhibit such traits. Shinjuku Underground is a den of hostile Digimon, yet the ones you're tracking is behaving differently. Maybe we can get some valid data. Meh. All right, come here, you weird little rat bug.
Well done.
Oh.
That one. Ready to go.
Oh, okay, that wasn't enough. Oh, we'll need to stop to replenish SB. Who? Chimkin? Chimkin. Turns into a dominatrix. Yeah. What's the big teddy bear one? Is it Mazamon? Something like that? Mozamon?
Much appreciated.
I was gonna say we're gonna let them all regen. Monzamon, yeah. I used to have the episode that he shows up in on VHS.
Everyone.
Alright. Sorry, Gurmon, you're gonna give me that fucking box.
Preparations complete.
Get ready! Hold my breath!
Chubon? Was that the rap?
Get ready! Hold my breath!
Heavy Metal Dramon? I know there's a lot of people here that really like the Machine Dramon. And a lot of the Dramons. Weirdly enough, I am not the craziest big fan of really any of those. I kind of do like Sea Dramon's line. We'll probably end up having some Sea Monster Digimon. There's another Almon. Gimme.
Wow. There. Ready to launch.
100 flats. Awesome, another Tokomon. Alright, that'll give us 200 on Tokomon. And then we'll be able to get a Patamon. Or maybe some of the others. I don't know just yet. Is M online? Oh. Look at that fat little boy. He's such a little man. Alright. You know what? We'll just leave him there. That's fine.
Over there. You got it.
CRT boost. Nice.
There.
Alright, come here, rat bastard.
Very good. Over there. You got it. That one. Ready to go.
Hey, there's Lopmon! Changes depending on the day, but it's probably part of the Kuramon line. Cathode ray tubes still being used? I mean, whenever they build places like this, they usually build them with the technology they have at the time. So it does often still require certain technologies to replenish. So if they built this place in the 60s or before, which this is Japan, which is more than likely where they did all of their major post-war redevelopments.
Do it. There.
Get all the items. All the items, baby. Good lord, there's so much junk down here. What the hell?
There.
Lopmon.
Do it. Preparations complete.
Oh, and another Tapermon. So many games look better on CRT streams. I'm hoping after the move we can set up a retro studio. Hopefully we end up with the house big enough where we can have a space for it and we can set up kind of a retro corner of some kind and be able to do late night streams. They'll basically be late night chill sessions. And what I'm thinking, instead of having screen capture and stuff for them, is instead we'll set up a stationary camera. And the way I picture it is maybe we'll do something that's reminiscent of playing video games with your older siblings. If that makes sense.
Much appreciated.
Let's see, why can't I move? What the heck was that? Is having mini rooms for everything correct?
Everyone.
Yes, we're still planning on moving. It's just right now the market isn't looking very good, and the houses that we had previously looked at
Over there.
Are gone. They're not on the market anymore.
Great.
Wow, there's a lot of shit down here, dude.
You got it. Preparations complete.
More Lupmons! Yeah, I have seen it. I have seen Skull Seedramon in this game. I saw somebody digivolve it when I was scrolling TikTok one night. It's not that they're too expensive or anything. It's just that right now, like all the nice places that we saw and looked at are off the market. So now we're kind of like looking. It's just like not as good. It's as it is. Oh, whoops.
Wow. Do it. Ready to go.
The biggest thing is always money. The biggest thing is always money when it comes to moving. I've already boxed up a couple of the stuff that I want to send. I've boxed up like all my books and all of the currently unused gaming and stream stuff. I almost boxed up the Tobii eye tracker I had, but then I was like, I really don't want that to get lost in the mail, so I'm honestly probably gonna put it into like my carry-on or my like checked bag. Okay. Step inside. Shadkun, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Okay, hold on. Give me that.
Wow.
Tree model.
There.
Another one for the farm.
You got it.
Good lord. No.
Do it. Ready to launch.
I've never understood why they call this guy Dracmon. Is it like kind of Dracula-ish? Like a miniature Dracula? I like Wormmon. He turns into vampires? That makes sense. It's very funny that the in-training one was the one that survived the longest out of all three of them. Alright, we gotta go get him.
Do it!
Oh, I missed. Oh, okay, still got her.
Preparations complete.
Get ready!
All of her silly little guys filled with joy. Yay! Have a good night, Sebas. Thank you again for paying for this game. All the resist. All the resist. Schmack. All great. Listen, I'm a sucker when it comes to like over farming an area. When I play games like this.
Much
Funky.
appreciated.
Pigs aren't flying. Correct, pigs are not flying. I have the entire house to myself this weekend. So we have time for streams, baby.
Everyone.
All right. Get back here. The rats just ran out of the fucking the thing that he ran into. Tapirs, yes. Tapirs, yes. Oh god, what does that put these guys at? 100? That's fine. Wait, there was a second one here. Where did it go? Oh, wait, what?
Ready to go.
Was it literally right next to me and I didn't see it? I'm gonna say that's gonna one-shot it. In Cyberspace, still having not beaten the 5th chapter, there was a point where I got to an area where it was like a bunch of fire megas. I don't know if they were megas or if they were ultimates.
I'm sorry.
And essentially, I just sat there and farmed as many Digimon as I wanted off of those like fire types. Oh, I was not paying attention. That's my own fault. It's Mickey. It is Mickey. Oh, Mickey, you're so fun. You're so fun. You blow my mind. Hey, Mickey. Hey, Mickey. Sorry, that's all I could think of. I know you were probably making a rat joke. A mouse joke. There's also another one right next to us. Yeah. There it is.
You got it.
Jesus.
Ready to go.
tried to run right in front of me. Charles Entertainment Cheese. Didn't they try to make an adult-oriented version, right? I swear they did. Look at that ugly fucker. Disgusting! I take it back. We'll convert his ass. We'll give him some levels first, because I think higher levels... Oh, wait, there's another one.
You got it. Ready to go.
Okay, they're just like running back and forth. Adult-orientated prom... No! Like, casino, basically. When I went to the children's casino... You talking about Chuck E. Cheese? Yes. Yes, I am. Oh, that was only 160. I thought it was telling me to click it so that I could see. Ooh. Ooh. No, he's gonna close the door! Fuck! Whose electricity do that? I wonder if there's anything around here that controls the shutter. Okay. Ah.
Hey, doesn't it look like this machine is connected to the shutter?
Does it look like it? How could I tell?
Start it.
I mean, I do have... Do I just...
Do it!
Here we go. Get another Chumon if you want Godamon and Black. I don't much care for the difference between Godamon and Black Godamon. Actually, maybe I should. Maybe I should. Because those both go to Lady Devimon and Angelwomon.
Wow.
Hold on, we're gonna do a save because I have a stinking suspicion that we're gonna run into something shortly.
That's a big sluice gate. I can hear water.
This is what happens whenever you're in the biggest city on the planet and you need a flood system for a place that has the monsoon season. Okay. What is over here? A computer? Excuse me.
Great.
SP? Ooh. What's the control panel for the sluice gate? Maybe it can be used to let water flow into the reservoir? Nah. I'm sure that'll be fine. Haha, you're trapped. Okay. Get back here, you chuckle fuck! That's right. Corner yourself. Corner yourself, you fool.
We're so close to helping that mysterious creature. Now, let's bring this investigation to a close.
Hey, Dad, can we go to Chuck E. Cheese? Are you gambling? How does Squeakamon become Catmons? Do we want to think about that?
Much appreciated. Great.
Oh, okay. I just obliterated him. Didn't even realize it.
There! Ready to launch.
Okay. Just hit him with like the overly aggressive. Are you gambling? When I was listening to this rat talk to children at the children's casino, I started taking my parenting notes from it. I figured it wouldn't be the worst idea in the world. Okay, we're still doing fine. No, who did that? Oh my god, where are y'all coming from?
You got it. Ready to launch.
Get ready! Hold your breath!
It's fine. This will give us the... I think this is what will give us the 200% on beta. Yeah, there it is.
Well done.
Okay, then. Zlatman!
You got it. Ready to launch.
Your mandatory view message has been recorded. Please and thank you, viewer Ordain. If you too wish to submit a mandatory view message, it is always greatly appreciated.
Do it. Ready to go.
Imagine if they still did random encounters based on steps. That would be very interesting. I am a little glad video gaming has gotten away from that. Away from like the invisible encounters.
Here I go.
Please type in chat to prove you are human. The Twitch system views inactive abilities unfavorably. Made me realize I could make an Omegaverse team to. I mean, there is. I mean, there's Omnimon, there's Alphamon. I think you're right. I think it is called Omegamon in Japan.
I'm sorry.
Hold on, I'm just letting the heal finish. There's more rat fucks in here!
You got it. Ready to go.
Even Delta? Which one's Delta? What's wrong, Thaja? What's wrong? What's the brows? Come here.
Right.
All right, at this rate, we're gonna end up with 2 Chumons. 2 200% Chumons. Oh, next zone. Works for me. Oh, hey, it's a reservoir. I'm sure this will be fine, right?
Who would have thought there'd be a place like this underground?
I mean, where do you think all the water in the city goes?
What awaits us
Concrete
up
does not
ahead?
absorb water. It floods 90% of the time.
Want to see what happens? You'd better like this video, smash that subscribe button, and turn on notifications.
I love this loser. I love her so much. Oh, hey, hold on. There's a training door down there. Hold on a second. Oh, okay. Here, let's go see. Yeah, let's go. Good night, Ordain. Sleep well. Go suck a turnip. That may be the most Danish thing I've heard you say. Did I say Danish? Oh no, I fucked up. Oh, wait a second. Wait a second, backpedal. The most, what are they called again? Dutch. The most Dutch thing. I gotta go chat. I gotta get out of here. Oh, no, that's a closed door. Oh god. Is he gone? Did he go away? No, you can't. You can't do this to me. You can't take me now. No. Shut up. it over. I want to keep playing Digimon. I'll send it to Sai later. Oh shit, see, that's my mouse wheel breaking. Okay, back to Digimon. Before the ad break. Oh my god. Good bit. Good fucking bit, dude. Did you get 282? Okay, that's enough. We got enough. Oh wait, no, I gotta go here. I gotta return to box. Go back. Here. You. Go back. Digivolve. Yes! Yes! One step closer, baby. The Danish incidents. Oh no. Oh no. The second I said it too, I was like, Danish. No, wait! Just sheer trauma. Just pure fear for a second. Okay, we finally got our Lunamon. Let's look at our other ones real quick. What are you? Why not? What the fuck? I hate it. Gizamon. Huh. Alright, then we can make you Solomon. Yeah, this one can be Gatomon afterwards. Still don't have high enough stats for Dimmy Teffymon. Okay. So we have 2 of these, so we'll do you. Which I think this is, I know this is the tadpole one. Is it Tadmon or something like that? Oh no, it's a Tamamon. Okay. I'm pretty sure this one can turn into a lot of sea monsters too, so we'll probably use that one later. We'll do this one. We'll do this one. This one's Kudamon, something like that. I just know it's the worm. Yeah, the weird holy ferrets. Hi, Evants! Wow, your attack is fucking nothing, dude. I'm trying to get 2, but need a 3rd. Mastamon. To make life hard. So this one I want to turn into Dimmy Devimon. But this one's just not high enough in certain things. So how do we know that I'm getting, I'm gonna swap you with Gomamon for now. Hashtag, I'm real Twitch, not a bot. I mean, do you want that one? I could go with someone else. Let me see. Let's pick Gomamon. Oh no, go back. Digivolution. Oh, I can't look at the next ones. That's a shame. Do Whalemon. Go for Whalemon. I highly recommend it. Now is probably the best time, if ever, to get into it. Wait, didn't I get enough for... Oh no, it's only 160. That's fine. That's fine. Wait, what is that? Oh, that's her. I was about to say, she has her own specific icon that looks like her, which is very cute. All right. Let's do a save real quick. Favorite Digimon of my lesbian friends, easy peasy? Mayhaps. Okay. This doesn't bode well. There he is. Hey, buddy.
I knew it. Is that you, Ku?
Thank you for the alert, Queens.
Is it really safe to get so close to that thing?
Hold on, I want some of my cashews. Oh, he's best!
Hey, wait up, Ku!
It's also, I forget what that Digimon is, but
So
I remember it
nervous
in
that
other
you're not
games.
cool.
It's almost
Looks
always
too.
one of the first ones you get.
How can you be so calm around that thing? kind of monster it is.
I told you, Ku's not a monster. The poor little thing is probably...
I mean, he doesn't even look that scared. I mean, not scared, that terrifying.
Electron life form.
Come again?
I saw it in my dad's notes. The term came up over and over again. He even quit his old job so he could spend all his time trying to find them.
Wait,
In that case,
they
we
told us
definitely
8 years in
gotta
the
go grab
future
little
that they
sucker.
just started
After
calling them
it. Chop, chop.
Digimon, which means they won't be referred to as Digimon for another 8 fucking years. Okay. Okay. I was concerned with how big this room is that, like, while we were talking to him, something was gonna come through that gate. But I guess we're fine. Ish. Aha.
Wait, don't go! Inori, I know I say this every time you help out
He is
one of
just
your
little guy.
beloved little critters, but rescuing random animals isn't ever gonna bring what you lost back.
What?
Yeah, I know. Really, I do. I'm sorry.
I mean, do people really do animal rescues in an attempt to sort of bring back whatever they
From
lost
this
and other
side,
pets?
And you guys circle around from the other side, okay?
Oh boy. Okay. Review the fleeing Digimon. Oh shit.
Okay, Ku.
Okay, hold on. Okay, it's not gonna autoplay there, so we can just do this. Game time. And then I'll turn on the music in just a second. And we can just vibe for a minute. Turn that up just a little bit, and I can check Discord. Okay. Oh, they're done? God damn it! Okay, hold on. Let me at least answer my Discord things real quick. Anyway, y'all can still do the rounds. I'm so blind. I got stuck up in the cutscene, even though I saw the countdown for it. Yeah, it happens every time. I do it to myself. I see the countdown, I'm like, okay, we got time. And then I look back and I see the timer still going down. And then I'm like, oh, just shoot me, dude. Just shoot me. Okay. Wait. What the heck? Okay. Perfect timing. Y'all lost. That means we can put it away. I am so sorry, guys. I am so sorry. And I'm not going to forget to turn the music back up. So give me just, not the music, the game. There we go. There we go. Okay.
Hey, were you okay after
Hi,
all?
Kami. How are you doing?
No one's trying to bully you anymore, are they?
It happens. It happens. Uh-oh. Oh, fuck. I should have fucking known. I should have known. How many champions are they going to make me fight?
Get out of there,
How many champions are they gonna make me fight when the highest I can have is rookies?
Look at its eyes. It's obviously trying to bully Ku.
Trying to bully. It's trying to kill him.
Can't let go of the past, can you?
Sorry to ask this of you, Agent, but please, I need your
Andre,
help.
thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing?
Can't let this happen. It's just that you used to get picked on a lot too.
I don't know. I've always wondered that.
Wait, are you thinking of fighting that thing? All right, then.
Sure, why not?
Just be careful.
I'm loving this game.
Ready to launch.
I am loving this game already. Cyclone Mon, that's it. I never really understood why his name was Cyclone Mon. I always want to call him something like, oh, what was it? Oh god, Wormmon's help. Chimeramon, but I know Chimeramon is the fusion of a whole bunch of other Digimon because I have those special episodes on VHS. Actually, hold on. Let's do something real quick. Let's do that in a second. Healing capsule.
Now.
All right, that works.
Go!
Boots.
Let's do this!
All right. He's based on... He's supposed to be Cyclops? Or a Cyclops?
Why can't I do anything right?
No, not the crying.
Protect anyone.
All right, cry over tiny Digimon Digivolve time. Incoming.
I could have
Skull
saved
Greymon is
Mom.
Cyclonemon's bones, not Greymon's. What?
No! No!
I don't know about that.
I want to protect Ku.
Hold on. Where is it? Where is it? No, it's not the one I need. I have no regrets. I have no regrets.
I'm Aegiomon. Thank you for saving me. This time, I'll protect you.
Power Ranger pose. Power Ranger pose, go. Why is it a boy? Why does it matter? He's technically the first, oh, what was it? The first champion on our team. I'm pretty sure he's a champion at this point. Yeah, he has to be, because the one before it was a rookie. Returned from hell after the Bulba game got discontinued? Like Cyclops instead of Cyclone? That makes sense. But I guess in the, like, the Englishification of it, it just stayed Cyclone? Uh-oh. That doesn't bode well. Hold on a second.
Please?
Okay. I'm loving the shit out of this game, Ziggy. So they domesticated spells to eat them? No, they're not. They're also extremely rare to the point where they're thought to be cryptids in this world. Ooh. Actually, I didn't do too much. Got all the boosts. Oh, shit.
I'm counting on you.
Okay. No, my Wormmon.
Super Shocker.
I always think of the first season's version of Super Shocker where it's Super Shocker.
Please.
I could have swore he had a different attack in the movie. Crazy Giggle? God, he is jacked. I mean, he has the one arm.
Heck yeah.
Okay. 2 levels on Lunamon? Nice. In the Japanese naming conventions, Rookie is named Child. That makes sense. I always figured that they were basically like children, babies, if you will.
Your name is Agumon? What's your name? I'm Inori.
Oh yeah, I did see that. So when I looked up how many Digimon were in this game, I did see that like Agiomon's
Inori.
like what do you mean 5 different champion forms? Are you talking about the its ultimate? Where it gets like the different colors?
Thank good.
That I do know about. Cannibalism's back on the menu, boys.
Are you alright?
I think it's still champion, but I don't know for sure.
The situation has changed once.
Where's our Japan specialist? Akami! I need the specialist snake. We're all safe now.
Which means
We can use them to fight creatures with no legal ramifications. Kind of true, technically true. That is correct.
yes, we've ascertained as much.
Is the Dalton JP? Yeah.
Definitely dealing
Oh.
with an anomaly. We'll proceed with our analysis, and I'll contact you again once we know more.
It took him to get clipped? Baby? Yeah, probably. I always figured they were babies because a lot of them kind of do just look like babies.
So much happened so quickly. My brain can hardly
I don't know why they
keep
went
up
with
with all this.
Agiomon. He really does just look like Pan.
Kids, what's all the commotion about?
There's a child on my couch!
Who is that child?
Dad, I'm sure this is going to be hard to believe, but
He's my son, Dad.
No, it couldn't be. Is that?
What?
I see. Looks like letting you stay with us was the right decision after all. I think you kids should call it quits for the
Really?
day.
I did not know he was supposed to be a flagship
Should go
Digimon.
take a break. I mean, you've had quite the day, right?
No, I could go back and farm more Digimon.
yeah, but this kid.
Oh, I know why I'm pretty sure I'm confident about why he looks like
Yeah,
Pan.
I know. He's not human, right?
He has goat feet.
That hammock in the attic. You can sleep there. Go on then.
Wait, does that count as
Some
the
rest,
attic?
guys. You've earned it.
I have a question. Is there anybody who's lived in Japan here besides Akami? Okay, so we only get anomaly points at the end of missions. Because he's a pan in my ass! Don't bother me outside working hours. Ah, shit. I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble. He just came in anyway.
You have a minute? I need to ask you something.
I was just gonna ask because this layout of this house looks so ridiculously familiar. I'm wondering if a lot of houses in Japan have the exact same makeup. All right, sure.
I appreciate it. Come down to the living room when you're ready. We should hurry.
Their fans here.
Probably already waiting for us. I'll see you in the living room.
I wouldn't worry too much about it, Sunstar. Don't think about it too hard. Genius or crackpot? Oh, whoops. All right, we've got 25 to spend. Actually, hold on a second. Digimon. No, not convert. It's not what I wanted. Digivolution. What was the one we were aiming for? This one? No, definitely wasn't you. Who was struggling to get the stats for certain ones? What was it? Who was it? Yeah, there's Gatamon. Oh wait, which one's which? That is a lot more evolutions than I would expect a rat like that to have. Wait. Why? Has to do a lot with Olympus 12. Oh, I know that. I mean, we already saw Minervamon, a Lunamon, and a Coronamon, which likely means that Apollomon and Dianamon are relevant. And then you already have 3. You already have a quarter of the Olympus 12. Speaking of Coronamon, is that Coronamon right there? I can't tell for sure. Maybe? Oh well. Gambling Digimon style? It's you just gotta recognize the silhouette sometimes. Otherwise, sometimes you just gotta guess. I can't tell what that one is. It looks weirdly like Seadramon. Yeah, it's Coronamon. Okay, I was right. But wasn't there someone we were trying to get that we wanted to raise the stats for? HP. I mean, honestly, we're going for him because I want my Infirmon and my Diavoramon. Apocalypsemon can just who cares? But again, right now we're still kind of stuck there, so it doesn't really matter where we put it, I don't think. We're 1 in here. Maybe a couple. What do we have? 25? Get some health. All right, that works. To the living room. Grace Novamon? Grace Novamon.
Hey, do I really have to wear this all the time?
Was he that short?
Yes, deal with it. People aren't exactly used to seeing kids with horns.
You
don't want to go causing a panic, right?
He did not seem that short earlier.
I have to say, it fits perfectly. Never thought anyone would wear that stuff again. Now then.
What does that mean?
It's about time to
Is anybody gonna ask about the kid that has tattoos on his hands? Oh, okay. Yeah, I know they have fusion. I saw it and it looks fucking sick, but the thing that I hate is that it would have to eat a Dianamon that I would rather keep. Cashews.
Someone I'd like for you to meet, especially the little half-pint here. She's not a bad person, I can promise you that much. She's just a little eccentric, that's all.
If this is a blonde-haired woman that I remember from before...
I'd like a sample of your data. Inori isn't coming, by the way. One look at the half-pint dress like that, and I bet she'd... Never mind. She'd lose her mind if she heard me saying that.
Wait, does she have a brother?
We're supposed to meet up.
Did she have a brother?
Come on, let's head on over.
I got struck by lightning. Oh, good lord. Who's on the ground in that world? So I'll have to leave all of the on-site decision to you. So don't forget what's important, though. In 8 years' time, everything you see now will be ruined. Any clue that could prevent the future from going up in flames? Christ. That means we're going to have to live through all 8 years, aren't we? Oh, boy. Afternoon, Ossifer. Kode Koremi. I like this old man.
Hey, Misono.
I hear you've been pretty busy lately, Karemi. Anyway, I brought the sample I promised.
Look at that handsome butt dude.
This little boy then?
I also brought a helpful friend who knows how to handle phase electron life forms. Should net you some better data.
I really do kind of look like a Pokemon trainer.
I've known this captain here for ages.
I think also what's funny with
Public safety with a collaborative bone in his body.
what's interesting about this game in Cyber Sleuth, being a Digimon trainer wasn't that unusual. In the case that like there were people that would go on the web
budget to look into them.
and like fight using Digimon all the time, but we haven't seen that here.
Terrible with office.
So like Digimon are completely different in this world.
Properly without our
They're not a toy or a hobby.
I'm willing to share my precious
They're just
sample data.
monsters,
Why not?
cryptids?
If anyone should be grateful, it's you guys, don't you think? Okay, half pint.
You move forward one day at a time.
I won't let them lock you up and throw away the key or anything. I'll
Got a
hold
second
them
job
to
for a
their-
bit with Lorder about and chime in as I can. Thank you, Beef.
Just know that this is
Hope everything's alright. Hope you're not overworking yourself there, bud.
Well, I don't really get what's going on here, but if it's for Inori,
It doesn't. Oh, well.
I'll do whatever I can.
Actually, no, usually it does. Usually it does. You are correct. There's almost always a different timeline, except for season 1 and season 2. Those are the same timelines, different periods.
Okay.
How entirely wonderful! I can't believe this is actually happening. You're really here, in the flesh. A real phase electron life form.
Is that what you call us Digimon?
Digimon, you say? How fascinating. Truly remarkable.
It's really like she threw on that outfit. Oh, 100%. It's not even buttoned up at the top or bottom.
Is everyone ready?
Oh yeah, this is what it was in Cyber Sleuth.
Oops, of course. How rude of me. I'm Dr. Simmons, Monica Simmons.
I love her. Y'all better not tell me that this is Amelie or I'm gonna kill myself. Okay, somebody go tell me who the voice actor for Monica Simmons is. I need to know. Actually, I'm gonna Google it on my phone while we listen to this.
Everything I can about their capabilities as living organisms. Toward that end, I have various hypotheses I wish to test. Only through the most humane of methods, naturally. At any rate, we'll draw too much attention here. Let's move to a larger space and I'll explain everything there.
Okay, behind the voice actors only has the Japanese. Hello? What is this music? Am I being attacked?
Okay, let us begin. Just take a deep breath and relax. We've got nothing to worry about. It's a simple experiment. All you have to do is...
That really doesn't sound like any of Amelie's voice acting, so I really don't think it's her.
Possess. And you're the one who gives the commands, are you? I ask for your cooperation as well, then.
Maybe she does both?
I can't guarantee it for sure, but with our prototype device here, you shouldn't be able to deal any real damage to them. So don't worry.
Okay, and I'm about to kill a man, dude. I'm about to kill a man. Hi, Flaming. I'm doing good.
Got it.
Oh.
Yes, incredible!
Got it.
Oh, it's just Angeomon who's fighting.
So it would seem there's more impact than previously imagined. We're getting some excellent...
What do you mean than previously imagined? Fight a cop! Just ACAB him to death.
Amazing! This will yield some truly invaluable data. Good. Yes, that's it. Go on. They can take it. Show me more. More, I tell you.
That's enough for today, Simmons. Our equipment's
Damn, his theme kicking in. Holy shit.
Worried about the budget, Captain?
Damn, the drop, dude.
Bureaucrat through and through, aren't you?
I'm just trying to keep all parties happy. Come on, Simmons. We're calling this thing off.
Very well.
Are there shoes staying on his feet? Don't worry about it. The same way amputees wear shoes that don't have feet but still have ankles. Well, the remains of ankles.
I need to have a little talk with these people. You head on home first, okay?
Oh, we just lost the whole day and I didn't get to beat up Digimon?
Oops, I'm sorry.
Where did you come from, kid?
Huh? Oh, you're a kid too. In that case, Tag, you're it.
Huh?
I'm it?
If you're curious, go ahead.
I was gonna say though, for Champion Evolution though, he is tiny, so it's very funny if it's like, it's another Godamon situation to my mind.
Chase after them and tag one with your hand.
Okay, got it.
He's getting into accidentally like pushing them too hard or something.
Well,
I mean, if he is champion rank, even in that tiny body, he's still essentially a walking tank. Like, he's the equivalent of fucking Greymon right now. Oh, hello. Gimme. The little giggles this character does. What are y'all doing?
Did I do it? Did I tag you right?
It sounds so serious.
You're fast. You're amazing.
Tag sure is fun, but I'm all worn out.
Hey, no fair. You can't quit while you're ahead.
You'd better come back tomorrow.
Can't give up on a winning streak, bud. Can't give up on a winning streak. Can't go out on a loss.
Better promise.
Okay, I promise.
Those are just words to him. You gotta explain to him what a promise is.
Hey, let's go home. I've gotta tell Inori all about this. Let's come back tomorrow, and let's bring Inori.
You'd better. We'll see you here tomorrow.
Uh-oh. This is gonna be a coming age of story for him, isn't it? For sure. Guillimon's house right here? Huh?
Agent, I've made an attempt at reassessing the current situation.
Did you now?
Close attention to this Inori Misono and Agiomon. Agiomon's evolution was seemingly triggered by Inori.
I just realized something. He does look like an old-fashioned anime.
That alone makes those two.
It really makes me think that the anime is based off of these two,
And Shinjuku
as opposed to them being dressed up as the anime characters.
It's hard to believe these two facts could be completely unrelated. Just think.
Hmm.
Ever since you met this girl, the very principles
Guilmon?
of time itself have been turned on their head.
Oh, you're talking about the park.
And Agiomon.
The park from Tamers. That's the same park.
They're to be recognized as Class A anomalies. In other words, a subject of our investigation.
I look so serious.
I expect you to make every effort to find out all you can about them. Don't miss a single detail.
Cyborg 009?
I'm counting on you.
I'm so serious. Oh, hey. It says in the very first scene. That's what I thought it was. But even then, that means that the trailer that we saw in Shinjuku Square was of us 8 years in the future, which means it's going to be popular for over 8 years. Damn. Can't believe we're the... Oh, wait, did I get more points? Oh, I did get more points. Okay. That's the thing is, I wonder if there's going to be more time travel or something.
So yeah, we've gotta go.
But why would why would our
Sounds
dad?
like you had a blast, Digimon.
Hmm.
Sure, I'll go to Shinjuku Park with you. What time did you agree to meet your friends?
Time? I don't know. But I'm sure they're there already. They might leave if we don't hurry. Come on, let's go. Oh, hey there, Agent. You're coming too, right?
I mean, if he
Said you
wants.
would yesterday, remember? He's been like this all morning. I wouldn't feel comfortable letting him go off alone.
There's something about her audio for some reason. Does anybody else hear it? It sounds like she's in your ear. Am I the only one that hears that? Like some of the other people have their audio like better balanced and they sound like they're actually a space away from you. But for some reason, every time I listen to her talk, she sounds like she's right in my ear. Is that just me? Is that just a me thing? Our original present was when the show was freshly debuting, but the poster's literally in this room.
You really are a good person.
Woohoo! Then come on, let's go, guys!
See, his sounds further away, and Nori sounds like she's right in my ear. Yeah, the poster's right over there. Or maybe it's doubled up? Maybe it's another part of the time thing. It's like we go back in the future, we design the outfits based off of this anime and then creates a similar anime later? Maybe? Oh. Give requests made by local residents in real time. Once a side mission is detected, you can be notified via Digiline. Hell yeah! Easier upon gaining more experience. Ooh, 40 points! Hell yeah. Wait. Why is it... Oh, okay. Yoink. I thought maybe I'd find something going on, or something to go on, but I guess the guy's not so careless. What's she looking for? Some sort of lead on Digimon. I know this is why I'm looking through Inori's Pop's desk. He's investigating anomalous phenomena, so I thought I'd find some leads for my stream. But no such luck. I'm just going to have to do this the hard way. I don't think you should be snooping through a detective's things. Ishinomori? Wonder why? Lend your hand with what? Investigating anomalous phenomena. What else? Fuck yeah. Next stream that ought to be of interest to you too. There's a store in the shopping district with t-shirts on display that keep getting stolen. It's happened so many times now, it's got me thinking, what if a ghost is behind it? Okay. Doubt he would notice. Well, yeah, but what if she went around talking about like cases that she read from his desk? It's clear that these are no ordinary thefts. So you'll help me investigate, right? Yes. Yes, because I want the anomaly points, because I want to get champions as soon as possible. Straight to the clothing store, which I'm assuming is the same clothing store that's like right outside. Okay, I was gonna say, I can't move. I can't move. I can't see the horizon. Why can't I turn my head?
Great.
Hatsune Miku! Hey, Roko, it's you. How do you like these jeans? Stylish, right? Sorry, but I'm not here to shop today. Can you tell me more about the t-shirt thefts? Oh, right. Well, it's the shirts move on their own. They fly right out of the shop. You sure they move on their own? That'd be absolutely huge for fans of the paranormal. And take the blindfold off? Never! I swear it happened just now. Oh. Went running out that way after the shirt. Looks like he's onto something. Okay. Are we going? We're going to the section. Oh God, it just covers this whole area. I think I know where it is, but we're gonna go snooping to see if there's anything actually added to this area. Hi, Gaia. How are you doing?
Wow.
I imagine it's probably gonna be that room way back here that I saw before.
Wow.
A monster. Just went down that manhole along with a t-shirt? Oh shit, never mind. Okay. Excuse me, pardon me. We're going back into the sewer. I'm home, was forced to go to work, didn't like it. It took until 4 p.m. Oh geez. Alright, sure, we'll just follow the path. Almond! Schmack.
There! Preparations
Mission's complete.
Oh. Okay, so his extra strikes is a little bit of healing. I'm doing great. We're playing Digimon. Also, how much time do we have? We have like 15 minutes until the commercial break. When that comes around, I need to go feed Coco. And I need to let Coco in. Oh shit, I was supposed to let her in during that last commercial break that I missed. Fuck. Actually, I'm gonna go let her in now and I'll feed her. So give me just a second. It's only gonna take like less than a minute.
Much appreciated. Everyone.
Okay. Day 71, I'm still outside. Marin has forgotten me, it seems. I would not forget Coco. At most, she would be outside like 2 hours. Oh. Wait a second. Wait a second. I forget what that is. It's not Zudamon, is it? Something close to Zudamon?
Super shocker.
Hey, buddy. Can I just hit you or?
Everyone.
Okay, no, I can't. I need to talk to it. Now do I make this scream the 20th? Huh? Image is sure to make for a great scoop, but there's no t-shirt there. And a Firestar and Darth Mokius. Thank you for the follow, guys. Welcome in. Are you two the 20th? What does that mean? Is that supposed to mean? It's mostly a vibe, so it's hard to explain. How would you make the shirt the 20th? 20th. Fuck yeah. Why, you think you're funny, huh? Well, the 20th is not to be taken so lightly. What the fuck does that mean?
Ready to go.
Oh, Zuba. Zuba Eagermon. Okay, that's what it was. The one before it, I think, was Zubamon. Okay. She was not abandoned outside. She had water. And there's plenty of shade, and she was not chained up. And there's a bunch of couches out there that she can lay on. This is kind of bullying. He has the boss health bar, but it feels like we're kind of just pulverizing him. Okay. Am I gonna get any scan points for that? Nope. Not even a little. My 20th. Oh. Solves the case of the stolen t-shirts, but also raises the mystery of the 20th. Dude. First things first. Let's get out of the sewers. They reek. Are we gonna fast travel? Okay, we did. I do overfarm areas. I do that shit all the time. Especially when you give me an auto battle feature, I will just let the game fucking farm for me. All right, case closed. That 20th thing is still a mystery to me, but at least I got to see something cool. Please tell me we're not going to have a continuation of the 20th. My way of saying thanks for the help. Nice. Picture's so blurry, you can't see anything. Oh, I gotta up my camera game. And listen, I could have told you that from when you tried to record on the selfie stick. Nice. Give me my stats. Where do we want to put them though? All in training battle and reserved by Digimon by 3% for each agent rank. Rookies. champion. We'll take the rookie one for now. Oh. Oh, hell yeah. That's give me that one. That's another cross arc that we can use. Works for me. Has 20 design and intelligent and ints that of the main elephants. Evolutions, don't know why. That's so interesting. Isn't Zubamon one of the flagship from... I think he's also a flagship from a multiplayer... Not multi... A mobile game, isn't he? I swear he is. Alright, where are they? Oh, over here. Hold on. Wait, what does that do? Items. Talent Awakening. Increase talent by 2? Interesting. Interesting. Friendship S. Bond by 1%. Nullifies poison. That's just more Schmeat. And all the training stuff that we already had. All right, you.
How strange. They told me they'd be playing around here.
Woman likely to be a mother. Really? Really?
What? Oh, yes. Wait. Could you be the one who played with them yesterday?
Me?
Yeah,
no, it was
that's
him.
me.
Points at the hobbit in the back.
Agent, Inori! Everyone remembered the promise!
Are you looking for your kids, maybe?
Yes. They were so insistent that I let them go play.
Uh-oh, they've gone missing. They went into the sewer too, didn't they?
Lessons. Where could those kids
With yesterday's
be?
patch, it increased the crit rate now? Ooh. She has the dead mom ponytail. Okay, hold on.
Wow.
See, we still haven't looked that way, so let's check it out. Okay. Okie dokie then. Hi, Stinky. All right, Puppo's back, chat. What is it, baby? What's wrong? You just come back over here and strap yourself to me? You okay? Does your tummy hurt? She's plopped on the ground. I can't reach her that well, so I'm like hunched over. Hi, Stinky. Hi, old lady. Oh yeah. I know. All right. Okay. Aha. What's this box? I don't think this was here yesterday. Uh-oh.
There. Do it!
Look, small footprints. It might be from those kids. They must have been playing around here. Uh-oh. Okay, then. More footprints here. They lead that way. Yeah, because we destroyed the gate and the city can't afford to replace it. They could just barely make them out, too. You've got a good eye. Okay. I could say they definitely went into the sewer.
Footprints lead through that door.
There's a puff of cocoa hair that just fluttered in front of me and then landed on my shirt. Okay. Came here with your dad.
This is bad then.
Do you think they're gonna have the same Digimon in there as before?
What if those kids run into some mean Digimon down there?
That's definitely a scary thought. If they went in there, we'd better get them out.
I mean,
fast.
I did kind of pulverize the place last time I was here. Including every rat that looked at me weird. Leads to the underground waterway. Yes, enter. Give me things to fight. Oh. That doesn't quite bode well, but okay. Yeah, I was gonna say she does have the mom ponytail. We did talk about that. Lead off this way. There's no footprints. There's just a glow. Is that? Oh, okay. Yeah, it looks like the Digimon are the same. That's more Wormmons. Schmack.
That one. Ready to launch.
Poor guy. Okay. Dang, if I knew we were going to come back here, I probably would have let the Wormmon sit so that we could have gotten the 200%. Oh.
Much appreciated.
You know what?
Everyone.
Yeah, it's not even on the map, which is weird. So I'm just going to, I guess, click it just to make sure. I think what we're going to do is, because right now we're not really doing any training for like the Digimon and stuff, is I don't think I need to leave them in there. I think it would almost be better just to take them out right now and let them get experience. Goodness, in the box. Oh. Wait, where did all those come from? Okay, let's go back. Also check. I don't know if they got the wrong thing. Max SP. Speed 210? Okay. Ooh. That looks like Vmon. That one I think is Gabumon. Right? Is this one Gabumon? Fuck it, we stick it. We stick it, we ball. If we're wrong, we're wrong. I was right, I nailed it. We'll just make another Tintamon. Methinks. Box and farm, the reason you keep them in the farm is they gather. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Thank you for telling me. All right, fine. We haven't made a Gazamon. I hate him. He's so ugly, but we'll just stick him in the box. Don't recognize. That's probably Black Godamon, so maybe we can do that. A crab? I didn't know there was a crab in this game. Sick. Sick. Alright, that's fine. Back in the farm you go. Put one of the Betamons in here. You're going in the ocean, champ. Have fun. You know what? Sure, you can go in there for now. I don't know if there's other, like, crustacean-like Digimon. So yeah, leaving these guys here that I don't much care for, I think is fine. It's also the only rookie we have, not rookie, in training, is this Togomon, I think. Androx, thank you for doing your season. Is that a whole year? Holy shits. Happy full year sub streak. Well, thank you, Androx. How are you doing, bud? Yeah, I think everyone we have is rookie except for this Togomon. Which is probably fine. It's probably fine. Because right now we can't even do anything. Rockmon is so cute. Getsumon? The golden one? Listen, if you told me that there was... You. Smack. There was more... Oh, hello.
Wow.
There was, like another Crabmon, like an ultimate or a mega version of Crabmon of some kind. Oh, vibrate. According to the logs, this isn't the first time you've been to this aqueduct. It must have been when comms were down. I wonder why so many hostile Digimon are concentrated in the Shinjuku underground. Is it a sign of more anomalies? I can see a disturbance in the magnetic field nearby. That's suspicious. I'll mark the map so you can check it out. Okay, wait, there's a swirly thing over there. Smack.
Well done. You got it. Ready to go.
Okay then.
Heck yeah.
Thank you, Dino Seeker. I love this model. I really do. My only one thing I regret is how pale it is. I feel like I could have added some more texture to the skin, but we'll do that with the summer one.
Great. That one.
We'll do that with the summer outfit. I think we'll get like tans. We'll add some freckles. I actually have spots in my like abdomen area that I think I want to add to the model because I think they're cute. Mildly concerning spots, but like I think they're fine. I think they're fine.
Heck yeah.
How close are you in Digimon? Close to what? We only like just started today, so this whole stream is all I've played. All 5 hours.
Wow. Great.
Okay. I wonder what this is. Is it a dungeon? A portal to the digital worlds?
What in the world?
It has a similar pattern to the like boss icons.
Something.
Is the Oldie Crab Digimon? No!
No time to lose.
That's okay. Maybe he'll just be another route to the what was it? To the other C-type Digimon. I also heard the squid lady from Digimon Frontier is in here. I forget what her name is. That's a weird sparkle. We also need to do a hard save after this. We've not done a hard save in a while.
Who would have thought there'd be a place like this down here?
It's an anomaly for sure. Yeah.
Hey, don't scare me like that. I can feel it. My friends are there.
There?
Come on, we've got to go save them.
Where's there? Tell me more, tell me more. Does she look like a bit? No, I'm kidding. I'm right here with you.
Unlike Agemon, I'm just a plain old ordinary human after all. So
I don't know if you could be described as plain. Also, hold on, I gotta crack my knuckles. My fingers are starting to cramp. In their lands?
I'm just a
Where, Marin?
plain
There,
old
Marin.
ordinary human too, you say?
Where's Sunstar?
Oh yeah, that's right. I totally forgot.
Where Carrie?
Outfit's to blame, if you ask me. You look like a character out of an anime. Okay, thanks. I've calmed down a little. You know,
She's on to us.
Agent.
You can't keep making fun of me for the outfit I'm wearing when you gave me this
Much
t-shirt.
appreciated. Everyone.
The most important thing of all? Towards philanthropy? Okay. I suppose. Oh, what the heck? Ew! No! Not Vetamons. Gross. Got some fine energy there for a puny little Rugrats. Yeah. Gross. Aren't those ultimates?
There.
Just say, wait a second, aren't? I swear both of them are ultimates, aren't they? Champions? They are? Vetamon's champion? I thought they were ultimate, and then there's the mega version that's armored.
What's this? More lambs to the slaughter. Looks like there are some big.
They're both talking.
Mixed too, though.
Both of them are moving their mouths.
Right where exactly? You want to
Roger? Uncle Roger?
How I sup my supper ain't got nothing to do with you.
Sup my supper. Oh no.
I'm talking to you.
That is some serious localization work there.
Ready to go.
You look like an anime character by your hair. Unidentified flying kiss? What? That is the dumbest name of an attack I've ever heard. Yeah, Agumon really do be doing work, apparently. You're joking. Uncle Roger's voice? That's crazy. And hilarious.
Super shocker.
No, wait, how do I change which? That's not what I wanted. Can I not? Do I only get fields? Didn't I just unlock first? Do I need to change it? Am I dumb? Was I supposed to change it? Oh, the alien from American Dad. That makes sense. That makes sense. Dumb. Okay, that's good to know. I figured, I didn't know it was equipable, but that's just good to know now. We should be able to finish this fight before we get to the commercial break. Oof. Under agent? Okay, that's good to know. That's where the cross art section was. Jesus, dude. Blocked? Hell yeah, Kuroman. Jesus. I didn't realize Agumon was that low. No, it's Intamon! Ooh, we may be in worse shape than I thought. Actually, that did good damage. Okay, hold on. Wait a second. Okay, no, that's telling me accuracy. Holy lights. Okay. Hmm. Okay. I hate it. I hate it so much. Okay, no, just do a regular attack, buddy. Oh shit, still not great for it. Oh, I don't think I got that. Damn it. Oh no, I did. Okay, it's gonna probably knock out whoever he hits. Yep.
I'm counting on you.
That's fine. That's fine. Shit!
Heck yeah.
Before this game? Yes, I have. The oldest one I think I ever played was a cousin's Digimon World on PlayStation 1. It was a Digimon game on PlayStation 1. I just don't remember which one it was.
What about my nice, cushy life?
What cushy life?
I need your energy right now.
What energy? Nah, beat his ass. Nah, beat his ass. Kind of pathetic, buddy. Not gonna lie.
Phew.
We've got 2 seconds. I hope Twitch delays the ads a little bit.
Come on, take my hand. Then we
And we can get through the
tag.
cutscene at least.
You're a monster too!
Damn it. Okay, ad break started. All right, we'll be back in a second, guys. I'm gonna give you all the words on stream. Not words. Stream pairs. That's what it is. And I need to run to the bathroom. I'll be back in just a minute. And we'll give you all the music. I will adjust the volumes between them. But I'll be back in just a little bit. Don't burn anything down. Ordain's already gone to bed, so I shouldn't have to worry. Right? Right? Have fun. Okie dokie. What'd I miss? What'd I miss? Who died? Also, hold on. I got back a little early. This is gonna be the chance to look at Discord. Okay. Welcome back from the ad break, y'all. Okay. Okay. Finish this round, and then we can get back to the game. Oh, goodness. Okay, Coco. Sorry, I'm leaning over to pet her again. Stinky baby, stinky baby. It's a good puppy. That is a good puppy. All right. Oh, that's what I was going to do. I was going to throw away the smoothie cup. I need to throw that away. Give me just a second. Round should be done by the time I get back and loaded. Step inside. Step inside. Okay. Now we can put that away. Disneyland Wonderland. Step inside. Anubis, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Let me turn the game volume back up for y'all. All right. And then we can get back to this. You're gonna be mean to him. No! He just saved them. Oh, the little Angie stance. Look at him. He got his hands in front of him all clenched up. He's throwing a toddler fit is what he's doing. How do you know you've drank anything if you can't count your desk comps? I don't have a lot of space on my desk, so I throw away stuff as soon as I'm done with it. All right, who's available? Good Lord, we are missing. Jesus, we're still 100 SP away. Jesus. SP and intelligence. 360? God damn. Is that Lucimon? Over my shoulder? He has like wings and stuff. I think that's Lucimon. Jesus. Maybe. It also requires agent level 5, so it makes me think that that's Lucimon. I don't recognize these two off the top of my head. I think I want to save for Patamon. All right, let's go back real quick. Items. Did these count towards Digivolutions? That's fine. It's whatever. Well, look at you. Screaming naked into the void. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. What happened? Well, did we skip ahead till the next morning? Or is this the same evening?
Pidgeymon said he
Baby
wanted
Bunny
to be
Bubbles,
alone
thank you for the follow
headed up
too.
to the
Welcome
group.
in, y'all. Yes, I can always de-digivolve, that's true.
Yeah, I assumed as much. I'll go talk to him.
Angemon, since Lucia's on a rookie level like Patamon? Yeah, that is Patamon. I mean, we're Tokomon right now. That's who we were looking at. Because see, this is going from this to rookie level. That's rookie level Lucimon. That's like the kid Lucimon. Which is also why it's rank 5 instead of rank 3 like these other ones. Well, these are all rank 1. This one's rank 5. Okay. Wait, do we have any... Okay, no, we don't. Doesn't look like we have any extra missions. Go to the roof. Uh-oh. No, you can't kill yourself. No! Oh, yeah. Oh, I forgot to do that. It's a good breeze. But buddy, that is... You should not be sitting on those railings. That is not a good idea.
Pretty.
I don't care if you're not made of blood and bone.
It's okay. No one's looking right now.
All those little lights.
I call bullshit that you can see that many stars in Tokyo. That's
Huge glowing
bullshit.
balls of hot gas far, far away. But in the past, people used to think that those lights were gods.
Gods?
Yep.
I don't...
That's right. They believed that connecting the lights with lines would reveal what the gods looked like. They made up all kinds of stories about them too.
Were they gods themselves or were they representatives? Also, hi, Sugar. I just realized you were the one who was talking about the desk cups. No, I do not leave trash on my desk.
A hero coming to our world from
I have the
another world in order to
ADHD
save
attention
it?
span, and the only way
Stories
that I
like
can
that.
counteract it is by OCD. So as soon as something needs to be done, it shall be done immediately.
I don't really get any of that.
Angry Neil deGrasse Tyson sounds actually.
You're one of those heroes yourself.
Me? Hero?
Epic foreshadowing.
A
That's what we in the
real,
biz like to call
honest-to-goodness
foreshadowing.
Who came from another world to save this one. I mean, today, you...
What's the what's that one thing that's like some people in the business like to use not foreshadowing, it was undertones? No.
You were a true
It's
hero, if you ask
people in
me.
the business use this,
No doubt
and
about
those
it.
people are cowards, and I can't remember what it
hey,
is.
Hold your head up high, okay?
But I'm scared. If something like today ever happens again...
Subtext, that's what it is. Some people use subtext, and those people are cowards.
Always.
Angel Mom, Lizard.
Yep.
Lizard.
Always
Lizard.
and forever.
Lizard.
After all, that's all I've ever wished for.
You can't be giving me these sappy little scenes. We are barely into this game.
You see.
Are we even into the main part? Is this still the
My little
prologue?
brother's name was Yu. He was just about as big as
Are we
you
still in the
now,
prologue?
Digimon. So when you showed up wearing that
One with the Omni-Man the other nights? That kind of makes
kinda
sense.
felt like my little Yu had come.
Did I say Omni-Man? Omni-Mon.
That's why.
Yes, no!
By your side,
It's Persona all over again.
like those stars up above. I'll always.
And then
be
when we're
where
not
you can
streaming,
see
I'm gonna have to resist my urges to keep playing this game. We still have tutorials? Of course we do.
Okay.
Subtext, not butt sex. Yay, more anomaly points. Oh, hold on. Hello? More
Looks like
say
you didn't
gags.
get much sleep, did you, Agent? I'm afraid I couldn't help it over here. Did
Are you
what Inori
snooping?
Misono said get to you? I asked since you couldn't seem to step through that door to the roof. At any rate, it seems she lost her family. It's only natural you'd identify with her. After all, you lost the person who raised you to an anomaly as well. That said, you can't let your emotions get tied up in this.
Okay.
Inori Misono and Aegyeomon are anomalies themselves. Remember, they're just subjects of our investigation. You're trying to stop a global collapse.
Really telling me to be your special agent here. You gotta be serious. You can't fall in love or anything like that. You know, adopt a child, live happily ever after. You have to stop the apocalypse. All right, we'll go check this first. So this looks like it's mostly... Maybe we will wait. So that we can get these experience boosts. Okay, wait a second. That's really good. Wait a minute. Okay, yeah, we're gonna wait for that. That's an all rookie, all stat boost. Okay. Guys love to not help but overhear when they listen to your conversations. Yeah.
Good morning, Agent. I made breakfast. Hey, look.
News?
We have word of a bizarre development in Shinjuku. A spatial distortion has been confirmed in the streets.
That is not the voice I would expect for a news channel.
This to be another example of the paranormal phenomena we've been seeing so many of recently. Riot police are being dispatched to the scene.
Do you think this is related to the Digimon too somehow?
I mean, maybe?
Maybe we shouldn't tell Aegyeomon about this.
He's right behind me, isn't he?
No?
Okay.
I hope you're right. What happened yesterday really seemed to throw him for a loop, though. I can't stop worrying about it, though.
Babsy, I cannot think of any more. Oh, good lord.
You go ahead and eat.
Okay. You snooping again?
Strange things are happening in Shinjuku's Kabukicho. Once you know how this town's going to meet its end, every new incident takes on greater significance. I think it couldn't hurt to look into it.
So we're basically just gonna go around slowing down as many of these situations as we can. Seems to be the plan. Okay. Oh, you're right. Wrong thing. Agent. Cross arts. Cross arts burst. Okay. Let's also do a hard save. Okay. Another thing I do like here. Am I saying? Oh, I knew it. It's the kid. It's not like I came to apologize or anything. Sure it isn't, bud. Sure it isn't. I just thought I'd give him this. Jogmon's Ultimate Card Game Starter Set. It's not an apology, okay, but you have to give it to him. Okay. Popular card game in which players fight each other in Jogmon battles using cards. Opponents are displayed on Icon's navigation system. I don't need to know about that. I'm going to give it to him. Welcome to the card game? No. The Loyalty 3 are probably the best until Champion Digimon are available. The other 3 are mainly for less grinding. Yeah. Hey, buddy. I got something for you. Your friend swung by. I have to leave him alone for now. Damn it. Can I leave it with you? Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. In this game, not gonna lie. I mean, we did beat a Wormmon earlier, and it gave us a Wormmon card. Does that go into the same card game? Gimme.
Wow.
Wow. Okay, what prizes do we get for doing the card game? Jugmon. No, shut up, Penguin. Theater Square. Ooh, good lord. Something happening up front? I can't see a thing. Go up there and check for me. Oh, and then we get the awkward weird line that's just open for us. Hello? I guess there's no seeing anything of this crowd. I just really want to know what's going on. What is that guy doing crouching up there like that? Ultimate Game Series oh my god, shut up. What? A rip in the sky. Also, hold on, wait, no, this is important. I want the thing, I want the sparkling thing. God damn it. God damn it. Wait. Wait. Is this the thing that I think it is? Oh, this is not gonna go. Wait a second. Oh, I can't. I can only go forward. This is gonna be. This is gonna be the blue Greymon, isn't it? No, okay, it's Minervamon. I was right. I saw this cutscene. Was this in the trailer? Man, you were getting tossed by a champion. Come on. Hey, welcome to the human world. Remember me?
You, egg thief!
I still think it's very funny that she has a buckler but a greatsword, which is the dumbest combination I have ever seen. Yes, she's ultimate. No, she's mega. We talked about this earlier. She's mega. And then she has a Mega Plus form. That's, what is it? Minervamon Plus? Or is it Minervamon something else? Yeah, Minervamon's Mega, because I remember she evolves from, is it Tama? Digitamamon? The egg Digimon, that's the ultimate.
So take some responsibility and help us out. And you better believe what I'm saying, or your world is in big trouble too, egg thief.
Okay, so I'm guessing that shadow thing that followed us through is now wreaking havoc in the digital world.
And now, take this! Strike roll!
Ooh.
I'll make an opening for you. I'll set them up and you knock them down.
Okay. Gomamon is already level 9? Damn, I didn't even realize that.
Watch out for a counterattack.
Oh, he has a CP counter. Ooh.
Let's do this.
Oh, nice. It knocked his speed back.
Another attack now? I guess that's all just part of how they use their abilities. We'd be wise to assume the enemy will get a final move in at the end.
At the end? Define the end.
Strike roll!
Okay, hold on. I don't think she's doing so much. So we're gonna swap you in for Agumon.
Please?
That'll do.
This!
Attack you with gun, bitch. Oh, that was not great. That was not great. I think Upside Gomamon's doing a decent amount. Ugh. Uh-oh. Oof.
Strike roll!
I think it looked cooler. Did it look different? The weird thing too is sometimes depending on who designs the Greymon for a certain game or for a certain series, they kind of have different shapes.
The head turns this way? I don't like the look of this. Focus your attacks on their head and knock them off balance.
Wait, can we specifically... Enemy enters the charging state. It won't act because it's building up power, but it'll be enhanced as it continues accumulating CP. Oh. Okay. A successful charge break will reset enemy CP, remove strong status and buff effects, and cancel release of the enemy special ability.
Strike roll!
Okay. Okay, and that white bar is the relevant one. I don't think we're gonna be able to get it down that low. Jesus. We'll keep slowing it down though. Slow is always good.
Strike roll!
Okay, I was just double checking. So it does also seem to reduce the percentage of damage it deals. What?
Here comes a big one!
God damn it.
Put up your guard and defend yourself. Otherwise, they'll take you out in a single attack.
Do we get a guard option? I was gonna say, I don't remember seeing a guard option. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Strike roll!
Okay, we're gonna use, where is it? Items. Spray.
Now!
I was gonna say, I know we have a bunch of sprays. We'll do this. From the original Digimon? That's what I figured. They're still weak in a certain way. Oh, last time he had something else. Oh, shit. Get slowed, nerd. How are you doing, Stevie? What do you mean it already has Christmas stuff up? Eat gun. No, I didn't. Thing was, it didn't even give me an option. Oh my god, it has 3 attacks? Oh, it's only for 1. I thought it did everyone. Let's just do this. Let's just do this. Ugh, just whittling. You don't have any. We'll do this.
I'm counting on you.
Stuff up at Halloween, stuff up at Christmas? Gross. Gross. 60% chance? You know what? Why not?
Yeah.
Fuck. Ugh. More.
Strike roll!
I want to apply it too and see if I can. Can I not poison bosses? Does this game have the mechanic where you can't apply like continuous debuffs to bosses? Or am I just being unlucky? I would not doubt if I'm just being unlucky.
Watch and learn! Bitches!
Put Halloween stuff up at Christmas? That'd be hilarious, honestly. Listen, if I could and I had the money, I would leave Halloween decorations up year round. You can't stop me. My house would be spooky 100% of the time. Oh, shit. Okay. Valpy's charging again. We're gonna end up swapping Kuramon his next turn. Only some bosses? Okay, that's interesting. You're the one we're swapping. Tintamon.
I'm counting on you.
We'll do this one. Oh shit, I think I was targeting the wrong... I am targeting the wrong thing. Shit. Oh, that did nothing. Items. Agumon would be better to have it. Oh, come on. Did it have one? One left? That's okay. No, it did get canceled. Okay. Whew.
Super shocker!
Oh. Smack. Just punch, just smack. Oh, he died. Nice. Yeah, honestly, if I could have poisoned him at the beginning of the fight, it would have been good to just let him, like, also tick down every turn. Even with the 60% accuracy rate. For...
Run! Lead the way!
To where?
How the heck am I supposed to know? Anywhere's better than here.
Okay, that is kind of
Maybe
true.
your place or something?
That is kind of
Whatever.
true.
Let's just get out of here. Go on, I'm right behind you.
Oh, that's the investigator girl with the weird
That
hairstyle.
human in the weird outfit quickly got along with the phase electron life form.
The weird outfit. It's a t-shirt.
What is that?
Okay. It'd be strange if the battle wasn't recorded, but I can't find any data on it 8 years later. This is definitely an anomaly. Okay, so if there's no record of it, does that mean it was handled? That is a good picture. Handled on its own back at that point?
That thing. Is that what I'm like too?
Hey, I brought a friends.
Hey, Agent, look at this.
There's this cool thing. This cool woman on the TV. Speaking of which, look at the TV.
Huh? You're the one we just saw on TV.
Oh my god, it's a celebrity.
What in the world is going on here?
Her hands on her hips. That's a child, is what that is.
Peace. Thanks for this.
I'm glad you like it.
Okay, but where's Corona and Lunamon?
Questions to ask. Well, more like too many questions.
Where did you leave them, Minerva?
Agent, can I count on you to help me make sense out of all this?
I'm very confused. Also, hold on. While this scene is going, I'm going to stand up for a little bit.
Let's sort
because
out
I've been
our
sitting a little too
situation
long.
first. Ask me anything you want, Egg Thief.
All right. Who are you?
I'm Minervamon, and I came to this world on a certain mission. But things have taken
mission
quite
from
a turn
who?
since then. I come from Iliad, a digital world that's kind of a parallel universe to the material world you live in.
Iliad, as in the Iliad?
You came to our temple once, remember? Well, that temple exists in a world completely separate from this one.
Chat, you can't see it, but Coco is currently straight down the hallway. I can see her. And she is laying out in the sun coming through the back door. I can just see her back legs. She is toasting in the sun. All right. Was that huge Digimon?
That was one of the titans.
Have a good night,
that are
Chachi.
wreaking
Thank you for
havoc
hanging
in
out
our
so
world.
long.
It seems they've been popping
Have
up
a
in
good
this
night.
world too.
So funny with the very childlike humor and occasionally discussions on toxic relationships and death of your childhood. Oh God.
I know, but the nickname stuck. What do you want me to say?
What do you mean
Still,
it's stuck?
how
You're
did
the
human
only
like
one who
you
uses
end up
it.
at the temple anyway? But I guess that's a question for another time. More importantly, right now, I could really use your help.
Hold on, I need to do a twist.
Any other questions? I'm all ears, Egg Thief.
All right. Can you stop calling me Egg Thief, please? Please.
See, in that case, it's your turn to hear me out. Will you help me fulfill my mission?
What's your mission?
I'm searching for that egg. You know the one. I'm positive it fell into this world somewhere, but
And
there are
that
a lot of
egg that
things I
just
don't know
mysteriously
about
fell
your
in
world.
and totally
That's why I
isn't
need
sitting
your
next to you on the
help.
couch, probably. Considering he looks like a satyr. I have my own job to
I
do.
see. And what job is that?
Studying anomalies?
That's all pretty vague, don't you think?
I'm just kind of calling it out.
I get the feeling your job and my mission aren't exactly unrelated.
Okay then.
Good. Thanks. Appreciate it. Anyway, we've got to decide where to start.
Guards on the left when you choose to attack. Ooh.
This is all a lot for us to take in. It's already getting late. Why don't we call it a night and figure out our next steps tomorrow?
He's got
All
his disguise cargoes
I'll go look
on.
for a place to sleep
No one can see through such a clever disguise.
Why don't you
Does
stay
it work
here?
that way?
The way you look, you're
Gotta
bound
go
to
take care of it.
call
Have a good night,
attention to yourself out
Androx.
there.
Thank you for the 1 year sub
Who
too.
knows what kind of trouble would happen if you run into the
Thank you for a
police.
whole year, dude.
Besides,
It's a long time to be devoted.
I'm sure Aedromon would love the chance to talk to you.
Me?
What's it like being a
I'm a bit
Digimon?
curious about him myself. Why is a Digimon living with humans anyway?
I bet you have lots of questions too.
On PlayStation,
right,
was
Aedromon?
Digimon Time Patrollers? No, because it was. It had like a farm theme
Don't
to
worry
it.
about my dad.
I
He
remember
already
being
gave
on
me
what was
okay.
basically like a farm, and you would build structures and stuff, and raise all of your
So let's
Digimon
tune
in
in for the
there.
night. We'll have plenty to discuss in the morning.
I was really young at the time, and only got to play like a couple hours of it. Wait, what is this? My scoop sense is tingling. Some footage for next week. Look forward to it. Okay. Wait, hold on. Everything we ever thought we knew was getting broken down piece by piece. Okay. Real quick. Well, they're getting there with that SP. But intelligence, oh Jesus, that's gonna take a while. What are you? What is your personality? Enlightened? The double circles, okay. Which is this, wisdom. Personality. More likely to shift toward understanding and companionship when training in the Digifarm? Okay. Huh. I do in fact like boobs? Yeah, Kono, I figured. I saw who you rated. Do you think I didn't have yours still open to see who you rated afterwards? No, I just left it open. Yeah, we have to take a rest. There's no other missions for us to do. Step inside. In the Digivolve menu, it shows that stats are boosted by the personality. Yeah. The thing too is now we can get the rookie ability because that just gave us 30. Not here. Did you go downstairs already? Can I also talk to him about the cards that they gave me? Wrong thing. Here, here, here. And then all rookie Digimon. Hell yeah. There's rank 3. Let's go. Let's go. Look at them. Just all of them lighting up. Okay, we need speed. Jesus, that is so far away. That is so far away. 640 speed. Okay. It ain't Stingmon. It don't matter. All right. Oh shit, we can already get Karasamon. Kurasaramon. Hell yeah, dude. Is your Mudkip in the Digiverse? Dianamon. Kapoterimon. Look at that boy. Oh shit. Okay, which one? Wait. Is that Ice Devimon? I think it is. That's Frigimon. Is this one... I farmed scan data on the Corsaramon at the start of the game. That makes sense. That'd be like the first champion that you could get without having to Digivolve for it. That makes sense. Is this one? I forget what it's called. Because I want to get Vikingmon at the end, basically. Is this? I can't remember its name. The like massive, not quite walrus, but the one before Zudomon. Where's this one? Macrackamon? What do you mean? What does that mean? Ikakamon. Yes, that's it. The second one, this one's Ikakamon. Nice. Yeah, big boy. Okay. That one I'm pretty sure is GeoGreymon, which probably means this one is Greymon. Please be Greymon. Whew, thank God. Mojamon? I don't know what that one looks like off the top of my head. That top one is definitely Starmon. That's, I think, Mudmon. This one, I'm pretty sure is the android one, which I'm totally fine with turning you into. Because after this one, I can turn him into Andromon. He's not going to get used in combat, but he can stay there. Turn him into Numamon. Fuck. There she is. That's the one I'm looking for. Okay, so she can turn into that. So what does she need? Max SP 50. Damn. Damn. It's okay, though. She's enlightened, so that's totally fine. Or at least... Wait, no, you're reckless. Shit. How can I change his personality into something more focused around her? I'd have to change it to an enlightened personality of some kind. Check my DMs. Okay. Am I in trouble? Oh, yeah, I know this one. That's from Digimon Try. Okay. All right, we'll wait on that. This one. This one's not Sharkmon, isn't it? Or close to Sharkmon? It is Sharkmon, right? Deltamon, that's... Why does his eye look like it's painted on? Crazy. All right, Wanyamon. This one was Renamon, right? That's what you told me? I'm pretty sure. Well, look at you. Nice. Look at that bad bitch. Okay, don't need to worry about that one. Don't need to worry about that one. Not that one either. Still not happy with that one. Absolutely not. We're not gonna go for Vegemon, so we'll go with this one. Yeah, Seadramon. That's what I thought it was. But for some reason I thought Seadramon was ultimate. That's fine though. There's Bakamon. So we'll turn Itmon into Bakamon. So it needs 400. It's 40 away. That's fine. We'll leave him as he is. You though. No, I'm putting you to Bergermon. So we need more intelligence for Tolerant, which is the heart one. Okay. All right, that's fine for now. In the living room. It's because of the 5 other Seadramons? Yep.
So you really don't know anything about the digital world?
No, he totally hatched here. He's only been on Earth.
It's when Inori saved me. Everything before that...
Talk about unusual.
Appears on top of their heads.
In fact,
Yes,
this
yes,
is the
yes.
first I've ever heard of such a thing.
Okay, so maybe we'll try that with
Digimon
some of the
are all
other
born
ones.
and raised in the digital world. At least as far as I know.
Okay, but then how do they get over here?
Good morning, Agent. Minervamon's been telling me about all kinds of neat stuff. Like the digital world.
I like her braids. I always forget Minervamon has braids.
I wonder, though, how come I didn't know about any of this stuff?
Because you're a baby.
Pokemon.
Because you're a
If you
baby.
really
Pokes
wanna know,
chest.
why not
Pokes
join me when
chest.
I go back to my world?
Join you?
No need to be so on guard. Consider it a little vacation.
I feel like it's not going to be a
But of course,
vacation when we send you
I
back.
can't go back there until I find what I'm looking for here.
Got it. I'm in then. I'll do whatever I can to help. Hey, Agent, about that thing Minervamon is looking for. Why don't we ask that lady about it?
You mean that Dr. Simmons
Oh,
character?
I'll just say, which lady?
Don't you think she was a little, you know, nutty?
I like her. Shut up.
She's super curious.
She's my
about
kind of
Digimon.
crazy, okay?
That's why I figured
Also,
she'd be
Kono,
willing
you
to
like
help us
you
out.
like Dr. Simmons. Just wait.
Find her if we
Just
go
wait
look
till you
for
see
that
her, buddy.
car in the park again. Come on, let's head over there.
All right, let's go. We're going to the park.
Yeah, Dr. Simmons might help us out.
Or are we gonna get another side
Agent,
mission?
Minervamon, let's go.
No? Yay? Nay? Who knows? Oh, okay, yeah, we can just teleport here. Works for me. Oh, Dr. Simmons. Wait a second. More brown texture. Excellent. Looking for Dr. Simmons. Dr. Simmons? You won't find it here? Damn it! Trolling for parts over in Akihabara at a time like this. Who knows what's going through that lady's head? Akihabara? Whoops, I've said too much. Go on now, get out of here. They will be closed off again any minute now. I didn't see you at the Kabukicho Theater Square. If you didn't want to disturb your work, excuse me. Okay, bye.
Sounds like we have to head to Akihabara then.
Akihabara. I always fucking Americanize it. Sure, sure.
That guy said something about hunting for parts, right?
Like they mean she's building something?
Then I bet we should start with the shops under the overpass. Anyway, let's head over and see what we can find.
Actually, we should probably just go to Don
We need to
Quixote.
take the train if we're going to
Dun,
Akihabara.
dun, dun.
Let's head to Shinjuku Station.
Okay. Are we taking the subway? Oh my god. Off limits? Okay. Oh, hello.
Great.
Subway time. The problem is when you get the human ones. What do you mean the problem? That's the solution, baby. Someone lab coat, Heaven's Venus. Take this, stop by the cafe anytime. Wait, you didn't give me anything. Lab coat, lab coat, lab coats. There's a lot of maids here.
Wow. Much appreciated.
Are we gonna talk about
Everyone.
this? What's in here? Okay, nothing I can actually... Oh, CDs? Is this where I'm gonna end up finding like skill abilities and stuff? Oh yeah, that is exactly what I'm gonna find. Heal ability doesn't sound too bad. That's fine. Oh. Them all running up like weirded me out for a second. Oh. Huh? How awesome is my 1,000,000-volt electric shock? Oh. Shit, wait, we don't know what his skills are. Check personality. Wait, what is... I kind of wish this would tell me, like, the stats that it would affect. But the thing is, I don't know what I want to evolve this Betamon into. We'll do this. Shifted to Valor, that's fine. Okay. So it seems like each of those seem to boost certain stats when it comes to their categories. So I think changing their personalities to gain those benefits is the best way to get them to Digivolve, right? I can send you something. That would be awesome, Liz. You can also put it in the Discord if you're in there. You know, I have not been looking nearly close enough to spot her, so I would not doubt if I've just like ran past her. Oh, hello.
Great.
More brown texture. Yeah, I almost certainly ran past her. If she's in this section, I mean. Can we go across the streets? Ma'am, you were standing in the middle of the road. Can I stand up? Oh, I can't stand in the middle of the road. Oh, nope. You. Medium lab coat? No one comes to mind while you're here. Why not sample your baked goods? Okay. Eating that now would spoil your appetite? Damn it. How's the Digimon game? Awesome. After making a single mistake, oh, rhythm game. Oh, hello.
Great.
More friendship. Okay, maybe we need to go through the other section. Wait. And you're cosplaying? Love the commitment to your craft? I'm not. I'm wearing pants! Oh, can't go that way. When you cross the street, was she?
Wow.
Here? I mean, this is the maid. Always forgets the junk shop. I saw her under the overpass just a minute ago. You know the road by that drugstore? Okay then. So I was right. I probably needed to go into the next place. Okay. Yeah, I was just ask around. That's what I thought. Gimme.
Wow.
Wait, what? Oh, that's the weekly mart. That's fine. The totally not family mart. There she is. Oh, she's not voiced in this one? Damn it. Damn it. Also, hi, Ash. Oh, Charo. I'm sorry I didn't hear your ping like 9 minutes ago. Thank you for the follow if you're still here. And you folks, thank you for cooperating with my research again. We need your help. Well, that's a coincidence. We do need someone to help.
Come on,
let's start with your problem first. Momo! Momo, how was your stream? Did you have a good time? What were you just chatting about? Welcome in, Raiders! Those of you from Momos that don't know me, my name's Mara, the ringleader of the Dark Carnival. I usually play games that are dark, spooky, and terrifying. However, it is the weekend that I don't usually get to stream. I have the house to myself. Therefore, we are nerding out with the brand new Digimon game we just started earlier today. Unwaifus your Digimon? You can't do that to me! That's illegal! We only just unlocked champion level. We haven't even gotten to the waifus. Digimon related, yes. Our research might be of some use to you. Ghost on Twitch? Ghost. And then natural disasters? Oh, okay, you were talking about ghosts. I got you. Wait, which natural disasters? Which ones? Extra teams have been making strides in certain project lately. Radar that detects phase electrons. Currently, all it can do is detect them. Eventually, however, we also hoping to use the electromagnetic waves it emits to interact with phase electrons. So you want to make portals? But here's the problem. Oh, hold on. Let me see what Liz put in the Discord because I was asking for it earlier. Said media? That's not it. What was it? Gaming General? Oh. Huh. Wait. That's interesting. Okay, that's good to know. I'm gonna save that really quick. Okay. And then I will open that when we need it later. You help me look for it, I get you a prototype detector. It ought to help you find what you're looking for. More science. All right, works for me. Hi, Tuka, welcome in. How are you doing? Or just Marin. Or just Marin? You can call me just Marin. Okay, just Marin. It's settled to head to the Higurashi Shinjuku subway. That's where the squad should be. The squad? How we lost contact. I guess the squad isn't exactly having a spa day over there. Oh God, we're gonna have to go in after the team, aren't we? Another subway mission.
I see.
Dr. Monica Simmons, a cursory look into her background shows just how famous she is in her field. That being said, she apparently suddenly vanished from the realm of academia after a certain point. Once she was in public safely, personal information and records became hard to find. Everything was confidential. In exchange for giving up her social status, she probably chose to have access to state-level classified information. A genius who left the public stage. Somehow that brings Dr. Yuki to mind. Okay, but what the hell is this shop? What does this crystal shape mean? And you? I'm doing great. I'm enjoying the shit out of this game. Oh, okay, these are attachments. Good to know. No, our dad apparently disappeared. We've only gotten exposition on it, so we don't know what happened to him. He apparently disappeared studying an anomaly, I guess. I guess is what it is. Oh, what? Huh? Oh, there I am. That's why. The camera was weird. All right, we'll go to the taxi. Excuse me, taxi. Okay.
Great.
Said they were in the Shinjuku Underground, but they've... No, this way, this way. Further down. Beep. Oh, hey. Request from Dr. Simmons. Very well, come on. Okay. Oh! How's it going, guys? Yo, the music. Hi, Shoto. I also had a little bit of a headache.
Her orders?
No, he's upset.
Our squad can't do anything against a monster like that.
That's okay. I'll go take some ibuprofen or something.
The monster stole the device's activation switch.
Uh-oh.
And ran off in there.
Activation switch? Well, at least we got a new zone.
Ask civilians for help, but please.
But what if he became her, the doctor? You know, maybe that's not unlikely for a Digimon game. All right. You know, oh, hey, it's you. I'm ashamed to admit it, but I'm afraid we can't do this on our own. Nice. What's back here? Nothing. A hole. All right. Touch the dungeon hole. I don't know why, but that just gave me the vibe of like a Windows activation.
Where are we? This charge in the air? I'd say we're in the outer dungeon.
What does that mean?
Unstable space that's in between the digital world and your world.
Why does it look like a goofy cartoon from the, like
Digimon.
2011? Not Cartoon Network, Adult Swim. Did you just puff your cheeks out, Miss Ma'am?
I'm okay. Really, I am. The jitters I felt before are all pretty much
Welcome
gone.
to the metaverse. No,
After all,
you can't make
I've
me
got a
go
new,
back.
Dependable friend in a funny outfit.
They
by my
canceled
side.
it. You can't do this to me.
It's like I've got an anime character watching out for me. Agent Alpha is my hero, you know? Anyway, I just wanted to say that I'm relying on you. No need to worry about me. Let's hurry ahead.
Is that the anime that was on the poster? That Agent Alpha? High School Monster High is releasing. Wait, a what? A Xenomorph doll? Oh, hey, a bunch of Black Gatomon. That must be the Digimon. Getting waved. Let's go catch them.
Hey, that must be them.
Smack.
You got it.
Okay, maybe we can get Black Gatomon in here. Oh god, they're all level 1 again. I forgot about that. Ice Pillar. Ooh, good stun. All the pouty sounds. And what? It's a champion, so probably only get like 10%. 15's not bad. Nice. So hostile Digimon and Shinjuku Underground are causing this. This one doesn't have what we want. Keep looking. Okay. I guess we'll go deal with the Tyrannomon. Look at you big bitch!
You got it. Ready to go.
What does this Xenomorph doll look like? If you have a picture, Stevie, can you put it in Discord? I'd like to see it later. And a Kakumon appears on top of you. Yep. The thing is, too, is we have both Angiamon and Minervamon right now as assistants, so farming is going to be pretty easy if we need to. In the Super Milk Chan item worlds? No, not Super Milk Chan. Thing is, though, there doesn't look like there's a lot of... Wait, didn't one of them go this way? I guess not. Huh. Weird. I thought one of them did. Hi.
That one. Ready
They're
to launch.
just chilling. Reduce bind.
Mega Blade!
And you told me that, what is it? The Greymon line is Sayu? I was saying, I guess that does sound like Sayu.
Heck yeah.
I don't know if I'm gonna be able to handle it though. Nice. Another thing though is I think I need to swap the nature of... Okay, so I know, hold on, real quick. Digimon, Digivolutions, Lunamon. So this is Lekismon, which needs speed and SP. So let me check the thing real quick. So tolerance, astute, sociable, or... Does it want intelligence? Is that what it wants? I guess it doesn't matter as long as I get its speed, honestly. So let's see really quick. Let's go back. Let's change the setup real quick, just for a second. Do you have anything to say? No, you do not. That's okay. We'll go do a fight first. And what are you?
Wow.
Okay, ad break first. Ad break first. Especially because I want to go take some Tylenol because I want to keep playing and I don't want to give up on this. So, I will give y'all the game for a moment. And I will be back in just a minute. I'll give you all the music too. Turn that down. Hi, Dead Man Wonderlands. And I'll be back in a couple minutes. Go check on Coco too. Okie dokie. What'd I miss? Here, let me lower myself a little bit. Or we just go a little bit smaller. Maybe too small. All right, chat. How are you doing? What trouble are you getting into today? What shenanigans are you up to? Hold on. Why do I have so many notifications on Twitch? Oh, it's because I had Goopy open and Goopy's been playing something, or somebody's been playing Fortnite. Why am I getting awards for Fortnite? But no, neither of the people I'm watching now are playing Fortnite. Huh. Weird. All right. Trying to power level in Digimon. Welcome to the club, baby. Why am I getting things from Fortnite? Who's playing Fortnite that I'm watching? It could have been Kai or Goopy. They're both just as likely. Orla! Why isn't it always the Inquisition? We need the Inquisition, okay? You're playing a Plague Tale. Good lord, Miss Ma'am. Did you have fun? Did you enjoy it? Did you get traumatized? Be honest. But welcome in, Raiders. How are you doing? What trouble are y'all getting into? Well, look at you. Duca, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, y'all. Definitely a bit traumatized? Hell yeah. At least you had a good time, though, right? Welcome in, though, Raiders. We're currently playing Digimon. We just had a commercial break, which is why the game is still up. I'm also going to stop the music and bring the game volume back up for y'all. And then we can get back to what we were doing. Hold on a second. I have DMs real quick. Fuck these ghosts, spooky jazz. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. All right. But if y'all are hanging out for the night, feel free to grab a seat. I just took some oh, there's the other one. I just took some ibuprofen, so I plan on going. It is currently 6 o'clock, at least 4 more hours. Shut up, I don't have a problem. Oh, what the heck? I couldn't attack it. Huh? Okay. I feel like there should be more Digimon around here. Hello? I'm like looking around the corners to see if there's Digimon that are gonna jump me. But doesn't seem like it. At least I get to fight the Tyrannomon again. Come here, bitch.
That one.
God, you were big and ugly.
Complete.
I'm gonna stop at the store in a second because I need a few extra things. Have fun. Have a good night, Orla.
Here it comes! Mega Blade!
Oh, I need to talk to the Lunamon after this, see if we can change her personality. Leaving is not an option. That is correct. You were not allowed to leave. You were here forever until we have the partner check mark. Okay. Where is she?
Much appreciated.
Nope. Can't talk to you yet. Damn
Everyone.
it. Oh, now we can. Something just now? Oh, okay. Hold on. Hold on. I need to get the table open again. Okay. So they wanted speed. It almost doesn't matter which one we pick, but I think they always want special for this one. So we kind of want philanthropic, which is, I don't actually remember which is philanthropy. Here, can I? Okay, I didn't know if I was afraid that if I didn't click certain things. Okay, so it's the heart. Got it. I'm glad I did. Sly? What is Sly? That's not philanthropy, that's wisdom. That's HP. Gosh darn it. Weak point break. What is weak point break? Weak point break was not on here for some reason. I'm upset. It is not on this chart. That is very weird.
Much
Okay then,
appreciated.
I guess it
Everyone.
just drives them in that direction. Is that what it does? The jiggle cube room, it kind of hurts my eyes a little bit. Are you gonna jump again? Oh, do I need to, oh, wait, Grandma? That's fine. It's fine. Where is it? I feel like at some point it's gonna jump over there.
You got it.
Okay, there we go.
Ready to go.
I was gonna say, I was inching towards it. Have you do games, so maybe you can email the creators? Wait, which part? You can't hit me hard enough. Maybe we can drive it towards it. I think that's what it does. So maybe if we try to see if we can talk to Lunamon again after this fight, maybe we can push it again. Oh, it doesn't have what we're looking for either. Where is it? It's not like we can negotiate with hostile Digimon. Okay, well, they have something on their head. Oh god, is this gonna be a trio fight? You got anything to say, Lunamon?
I'm sorry.
No? I'll stare at you this whole time until you do.
Everyone.
Okay. All right, let's go do this. Trio Gatomon fights.
Got my hands on a real prize this time. More. I have to go swipe more stuff off of them. You should have seen the looks on their faces.
Okay. Slides in the correct direction. It is. It does slide more to the left where I want it to be. Sounds like you're having fun. Mind if we join?
The heck are you saying? You guys are just stupid humans. No way I'm going to let the likes of you in on my fun.
Just your fun? What about the rest?
It's so weak that we play around with you like this. You should know when to keep quiet.
Sounds like, what do you mean?
Ready to launch.
You talking about the person who's doing it? Actually, we're gonna have to swap out Lunamon. She's not doing much right now. Or she can just die in this round. That's fine. We'll put in Kabuterimon because I'm pretty sure he's vaccine type. While we just bully the virus. Oh, hey.
Go!
By the power of gun. I need to be ice. Kimaragi. Kaberagui. Okay.
Here it comes! Harpoon torpedo!
Why did I shoot it up in the air? Yes, done. I was gonna say, it doesn't do much, but his double always heals too, so that's pretty good. Uh-oh.
Mega Blade! Here I go. Electro Shocker!
It's slow and very trial or error. That makes sense. Overall, that sounds at least 50% heartless. I can see that sometimes in games that have like an overly large VA cast. They may laze out on some of the scripts, which leaves the voice actor to not really have, what's the word, much context. Thank you for self-care. I actually did refill my water before this commercial break,
To the public
so.
safety guy right away.
All right, but can I go fight some more Gatomon? Oh, damn it. God, his theme is always so good. We'll handle the cleanup from here. Dr. Simmons is already back at the public safety vehicle in Shinjuku Park. Thanks again for all your help. We'll close this area off to the public again. Escort you back to Dr. Simmons' location. Nice. Oh, Okay, let's check. Let's at least check. I don't recognize that one, but fuck it, we ball. Why not? Oh, god damn it. Is that, what is it? Flydramon? Airdramon, that's what it is. Ugh. Ugh. I hate it. I hate it so much. Yeah, you still need a lot more. So yeah, that has to be the regular Gatomon. This is Black Gatomon, which needs more special. A lot more special. Jesus. That I'm pretty sure is Raremon or Rarimon. That one's Devimon. That one I don't recognize. It doesn't matter though. I want Bakamon. So it needs special, strategic. 303. Okay. And then you still don't have enough. You need intelligence. That's fine. Actually, wait, no, we didn't check. I figured. Speed and attack. Tolerance. That's fine. That's fine. I think most of these is going to be just, let's just farm until they're like available most of the time, or we can do these, which we don't have any points. I just had to make sure. Okay. Always fires kind of like a javelin? Yeah. Please go inside. Oh, I can see the inside. No, damn.
Report. Fantastic work out there.
I love her.
I've made massive
Your Honor, I
leaps
love
in
her.
my research thanks to you. Time to hold up my end of the bargain. That
Also, hold on, I'm gonna
communicator of
stretch my-
yours, May I see it for a moment?
I don't know if that's legal time-wise.
There. I've installed that miniaturized detector I proposed earlier into your communicator. Works
Increase
just
I love
like
her
I
account.
explained.
Your Honor, I love her.
But I have to ask.
I love her.
Where
She
in
wears
the
button-ups
world
and
are
she's
you from
tired all the
anyway?
time.
That device isn't tech you'd find in any retail store, that's for sure. I couldn't wrap my
Government
head around
facility?
most of the functionality. What would you even use something like that for?
Girl, she just you with a PhD. That's honestly probably true. I would probably look
Can't
very
you say?
similar.
All right, I won't push it.
Do we need to get a
Those
scientist
electron
outfit at
life
some
forms are
point?
being pursued by the government agencies of all the
Or do I need to do
nations
something that's
after
just
all.
like marine biologist
One or two
doctor?
spies in the mix would hardly be a surprise. The only thing that astonishes me is the beauty of your device. Whoever built that marvel, they're a genius. Maybe even more gifted than yours truly. I'm fascinated by you, where you come from, and who's backing you. I imagine you're not
I
one
still
to
think the
easily
voice actor is
divulge
doing
your
a pretty good
secrets.
job here. I am not
Nevertheless,
going to
you'll find
lie.
I don't give up easily.
Yeah, she did.
I think this might be the start of a long and fruitful
The
relationship.
thing is, though, is I feel like we're gonna find out she's the one who made this device. After being inspired by seeing ours. It's basically just a loop. I feel like we're gonna find out it's a time loop.
Oh boy.
To think she'd catch on to the very existence of Adamus, needless to say, we can't reveal our work to the public. For the time of Adamus's inception, our founding members demanded secrecy. Among them, your adoptive father, Dr. Yugi. Oh, so we're adopted. The world caught wind of the paranormal phenomena we pursue and caused undue chaos. The world already knows that crazy shit is happening. Looks like we can't underestimate this Dr. Monica Simmons. Be sure not to give away any information inadvertently. Will this thing really tell us where the egg is? Not so much where the egg is, more like where Digimon are gathered, apparently. Hell yeah, more farming locations. Probably help us narrow down likely locations. A spot with lots of readings, huh? That's where we should search? Look at all those readings. That's impossible. Why are so many Digimon that could be in this world?
Agent.
Wait, is this place? It's beneath Shinjuku. Are we gonna have to go back and finally go down those stairs that we saw? Something must be going on there. We've got a lead. Let's make our way over. Hell yeah. Oh, we're still in the prologue, right? Why don't we go at night? Hell yeah. Night venture. Night venture. We've been walking around all day, so I think it'd be good if we got some rest first. I'm not all that tired, but fine. You're only human after all.
You bet.
Let me know what you've had enough rest. Okay. Because we're going to use our anomaly points right now. Truth born from an egg. Agent skills. All right. Let's put some stuff in here because we have a bunch of enlightened Digimon. Do that one. Speed? Speed. Yeah, speed. Okay, what is this? When digivolving, reduces requires set. Ooh! Oh, that's really good. What? Damn. Okay. Yeah, so a lot of the reliance, that's why the requirements seem so massive. Like with only being rookie and requiring things like 500 in a certain stat and stuff. That would explain why it has like those such massive requirements. Wait, do I have another mission right now? Oh, I do. Maybe local residents in real time. Once a side mission is detected, you'll be notified via Digiline. Concept is important when thinking about side missions. Difficult missions may become easier upon gaining experience. Do I have such things? Ah, there we go. Infinite imagination. Come to Nori's Pop's office. Okay. Time to go talk to the paranormal girl. Well, I can't even go outside wearing a costume anymore. Who runs this world? Marin? What do you mean? Do you wear costumes outside? Be honest with me, Sunstar. Don't you fucking lie to me. Don't you fucking lie to me, mister. All right, here's our favorite otaku. Ghost otaku? Occult otaku? Starting to go places. The tip for this lead came in through social media. Tell me all about it. Really draws you in, doesn't it? I'm telling you, this one's juicy. I'll cut to the chase. The tip's worth acting on because my contact's directly involved. Oh? Kid who messaged me is really into programming. Apparently they do it for fun. Kid sure is something today. A bit of dressing up to look your finest? Does that count as a costume? Necrotaku? You know what? That's actually a really cool title. I saw an image of it too and it was really cute. This one day, all this data disappeared. Then they got some weird message telling them to visit the back alleys of Akihabara. And that's when the kid got scared, not haunted, and reached out to me. Don't we just have to help them? Okay. Works for me. It doesn't specify where, so we'll have to go look around. All right. Gaia Guard. 40 anomaly points. Nice. All right. Hello? There we go. Now I have control. Oh God, I saw her teeth for a second. Give me that.
Wow.
Because something spawns here every time. Give me that.
Wow.
All right. Akihabara, south exit. Weird message to meet them in the alley with their mom's credit card. Could you check on that? Here's a gun. Good Lord. Okay. Yoink. More textures. Okay. Schmoving.
Wow.
So does using these textures or anything, does it increase the size of the digifarm or does it just like change the tiles? Does anybody know? I think I went the wrong direction. Ah, no, we can loop back around. That's fine. Okay. Hi, random taxi that just sits in this parking lot.
Great.
All right. Wait a sec. Okay, hold on. I've seen someone else do this mission. All right. I'm sure those are totally normal Legos. Changes the tiles, might change the materials. Ah, that makes sense. Some sort of toy blocks. Maybe some kid dropped them here by mistake, but then again... Don't touch that? Okay, I won't touch it. It's a ghost! It's just Shoto. Shota. Is investigating that object. We're just low on police tape. It's terrifying. Brought back bad memories of that one public safety officer. What was that? Nothing. Nothing. Don't worry about it. Fine. I just don't trust police, okay? Shut up. About a little block like this. There's no ordinary toy block. We've gotten readings off of it from Dr. Simmons' device. Uh-oh. You stole Ordain's Legos? I didn't steal them. Somebody else did. Somebody else did. Are they ACAB? Hard ACAB. There are others like that too, since we picked up similar readings nearby. What? Really? And have you investigated any other places with similar readings? That's what I'd like to be doing right now, but as you can see, I can't leave my post. Then why don't we take a look around for you? These blocks don't seem that dangerous. Civilians, I can't ask you to help, but I won't stop you from looking around. Still, I want you to run at the first sign of danger. Promise me you'll do that, okay? No. Oh. Find the first block. Uh-oh. Oh, Sparkle? Sparkle? Uh-oh. Talent Awakening. Not sure stream on it, but we can at least take the block to the officer. Okay, but what is that?
Wow.
I'm nosy. Let me in. Seeing you right now is one of the outer dungeons from ages past. Harrowing trials await within. I'll register this outer dungeon so you can access it anytime. To try it later, come see me in the in-between theater. Oh. That's the main mission. Okay. On the other hand, Mama ain't raised no bitch. Yeah. You're telling me there's a dungeon here that I can farm stuff in and possibly find new Digimon? Ah! Is that the original Digivice? The way Harmless' call here is called the Outer Dungeons. I can't move forward. If this message is playing, that means that you and I are the same. I too am a human lost in the digital world. Through Digimon, I've come to learn about the truth of this world, though I'm sure the same is true for everyone who wound up here. You see, I owed so much to the Digimon here, so I've decided to put together some games to thank them. That was my actual job before I ended up here, but of course, so much more is possible in this world. It's kind of sad that one of them hasn't been cleared yet, but as a developer, it's a job well done, no? In any case, this message will only play when another human enters this place. I wouldn't mind if a fellow human were to be the first to clear them, but there are plenty of rewards to be had, so why not give it a try? The music's really intense. Message has been locked. Unlock condition. Use Digi Attack to defeat enemies in a single blow 10 times. All Digimon are in good condition. Theme is Samurai and Ninja. You must defeat the boss at the far end within the time limit. Here's a hint about the boss. It's Kamatachi Master. Okay, hold on. Renamon. You know what? We can try it. At least if we do it, we get scans for other Digimon. I'm fine with failing it. Just in case. Oh, they don't get scans? Oh, man. That's fine. Oh, can't fall down there. Oh, hi, guys.
Great. Well done. Great. Well done.
Oh, hi. Oh, I didn't get there fast enough.
Yeah.
Really?
Mega Blade! Electro Shocker!
You know, I did not expect a rookie to have such a damaging attack. Jesus. She's so sturdy. Oh, it's because I'm fighting with things I really shouldn't. Oh, I can't change. Oh well.
Take this!
You're early in the game? Well, I mean, I want to get the achievement so that we can get that other message. Oh, hi.
You got it!
Oh, they don't heal. Okay. Because I want to get the achievement that was the 10. So it looks like they basically go up in rank. Oh no, they don't. That corner was just full of the little guys. No, I was just wondering if there's gonna be another pack of the little guys tucked in the corner, and it does not look to be the case. It's fine. It's totally fine. We're probably gonna fail, but at least we also get the experience, so that's totally fine with me.
There!
But these Renamon are sturdy, man. Oh wait, I was gonna... Wait, I can't swap? Do I only get to bring the 3? Okay, that's fine. That's totally fine. Oh yeah, she's gonna wipe us. That's fine.
Ready to go.
That's totally fine. Good experience though. But yeah, see, there's 4 there. But those Renamon are far sturdier than they should be. So we'll come back and try it some other time. Only passes will not in battle, so you can farm. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. All right, let's go find the other piece. He's there. Let's go find the other one first, because we can probably find both of them.
Great.
But we can challenge that dungeon anytime in the future. I think it'll be more achievable after we get ultimate levels, ultimate ranks. We have burst and we have field. Those are the ones that we have. It's no big deal, Windsor. Don't worry about it. We'll save it for another time. Anything reckless to do? We found 2 other toy blocks, like the ones here. About the blocks here? That was a risky move, though. I am curious about them. I just remembered, listen, about the tip we came here to investigate. The character whose data disappeared looked like a dinosaur made of toy blocks. Okay. Might have something to do with it. We should keep investigating. Yeah. Oh yeah, who'd have thunk? Who would have thunk? Yeah. Say geez, are you even saying get out of here? Things going to attack? But he's so small. Well, I would say he's small. He's made out of toys. Boss fight.
Here it comes! Mega Flame!
Okay, so these are... Oh, goodness. Hmm. 40? Ugh. What? Okay, I kind of like the, This thing has the chance to stun only against virus types? Interesting.
I'm counting on you.
You know what? We'll try it. We'll try it. Alright, it worked. Perfect. Damn! Okay, yeah, that was worth it. Applying the poison to him was He's just the little guy now.
Preparations complete.
Oh, he lost the poison when he did that. Interesting.
Take this!
Kaboom! Heart. I always think for some reason Castarimon sounds so funny in this game. Data Crusher! I'm home, it's hot, I feel gross. But at least you're home. Excellent. Excellent. Listen, I can't wait until he's in Furmon. In Furmon. That horrifying monstrosity. Where did it have gone to? There's no monsters. A strange kind of life form we're trying to hunt down. They're highly dangerous creatures that can't be allowed to roam free. Could you not jump to conclusions? There's probably a character designed by a child. I'm heading back to HQ. This needs to be reported right away. Appreciate you helping out with this, but it's time to be cleared out too. Officer just would not listen to reason. That was no trick, I'm sure of it. Earlier, I left out how the child who bested me just changed schools and has no friends. Hardly ever see their parents either, which is why the kid turned to programming. Said it was lonely. I heard that too. I bet that kid's feelings had a major impact on that Digimon. I doubt that Digimon meant to go berserk. It was just lonely and didn't know what to do. We should head back. Oh, and I almost forgot. Here's a reward for helping me. Thanks for the 500 yen. And the hella points. All right, so what do we want to use it on? You? What do we have? Defense? This is the SP booster? You know what? Sure, why not? Okay. Let's go check something really quick. Absolutely not. Have a good night, Lucian. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for hanging out so late. Oh, come on. What are we missing? Speed? He has 330 speed? Okay. I still want Patamon. I still want Patamon. We're still really far away, so I think we need to change the Tokomon's personality. That's still Radoimon. Nah. Intelligence is getting there, kind of. Kind of. Are you winning? Yes. Yes, we are. But shit, what's the fastest way to get to a door? Wait. You have another mission? Okay, works for me. Okay. Another side mission works for me. All the bonus points. And this respawns again.
Wow.
All right. Excuse me, pardon me. Okay. What do you have to say for yourself? There you are, I've been waiting for you. I've got some more info. Oh, bleh. Apparently there's been a few ghost sightings and you're promising, right? Surely this calls for the two of us to investigate. You know what I'm gonna ask? That's why I'm here. I know I can count on you. Nice to hear you're so motivated. Let's head over to the community forest. That's where all the sightings took place. Secret Good Day, would you like to view the mission details? Courage points. Angel Ladder. I wonder what Angel Ladder is. I don't remember that ability in any of the other games. Where are we going? What are you doing here? You two, stop right there. That's what I thought. I'm with public safety. If you're heading into the community forest, I advise caution. Ever since that one time, the sight of public safety officer makes me want to run. Is it because you're up to no good 90% of the time? You have nothing to fear from me, not as long as you let me do my job. That's not very reassuring. What do you say you'd advise caution? I heard an odd cry while investigating the park the other day and wanted to check back. Can you describe what it looked like? No. Wasn't a dog or a cat. If it were an ordinary animal noise, I wouldn't be here. So you think it could have been... Yes, it definitely could have come from the type of creature we're after. Tell me if you see anything odd. In that case, I don't mind lending a hand, but you have to let me use my camera, okay? Uh-oh, here we go. Your footage could end up being vital evidence. I'll confiscate it if need be. Now let me take you to where I heard that cry. She's totally gonna get her camera confiscated. Wait, we're back. I'm back in the fucking building again! All right. Huh? What's wrong? Shh. Listen closely. Hear that? Sounds like someone saying Gil? Gil? No, it doesn't. That's a bird. All I hear is a bird. Head towards that sound. Okay. Oh, hey! Wait a minute. You ain't got you ain't started up far enough. Oh, you're right, my bed. Here, let me turn the game up. What? It's a monster? I don't believe it. I have to get this on camera. It's Gilmon. Gil? Oh, good lord. Gil. Oh my god. Does he look skinnier? Right? He looks way skinnier than the original design. Okay, I guess we're going after him in the sewer. Back in the fucking building again. How many times can I go into the sewer? Also, hold on. I accidentally just touched my glasses, so now I gotta clean them. Hi, Kabuterimon. What do you want, buddy? Oh god, alright. Why won't it tell me when I say check personality? Why won't it tell me what those mean? Here, let me see. What is the defensive type? Because I feel like to evolve Kabuterimon, he's going to need higher defense. Okay, amicable. And I want him to have... Special? Special, maybe? Okay, that's fine. Which is the handshake symbol. Okay, so it does shift in directions. But it wasn't even enough to change his stats, so that's totally fine. What are you doing here, bud? Oh, there's a door down here. Look out, it's on the attack. Is it? Oh, Jesus, that's so loud. Oh, my God.
Here it comes!
Oh, my God. That's the budget for one combat zone? There's no way. Because they have the outer dungeons. Nah, just the prologue probably mostly takes place with the sewer, I'm guessing. Hi, Jess.
Here I go. Electro Shocker!
Got him. Be digitized, nerd.
Electroshocker!
He's kind of cute though, right? Pixelated Guilmon's kind of cute.
Here I go. Electroshocker! Good.
I didn't realize before that they fell to pixels after you beat them like that. Oh my god. Gil. I get the impression this thing wasn't actually up to no good. Where like it was bored and wanted to play. Even now it's just roughhousing. So it seemed to me too. Heading off somewhere again. Should we follow it? We can leave it be. It went deeper into the sewers, not out of them. Seems like it's trying to avoid the surface, so there's no need for us to chase it down. Is that so? The mystery of that strange noise? Thank you for your help. I doubt that little guy will be causing any more trouble. I'm glad this ended so well. Not as scary as I thought you'd be. Maybe I was wrong about public safety. I don't know about that. I think it's time we get out of here. Thanks to you both for your help. Okay. Funny, she did nothing. She was nothing like I thought. I wish I'd asked more questions. Although don't ask me why, but I have a funny feeling we'll see her again. Do you really have a funny feeling? I've got the reward right here. Hell yeah. All right, so are you gonna show up with another mission? All right, let's go look at skills real quick. All champions. Let's do all in training, I think. Wait, what is this? Charge to 10? Nah. Nah. Break? Ooh. For each agent rank. Huh. Is this one? High fields. Okay, I guess that's just like an upgraded version. Do we need it? No, I think we go with something else. 3, 3, 3. Okay, we'll level up something in the 3 section. Do this one. So what do we got? So we could do you. And then we'll do these. What are these? Oh, special. Okay. Okay. All right. Can we go back? Can we go back and rest and do the story again? If I go here... Motherfucker! I knew it! Go to the back alley in Akihabara. Okay. Okay. So it seems like when we go to the room is when it updates any side missions that we have. Okay. Listen, for some reason, every time I play a Digimon game, I'm always obligated to do the side missions before I even think about continuing the main missions. Okay, this is the overpass one. Excuse me, Mr. SUV, not SUV, Lori, please don't run me over. Things to do, places to be. Shit to set on fire. Card games not to play. I've not even played the card game yet. No idea what it's like. Oh, hello. Oh, it's another dungeon. Okay, hey Agumon, what are you doing here? This is good. I was specifically warned to prevent this from happening. What are you doing here, bud? You see my partner. Oh, wait, what are you doing here? You were accompanied by Digimon, so I guess I can share some info with you. I'm trying to investigate this place, but I lost my partner in here somewhere. Did we just go from a mission with Guilmon to a mission with Agumon? Is so perfectly balanced, but so good. Not doing side missions in this game locks you out of earlier Digivolutions. Oh. Okay, so we should keep doing side missions whenever we get the chance. am I partnered fast? Did he go into the dungeon? I can't progress the thing. Okay, then. 50 points! Hell yeah, dude. What the fuck is that? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I don't think I've ever seen this Digimon. Is this like a Hydramon or something? Troublin, I think it's time for you know what? Oh, shit. All right, hold on. This is important.
It is time.
What the hell?
Supreme Cannon!
Oh, I think I just did something I shouldn't have.
Ready to launch.
Oh, it's of course it's a Orochimon.
Mega Blade! Electroshocker! It is time. Transcendent Sword! Here it comes! Mega Blade!
I need to edit something tonight after stream where I can just hit the button and get straight to the moments. I'm having too much fun playing old classic Digimon songs.
You will never see it Transcendent Sword!
Use the Digimon Scooby-Doo crossover?
Leave this to me.
I mean, this is literally the song that was in the original English Digimon movie. This is the song that they played. When he used when they fused, and then he first used Transcendent Sword. I have finished my investigation. Shall we go? Okay. Wait, are you the Omnimon from before? Why did you go on ahead without me? Wait, aren't you recording? No. I was heading in there too, but I got caught. I came to check on some rather unusual info I heard, but this I can't overlook. You gonna catch us and dissect us for research? Of course not. Not if you do as you're told. You mean it's an option you're considering? Wait, who are these two anyway? Acquaintances. I guess, although we actually just met. That's what acquaintances are, correct. If we get in trouble with our boss, so we better go. Maybe we'll meet again sometime? Okay. I didn't have time to try and capture them. What were those things? Something about a boss, so maybe there's some kind of employees just like us? Also, hold on a second. Okay. Nostalgia jumps out and kicks my ass? Good. Okay, sorry. I had to fix my hair. It only seems that way? It's a coincidence. Don't worry about it. Don't overthink it. Way too many times now to be a coincidence. We're gonna start watching you closely. Okay. Two are pretty chill. They seem friendly and approachable to me. Are you sure? Are you sure you would describe that man who is glaring at me as approachable? You know, I was hoping to talk to them more. Well, imagine that. I didn't think I'd ever agree with the public safety officer. Underneath these uniforms, we're just regular people after all. Oh goodness, shall we chat some more? You're officially on duty, you know? I was just joking. Anyway, I'll look around for anything left behind. I doubt there's anything to be found, but we might as well continue the investigation. Dude, also, did we just auto-play through an entire boss fight with, like, no issues? Did we just meme our way through a boss fight? I'm pretty sure that's exactly what just happened. Okay, hold on. Where was my... Not what I wanted. Go back. Mission? There we go. Hiroku Sakasaki? Oh god, where do we have to go for that? Oh, there's a taxi right here, so that works. Why did that one have the cutscene icon next to it for some reason? That was an Agumon? Yeah, correct. Oh yeah, he does carry that fight. That's true. All right, what is this one? Oh god, are we going up into a lounge? Appointment with the famous fortune teller, the father of Shinjuku. What? He rents a corner of this cafe to do his readings. I'm so nervous. Why would he rent a corner of a cafe? Of what seems to be a chain cafe. All right, we got 5 minutes until the ad break. You're the fortune teller, the father of Shinjuku, right? Indeed. Let me see what fate holds for you. Shall we start with the young lady? Yes, please. I'm worried about whether my dream will come true. Your dream? Become a famous streamer? I see. You've been diligently studying the world around you, noticing anomalies? Commendable. Amazing. I didn't say anything, but you're spot on. It's incredible. Your efforts are on track, so keep it up. You have the power to achieve your dreams. I don't believe this for a goddamn second. Be kind to everyone you encounter. Every being, not just humans. Thank you so much. All right, I feel so motivated now. This fortune teller is amazing. Heading off to take action right away. You should get your fortune told too. I don't wanna. What do you seek to know? Traveler. I'm just a simple fortune teller. Whether I'm human or not is irrelevant. Uh-huh. That sounds like somebody who's not human. I knew you would come here today, and I have a request to make of you. 4 Digimon have been wandering in from the digital world, unable to find their way back. I want you to find and protect them. What do you say? Will you take on this task? Sure. I see you understand what it is you must do. Very good, very good. I will define the location of the lost Digimon. You must go and protect them. Once you find them, bring them back here. I will send them back to the digital world. You are definitely a Digimon. Divine location first. Where are you? The focus rubs temples really hard. The fuck was that? First one lost is under the overbridge in Shinjuku. It's a noisy place with lots of advertisements. It's both dark and bright at the same time. Could you be a street at night? All my fortune telling can reveal. You will have to handle the rest. Okay. Make yourself at home. That's it. That's all you have to say. I was gonna say, how do I leave? So I have to wait until I have the chance for Shinjuku to be dark out, which I don't have right now, right? Or is it just to let me still try to do it? Oop, hello.
Wow.
Nice. Oop, give me that. All right. Is it gonna let me still search? I feel like it was trying to tell me that I could only do it at a certain night or at a certain time. How do we get across there? Up here? Okay, yeah, this looks like the way. That is a massive sidewalk. Okay. Hello? You? Oh! What is it? Can I help you with something? Are you lost? You didn't call out to me for no reason. It seems you know exactly what's going on. So there's no point in staying like this then, but let's move elsewhere first. Okay, so it's a Gaomon! Oh my god. I'm not here by choice. I'm stuck and can't go back. Are we not going to cover the part that they can look like humans? Are we just glossing over that? I've been asked to protect you. Really do understand us, Digimon. That means I can finally go home, right? I'll trust you. I'll leave everything to you. Please go back. Get me back to the digital world. Okay. So do I get teleported back to the shop? I already found the first lost one I see. I've sent it back. Well done. We still have yet to return all the lost ones. Shall I locate the next one? Yes. Yes. Okay. Where is this next one? My eyes! I have it. I see it now. The next is near Shinjuku Alta Vision. Someone's speaking to them. Flirting? I sense a nearby plant presence. It's shaded from the sunlight. Unfortunately, this is all my fortune telling can reveal. All right. Alrighty then. I gotta go take our long walk back. All right. Lurk check. Sound off, nerds. Wait, hold on. Do we want to do the... Here, we'll do the other one. An ad break is coming up. This stream would like to check if you are still listening. If you can hear the sound of my voice or the loudspeaker currently blaring in your room, please drop an emote, say hi, or, I don't know, shit your pants or something. Who knows? It's your choice. Or worse, I'm in your walls, 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 I'm in your walls. All right, what the hell were we doing? Looking for somebody to talk to. Oh, is it you? Ugh. Hey, cutie, want to plan your future at the Home Expo Center with me? Home Expo Center. Breaks for the lurkers, please? Hi, Azure, you're still hanging out. Hell yeah. Lost, are you? Who you and how do you know that I'm lost? So you already know? Yes, I'm a Digimon. There are too many people around. If you turn into a rookie, I'm going to be so upset that the very mature looking office woman just ends up being a child. Fuck! God damn it! I hate it here. You couldn't even have been Lilimon or Rosemon. Come on. Okay. You say it like it's a bad thing? Shy? Hi, Sugar. How are you doing? It's an in training, I think. No, it's just, this one's a rookie. I forget what it's called, but I know it's a rookie. And I know it digivolves into Sunfloramon in Digimon Forest. Too many VTubers near my walls? We're making barbecue. All right, where's this other one, bud? Come on, give it to me. Who'd love Lalamon? That's what it was, Lalamon. Come on, give me the other location. I'm sure, but it's also like disguising yourself as that when you're effectively a child. See, wood grain could be furniture. Fortune can reveal. Oh boy. No, we go to the Home Expo Center. Also, ad break's about to start, isn't it? Also, hold on. Before the ad break starts, let me do a hard save. Okay, good. Good. All right, we're gonna take a brief break. I need to go do the stuff to the house that I usually do after it gets dark. So I'll be back in just a minute. And I will get y'all the game going. We'll be back in a couple minutes. If you haven't said anything, I do recommend engaging at least with the game. So I will see y'all in about 3 minutes. Go check to make sure Coco's doing all right too. Okie dokie. What'd I miss? Who died? All right, let me make sure I bring that music down. Even lower. Okay. What do you mean Fergal died? What do you mean? I need details. I need details right now. What do you mean Fergal died? Group chat right now, Mr. Sour. Right now, Mr. Princess. All right, let's put that away. All right, let's get back to this. I already forgot the details that he gave us. So I hope it at least directs it. Oh, I still have the music going. All right. Ugh. It is Saturday night. Are y'all doing a sin session? Are you doing a sin session right now? Did Kyo kill him with what I think she killed him with? Be honest with me, Orla. Orla. You legally have to tell me if you sat on him and killed him.
Great.
Oh man, no sin session. Oh, there's 2 items here. More friendship. Excellent, excellent. Are we sinning in here? I mean, this stream is always about sin,
Great.
baby. If you don't sin, then Jesus died for nothing.
Wow.
All right. Where are you? Could it be you? I've split the room on a Jackbox theme. What is split the room? Coffee, it's so bitter, but it smells amazing. What's up? Can I help you with something? Are you a Digimon? How did you know? I'm sure no one would notice. Well, I guess I don't need to stay in this form anymore. Too many people around, so let's go over there. Just there, just... Okay, there's your in-training Digimon. I was asked to protect you. That means you're my friend too? All right then, I'm ready to head home. All right. If only I wasn't working so much overtime. It happens, Luna. Yeah, sometimes it's hard to get that game-work balance. And sleep. You also gotta sleep. All right, where's this 4th one, bud? I just accidentally knocked over the chocolate cashews. Near the government building, perhaps. I'm getting exhausted. Seems to be closed in something. A black box, maybe? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Has it been captured? Has this one been captured? Is this one gonna give us like a mission or something? Or like combats? I ain't got time. I have not got... Oh, wrong direction. Oh, okay, we need to take the taxi. I have not had the time to touch Hades 2 at all yet. Would you rather prompt? Oh. It's you, isn't it? Straight down this road, or was this right turn at that glass corner? Can I help you with something? Are you a Digimon? There's no point in trying to dodge the question. You already know, don't you? Yes, I'm a Digimon. Ew! Feels the most natural to me. Not Datamon. Ugh. All right. After all, I'm so grateful. Now then, could you get me back? I'm completely exhausted. How did a Digimon get a car? All right. Well, yeah, we knew you were a Digimon, bud. Well, obviously. How long have I been known? I thought I was doing such a good job at hiding it. Ancient Wisemon? Wow. Token of thanks for saving my fellow Digimon. Thank you for rescuing them. Human World's fun, but it's time to go home. I'm sure we can meet again. Okay, then. All side missions have been completed for now. Okay. I'm gonna go back to the attic, and y'all aren't gonna give me any more missions, right? Okay, I think we're good. I think we're good. Let's do this, because right now we have 90 points. I think we're gonna raise this. We have 45 points right now. What is this? Bonus experience. SP bonus. That says level 2. Where's the level 1 one? Reduces retired strat. Ooh, okay. It might be worth getting that now, but I'm not sure. There's level 1 SP. Oh yeah, they are. They're all the different crests. I was gonna say, these are all different quests if you look at them. They're just slightly modified. Like, this one's not curved anymore, but it's definitely the wisdom one. It's just much more straight. Let's do this. You. Okay, that's fine. And now, regular obligatory, double check all of these. Yeah, our speed is still so low. What is your personality right now? Sly? I'm a Simon. You're friendly. It doesn't matter. That's not the one that we want. Gabumon, though. Not Gabumon. Garurumon. Hell yeah, dude. Still don't have Bergermon. Still don't have Bakamon. Wait, what do you need? Speed? No, special. Special to 400? Okay, hold on. Is there there's not a fast way to get to... Right? There's not a nearby door, right? I'd very much like to go put like Impmon and stuff in the... It's taking a while. Which one are you trying to get?
Great.
Let's do this. Gallantmon? Oh yeah, that'll take a while. Oh, there we go. That'll do. Okay. He's a good Digimon. He's one of the best Digimon, I think. How's revisiting your childhood? Fucking awesome. Okay, so we need to put... Hold on. Impmon needs to go in here for special. You need to go in here for speed. Definitely a lot of speed. Good lord. Okay. We probably also need to take out all the ones that are currently in here. Because these guys are probably... Okay, where is she? Impmon. Honestly, you can fucking stay in here. You need to go in here, don't you? Okay. Impmon was training for special. Oh, let's SP. Special for you. Go back. You need speed. You, I'm pretty sure, needed SP. That's fine. We'll just give you the SP one. Irjamon, I don't know what the fuck to do with you, dude. Let's give you attack. Fuck it, we ball. You get attack training for shits and giggles. All right, and then we're gonna check all these other ones in the Digivolve section. Ooh, this one. Oh, not Raptormon, or what is it? Raptordramon? Raidramon? Raptordramon. Ugh. I hate him. I hate him. I hate him so much. I don't know what that one is, and I don't like it. Okay, but this one's a little bit better with selection. See what this one is. I had a core memory. Oh, it's Sanctramon. Wait, he's champion? I thought he was higher than that. That's the frog, isn't it? That's the frog. I know it is. I know it is, right? Oh my lord, what do you mean? Put back Digimon in the box. There's Digifarm Max capacity on top right. Oh, thank you. It's good to know. Oh, I knew it. Oh, I knew it. I hate it. Actually, hold on a second. Yeah. Oh, right. He stands up normally. God, I hate that. Oh. Huh. Just need special 250. Oh, we can get that with this one. What do you got? You? Yep, there's the Coelacanth. Coelamon. Crab, what do you got? Everything awful. No. No. No, I think I want to turn you into Black Gatomon. Oh, 1,700 health? Jesus, dude. All right, y'all are going back in the box. Y'all are going in the box. Yes, you can have a team him. A team him? Sorry, that's not the right thing. You're going in the box. You're getting the chair for sure. Fishman. Yeah, you can go in there. I also put the tapir in there. Do I dare stick him on an island? Sorry, buddy. I know tapirs have been for the jungle, but you're going in the Antarctic because I think it's funny. So there we go. Tankmon can go over here. Sharkmon, you hideous fucking monstrosity. No, this is Deltamon, not Sharkmon. Actually, you can go in the water. Maybe you get something from the water. I don't know. You're going in the icebox. Yeah, you're gonna go in here for a while, so that's fine. Everything else is probably fine. Yes, leave. Let's do a save. All right. I need to get some boost in Lunamon. Here, what did we need for Lunamon to get speed? She's so far away in speed. Oh my god. No. Actually, yeah, we can do that. Let's do this because this will give us a lot more things to just kind of have around right now to either be experience sponges for later. Or to start like spreading out into other cool Digimon. And to start collecting that dex. Only stats that are easier to train from the farm, from what I found. Otherwise, you have to choose some Digivolution specifically to train stats. Ah. Okay. Is it bad, though, that I still kind of like Crabmon? I like Crabmon. But... that's fine. Oh, Jesus. Oh, right. We came here to check the farm and stuff, right? Right? That was what we were going to check, right? I'm feeling like I'm forgetting, but I don't think I am. That's fine. We'll just progress. If I'm forgetting it, it wasn't that important. Gargamon. I love Gargamon. Honestly, though, unfortunately, I think the Terriermon line from Tamers is the worst out of the three. Unfortunately, even Impmon's line was better. Yep, let's do this. The little piano music is really nice. A rabbit in jeans with chain guns for hands. How many Digimon out there are there just creature puts on denim and gets gun? Well, we'll just go with denim. How many Digimon are there that's classic Digimon. Just throw some pants on an animal. Even the new season has that. Yeah, can we get a few flashbacks on that one? Listen, it's fine. It's fine.
A mysterious dark shadow has been spotted around Shinjuku Station. We'd better go investigate this, don't you think?
Okay.
A dark shadow?
Also, hold on. I want more
just
cashews.
Like what we saw before. Back during that
Jeans,
whole
listen.
Business.
Oh, you have a guest? Wait, you seem familiar. Oh my gosh, you're the one who was on TV yesterday.
Dark chocolate cashews, baby.
It's just cosplaying. Oh, a cosplayer? Are you a friend of the agent? Wait, this is no time for chit-chat. Freshness is key when it comes to information. We're heading to Shinjuku Station right now. Hey, Ms. Cosplayer, come join us. Getting you in some of the shots might get more people to comment.
Huh?
But never address it. Bring a cosplayer on. Let them always be in the background.
I'll go.
All right then. Let's
Yes,
hurry
the
and head out.
agent.
Time to find
Which
some
I
content
swear to
worth
God.
streaming in Shinjuku Station.
The fact that she immediately thought that was one of our friends means that to them, we are still during the party. Wasn't she already in the party? Okay, then. Also, yes, sir. They've been calling us agent this whole time.
Great.
Granted, that was the first time they said the agent.
Great.
Gimme. All right. Vision Square. Good thing.
Great.
All right, so we're looking for Shadow. Good other thing. God, they literally respawn every time, don't they? Okay. Oh. Eyewitness reports mentioned a sighting at the end of the platform. End of the platform? Okay. Like, oh, I guess we're just gonna walk to where everybody else just kind of dwindles out.
This looks like a good place
God,
to
her
start
smirk,
filming.
dude. Of the Steven, probably just
What's up,
happens when you
everyone?
watch this whole
We're
thing.
back with some breaking news here on Occult Tokyo TV.
I'm sure you've heard all the weird rumors about Shinjuku. Well,
How does
we're
that
here
sound?
to get to the bottom of... Psst, wait, Yuroko!
Turn around.
Hurry, the
Turn
timer's
around.
rolling, girl! Behind you.
I mean, is she live? She set that up
Behind
pretty
me.
quick.
You're freaking me out. See, there isn't anything behind me. Wait, is that? It's a monster!
Did she just faint? Get back here, Chucklefuck.
The same one from that last time?
Okay.
The one that was after the egg in the temple? And it might
Why'd you
still
drop the phone?
be
You're
after
missing out
that
on the
egg.
views!
Let's hurry to the spot with the reading.
It looks like
Wait, the
Hiroko
reading?
passed out.
We should leave her here. We can't have her fainting every 2 seconds.
No, the fuck we shouldn't. She just passed out. That's a medical emergency.
Yeah,
And she's
I
still
guess you're
out.
right. Sorry, Hiroko.
It looks like we can get to the underground from beyond that fence.
She is going
Come
to be
on,
dead
let's
when we
go.
come back. She is dead if we come back. Okay, no, she's conscious. How you doing, baby girl? All right, anyway. Wait. Would you like me to go for a ride somewhere? Okay, is it telling me that their indicator is in like the 7th quadrant up there in Valor? Right? I'm guessing that's what that means, right? That's the one they're currently in. They're currently reckless. Why don't we give them more Valor? Methinks. Shifted towards Valor. Okay. Excuse me. Okay. Woo! You're missing on the... Oh, okay, I did read that. It's just been a while. Wait, oh, wow. That was a very cool way to go down. Oh, good lord. That is... What are those, Goblimon?
Hey, this place looks familiar.
Goblinmon? Goblimon?
We've been here before.
Yes, it's the
shutter
reservoir.
we just came through was closed last time. Never would have thought it.
Wait, that doesn't make any
here.
sense. That connection to the subway system does not make any sense. Why does the sluice gate and drainway go right past an opening into the subway
Those
station?
readings were up ahead, right? Let's go.
I mean, we
but
can literally
should be
see
careful.
him. He's right there. He's peeking around the corner. That's a lot of Goblimon to fight, though. Hey, chat, you want to bully some goblins?
You got it. Ready to launch.
Cross is the precise position that can go to the corners. Okay, gotcha. Which is why it doesn't say that it changes in any way after just one use or one personality push.
Here it comes! Mega Blade!
Oh, I think I turned the game volume up too high. Here we go. Hello?
That one.
Smack.
Preparations complete.
Okay.
Mega Blade!
That's what I figured it was. So it is something that you have to like probably push in a certain direction to get the personality that you want. I imagine it only gets pushed in like an XY axis. Oh, wait. Who is it telling me? Oh, Jesus. That's the other Tokamon that we got. You know what? Give me the Vmon. Hell yeah, dude. Look at him. That looks like Starmon or a type of Starmon. I'll go with this one. I regret it. I regret it. Take it back. Take back the Sukamon. No. Okay, yeah, we're not doing that. We're also not doing that one because I'm with this one. Rest of these are honestly probably pretty fine. Gross, gross, gross. Gross. Okay. Right, this one's probably the one that's... Oh shit, what's it called? The ostrich looking one. Right? That's fine. 500 attack, 590 special. Tolerance? Okay, we need to drive Wormmon's personality down. Yeah, setup. Swap you with him. Talk to me, Wormmon. Talk to me!
Much appreciated.
Because I think that's where all are. Mainly. Smack.
That one. Ready to launch.
In the chart, it would go... It should do diagonals too. The only bad part is that the precise chart is viewable only during conversation. That makes sense. Yeah, we should be able to drive him to where we need him to go.
Heck yeah.
Thing is, I don't know if we can do it every single, what is it? Every single fight? Or is it only occasionally? Just start breathing on him.
Much appreciated.
Talk to me, Wormmon! Talk to me! Nothing?
Everyone.
Nothing? Okay, hold on. Beating up these Goblimon is more important.
There! Preparations complete.
Let's do this! There's our man! There's our man! There's our boy!
Yeah, I think if you do the one that's like immediately to the right or left, it'll pull it in an x-axis. Either that or it just pulls it to the far corner of each section. I'm not converting that Goblimon until we have 200%. Get back here. Where'd you go?
Do
Smack.
it! Ready to launch.
Hi, Dragon. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, we were at, what was it, 120? They're giving 20 each, so it's fine. So we need 3 more. And sometimes the fight has 2, sometimes the fights have 1. But I think if we don't go towards that icon right there, we should be fine.
There! Ready to launch.
That is totally fine. What are you up to, Black Dragon? What trouble are you getting into tonight? Die, damn you!
Heck yeah.
Alright, so 2 more. 1 more? 1 more. Yeah, 1 more. You.
That one.
I was wondering why this place seemed so empty earlier. Is Digimoning? I do be Digimoning. I have been Digimoning for 7.5 hours. I don't have a problem. Shut up. Shut up.
We did it!
I'm trying to character build for Mage of the Ascension because I'm obsessed with character building. Relatable. Relatable. Alright. Gimme. God, you were ugly, dude. Man, if only we'd fought a little more Black Godamons.
There! Preparations complete.
And then I wouldn't have to try and evolve one into it. Also, is Witchmon champion or ultimate? I thought Witchmon was champion. What digivolves into Witchmon? All the levels. Another Digimon's eligible? Really? You're at level 2 eligible. Fuck off. What was this one? Max HP 420? That's fine. We can get that with a few levels. You need to be something else. I need you to become something else. He's short attack on basically everything here. Special 530? Jesus, dude. Hi.
You got it. Ready to launch.
You just start? Yes, we started earlier today. This whole stream has been Digimon. We jumped into the game as soon as the stream started. 4 more hours? What do you mean 4 more hours? From Itmon or Shamanmon? Okay.
Good.
We do have an Impmon, so maybe we can get the Impmon to turn into Witchmon. I was gonna turn her into him into something else. What was the other one?
You got it. Preparations complete.
I started 2 days ago and have gotten far. I always do the thing though, whenever I get to a zone, I basically wipe the zone out. Or just do some intentional over-farming. Goblinmon reskin? Okay, gotcha. We just haven't seen it yet. Smack. Okay. Scrap it, just full run the game in one sitting? No! Doesn't this game have like 60+ hour campaign?
There.
Oh, he moved when I went around him. That's totally fine. That's fine. I'm totally fine just scrapping with all of these Goblimon. To get high transformations? Correct. Correct. And mainly to get as many of the Digimon that I want as possible. Which is also why I really haven't done any conversions. Like, I haven't combined Digimon to get extra stats. Probably at detriment to the ones that I want, but I'm totally fine with that. I do have Renamon. We already have a Renamon. She's just in the box. We're just not using her right now.
We did it.
It's also with the fact that experience goes to all Digimon you have is fucking awesome. That is awesome beyond I can like describe. I love it so much.
You got it. Preparations complete.
That is a good feature. XP share for literally everything you have. I do not have a Guilmon yet. We do not have a Guilmon.
Yeah. We did it.
I'm at a little more than half. Maybe. The thing is though, somebody told me that I'm pretty sure we're still in the prequel. I'm pretty sure. Methinks. 3 more. 3 more. Have I killed them all? I killed them all! All right, come here, bud. Of course. A huge door blocks the way forward. Maybe Digimon's power could help it. All right, Capitarimon, do your thing. Or not. Instead, it used Wormmon. I was gonna say, because last time we had Tetsumon. Smug. Ooh.
Couldn't be any easier. Now let's go.
There's the confidence we needed.
I hope this works out. I'd hate to run into any sort of trouble.
And there goes the confidence. You'll be fine, Minerva. It's fine. It's very obvious. I figured. All right, we got another door here. Do we? Oh.
Much appreciated.
Okay. Extra costume is a trading card of your little friend there without the human disguise.
Everyone.
Yeah. Okay, let's go sing real quick. Maybe we can go throw Goblinmon in there. We'll go throw Goblinmon in the, and maybe a couple others into the Digifarm. And then we'll probably... I wish we could check Digivolutions here at the farm without having to pull them out. That would be another... Ooh. Oh, it's the outer dungeon selection. Which we only have the one. Move Digimon. You ugly fugly. Where can we stick you? Does it matter that much? Have fun up here, buddy. And we have 2 of these because they were going to be 2 different Godamons. But honestly, I don't know what to do with them right now. You know what? Greymon? Yeah, we do have Greymon. But I was just thinking, let's go back. You know what? Fuck it, yeah. Go back. Load enhancements. You have this little guy. You. 14? Damn. And... yeah. Yeah. Ha, nice. I still don't think that's high enough to Digivolve it to champion. Fuck. It's still so far away. Hold on, let's go. No, that's not what I wanted. Items? Speed is what it wants. You know what? I'm a sucker. And she's gonna be my favorite through probably this entire game. So excellent. And then even better. And then let's go check some of these other ones that we have really quick, see how close they are. I only use the chips when my patience thinned out. Well, congratulations, my patience has thinned out. Attack and special. Actually, we can do that. Because we have attack and special ones. It works for me. Talents? Nah. No. Let's go to here. Okay, so now we just need special, which we need a lot more. Jesus. Holy hell. From sacrifice seems to depend mostly on which evolution stage is sacrifice. Numamons and some early champions, like it gives 10 levels from 1 level. Oh. Huh. Okay. Let's check some other things real quick. Special 540. Only at 387 though? Jesus. I don't want to turn you into anything. 530 out of 261. Oh my god, good lord, dude. Good lord. It's both the downside and upside. Let's go back real quick. I actually want to take that Impmon out. Interacts in... Oh, they're 15 seconds. Actually, this is totally fine. We'll wait it out because they're all going to be... They're all training is about to end. Okay, but does it matter on what level they are? If they're a higher stage and they're higher level, does that do anything? Just 30 increase? That's not bad. Thing is, though, is I want to take you out of here. Speed. Oh. You know what? Yeah, we'll take you out of here, too. Take you, and then you can just sit in here and rot forever, Airdramon. Forever. That's fine with me. That is A-okay with me. Lurk check. Hi, Maki. All right, chat. A lurk check has been engaged.
Much
This is your special request. Oh, hello. This is your special request to drop an emote, say hi, do anything, just as long as you don't shit your pants. Had one happen earlier today. Please don't do it. I don't want to clean it up again. It's more about stats. Oh yeah, I know it's about more than stats and levels, but increasing level also raises stats to a certain degree. How are you doing, Maki? You know, I thought this one was Rarimon, but I don't think it is. Is this is Witchmon down here, isn't it? 490 for special? Christ. Christ. Brick the shitty lurkers? Are we throwing bricks? Don't call them shitty. They're doing their best, okay? They're still enjoying the show just as much as everyone else. Or is it this one? What is this current personality? Sly? Okay. I still don't have enough intelligence. Unacceptable. Nor enough intelligence here either. I want to turn him into this. SP is stupid far away. Intelligence is also stupid far away. Didn't giving food used to increase? Oh wait, other things needed intelligence, so I really want to spend it on the squid lady. Special. Speed. Back to lurking though, so stupid I just watched 2 peeps do lurk checks and the viewer count went up by 2. Yep. Better kill me in one toss. I can throw you pretty hard. Sugar. I mean, how much cushion do you have for yourself? If I threw you hard enough against a brick wall, what are the chances of you bouncing off? Can someone tell me which one of these is Witchmon? This is like a legitimate question. Is it this one or is it way down here? Because this looks like it could be a witch hat. Hi, Belaphon. How are you doing? Maki's already going back to lurk. She's sneaky like that. Max HP 420. That's fine. That's a little easier to get. Might as well. What the hell? I've never seen you. Kamamon. Snail Divamon. Oh no. Wait, is that Witchmon? No way, right? It looks like something wearing a hat. Interesting. Very interesting. Huh. Okay. Okay, I'm just looking to see some of the things that they had. Speed, which we don't have. special, which we don't have. That looks interesting. He was in the DS game? Oh, the Dusk and Dawn? Maybe I completely missed him? I feel like I did. I probably did, not gonna lie. Intelligence SP. Special. Honestly, doesn't matter too much.
Come on, let's step into the macabre halls of the Dark Carnival.
Is the one that needs 490?
And please, enjoy.
Okay, good. Okay, so she needs special. Gotcha. Welcome in, Raiders. How was your stream? Oh my god, that is really close. That is really close. Hi, Luma. How was your stream? What were you doing on Digimon? You're much further than I am. We just started today, and I'm hyper fixating on getting these to Digivolve right. Actually, hold on. Let me check something.
Step inside.
Huh. Okay. Gotcha. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in, Raiders. Those of you from Loomis who doesn't know me, my name is Mara. I'm the ringleader of the Dark Carnival. I usually play games that are dark, spooky, and terrifying. However, today is my first Saturday to play games in a long time, as I have my entire house to myself. Hungry Ghost Tree and Mech Knight, thank you for the follow, guys. Welcome in, welcome in.
Step inside, step inside.
Dragonfly, thank you for the follow. Heads up though, guys, we are making the Slow Crawl Swords partner. Every little bit does help. It has been an excruciatingly long crawl, so if you are willing to hang out, chill, or even just leave a lurk, it is always greatly appreciated. Even if Twitch apparently wants to hold you up against the wall and gun you down. Even if you decide to lurk. Working hard, Tiefling Bard, I could have swore you followed before. Metal Greymon, Parrotmon, Infamon, and Tillamon. Hey, listen, I already got my Chrysaramon. I'm trying to get her to Lekismon, but god damn it, her speed needs to be so fucking high.
Well, look at you.
Just like the Romanovs? Okay, I don't know about that. Guy Big Dumb, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, y'all. I'm on my second playthrough. Wait, do you need to do a second playthrough to get Mega Plus? No. No. I don't want to design a Baronmon, or what would they just be, sheep go rounds? No, I don't think they'd be sheep go rounds. I think you would design it more like one of the like really like humanoid-ish mega evolutions. Lord Agent M, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Again, though, I keep doing this dumb, like, hyper-focus. I'm like, I want this one. I want this one. But we're also trying to get Impmon down here to Witchmon. But we're out of special stuff, so... Okay, who is the one that I was considering dumping stuff into? I'm brain farting. It was you. SB and Intelligence. I had more. I don't think that puts it close enough to Digivolve, but I think that gets it a lot closer. Yeah, because 1130 intelligence is crazy. Oh wait, was it only do it once? What? Oh no, the SP doesn't count. Never mind, it's already there. I see it. SP needs to be 1500. You know what? We're gonna go stick him in the Digifarm. To Dark Carnival Mon? That would be interesting. Lotmon's the cutest Digimon? Okay, I will give you some. I will give you. It's pretty up there. Here's fine. And then we will go back, interact, all the way down here, train, intelligence. That's fine. Let's also feed it. No food during training? Damn it. We'll train you for, because why not? HP, SP, attack. Goblimon, just because I said so. You're getting defense. You. HP, fuck it, we ball. Now, feeding only increases friendship, right? I'm pretty sure. Feeding doesn't increase stats anymore, it only increases friendship. What version? You have to get them, I'm pretty sure to make Omnimon, you have to get them to War Greymon and War Garurumon. Okay. Can I talk to you? Sure, why not? Not exactly what I wanted, but sure, we can push it. Actually, wait, did you want something, Greymon? You're just breathing in my face. Nope. Okay, I shouldn't have moved. He did have a talking thing. Egg? Broken egg.
Look, over there.
Yes, and they have a certain personality? Yep.
I know this place.
Shoemon. Wait, isn't that the rat that's in a shoe? That's from the trading card game?
It's cracked open.
Oh no! I can't believe this! It
To light
already
you on
hatched.
fire? No! Yeah, who would have thought? Who would have thought it already hatched? Alright. Ow. What kind of egg was it? Yeah, the one from Liberator.
It was the egg of the Great Guardian. The one meant to save the world where we Digimon live. The digital world of Iliad. I
Damn,
guess
Dragon.
This means the Great Guardian has already been born. I hope
And he
so.
may be
Let's
closer
keep
than you
looking.
think.
You said you know this place. Have you visited here before?
No, not visited.
So it's a Homermon or Homermon?
It's more like
Hmm.
I'm from here. When I first opened my eyes, this is what I saw.
What?
Realization? Realization?
The Great Guardian is cracked open.
Realization?
It doesn't look like it happened recently. And we don't know where the Great Guardian who hatched from it is now.
Agemon says he woke up here, then made his way to us. Wait, you don't suppose...
What? Okay, full cutscene.
Hinori, this aura. Don't tell me.
God, these guys have the deduction skills of a fucking... Oh shit! It's Titamon! Hi, big man! That moment when you're just so pissed you tear your way across the dimensional gap. His feet are too damn big.
I thought I lost you back there.
The eye on his fucking pelvis. Hey, big man!
I shall have to nip these potential threats to us in the bud.
Impossible. Is he prying the gate open with pure brute strength?
I mean,
Things will get real dicey
if there was anybody that could do it, I think somebody named Titamon would be able to do it.
here and now.
Just try and stop me. Not that you'll stand a chance.
I have a distinct feeling like you can't run very fast, big man. Always crack like glass. Whoever makes this design choice when making reality should have picked a harder material. You know, I should probably switch Ramon out. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like this is one of those fights that we're not gonna be able to get all the way through. Wait, what the fuck? Wait, oh damn it, I thought I turned off auto, damn it. I'm fine with the others doing auto, but I wanted to swap out Wormmon. Actually, you know what, it's fine, we'll just let him go. What is our CP at though? Oh yeah, it was half of Wormmon. It was also half of Kabuterimons. Gun. Oh, painful. Painfully low amount of damage. It's Yellow Eye Twin. Hello, Yellow Eye Twin. Hello, everyone. Yellow Eye Twin. What does extra braid do? And a little bit of healing. Too, so having Wormmon out just decreases DPS? Okay, yeah, well, damn it. It just passed his turn again. Why does it say he has one turn? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Wait, is that him charging? No, he's not charging, but we will swap him out. Data. Data Crasher.
Please?
Give me your Data Crasher ability. Wormmon's about to take a dirt nap. It's totally fine. He's doing his best, okay? I'm not sure it mattered too much.
I'm counting on you.
I'm not sure swapping mattered too much, guys.
Please?
Are we supposed to lose this fight, or is this actually capable of winning? Oh, ding dong. Okay, hold on. Hold on. It'll stop when we get to our next turn. All right, we're gonna take a brief break, you guys. I'm going to give you the game. I will give you all the music and turn down the game volume. And I will be back in just a minute. I need to go take a stand-up break and stretch and everything. I recommend the rest for y'all because we are at hour fucking 8. So I will see you in a couple minutes. Okie dokie. I let Coco back in, and now she has the zoomies. All right. And I finished the chocolate cashews. Nom 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 nom. Okay, let's go back to getting our butt kicked. Yeah, I was gonna say, you should be able to win this fight. The first difficulty boss on the hard for me was the one in the next chapter. Oh.
Launching cross art.
I think maybe I should try swapping back to field because I think field would be more useful for this for all the stat bonuses. Let's do some items real quick. Spray. Definitely spray. That's not do nearly as much as I was hoping. That's definitely a little bit better. Because this is really whittling down. At least her heal's really effective. Whoops, not what I wanted to click. I don't think that'll do anything. Didn't we have revive capsules? Where did those go? Oh, allies 400? Jesus, those are going to be tempting to use. We'll do this.
Please?
Oh, don't use one? Shit, that was a fuck up. Why not? Why not? There was not any bosses till late game. I had issues. There was one that like was putting your mom to sleep. That was a pain. Oh. Probably a good point at that time to start putting like the sleep immunities and stuff on Digimon. Goodness. That'd be a good strategy. Jesus. Hi, Ramon. Welcome back.
The gate's gone haywire? Is it because it's being forced open? Come on, things just keep getting worse and worse.
Is that Digimon talking while he's just down? That is so funny. Okay, status barrier is fine. Yeah, we're definitely not gonna have it this time. We may be able to do it next time. Oh, almost. Shit. Let's do this. Let's do Greymon. Greymon's defending himself pretty well. Sure. I'm not good at following these kinds of games, so we're kind of getting our butt kicked, and it's a little close. It's a little too close. Yeah, we'll just do this one. That's fine. Puts the shield after being hit. Attack blocks. Listen. He has a status shield. It only blocks statuses, like status effects. Oh shit. Okay, item. SB capsule for yourself.
Please?
Just so that we can get some more damage in there, please. 40, 60, this will work better. Okay, maybe we can do this. Maybe we can do this. He's charging, so. Jesus, Coco. What's the deal, baby? What's wrong? Is it the cat? Is it because the cat came back? Or do you not like the cats? I know, baby. I know, you're stressed out. You even got the ridge up. You look goofy. You ain't no Rudees and Ridgeback. You're like a weird little cow dog. What's wrong? You're fine. Alright. Maybe we could do this. Either that, if he's gonna get this attack off. Oh wait, no, we did it. Okay. Battles you have to lose? I don't think it is. Alright, are we all going in? I will not doubt your dedication to Digimon. What do you mean? What do you mean by that? Why would you doubt my dedication? Where the hell are we? Where are the tunnels all painted? Yes, we ate earlier. And I just finished off the dumplings not like an hour and a half ago.
Inori? Inori!
The dumplings that came with the sushi. I'm glad I reread it. Listen.
Where are we?
My bad, I was not aware of your game. You kicked his ass. I barely survived. I had a Wormmon and a Greymon. That was it. I relied really heavily for the most of that fight on just auto battling.
We'll figure something out once we get out of here.
That's fine. That's fine. Okay. Also, look how big those cassettes are. What the hell? Look at them. They're gigantic. All right, hold on. Let's do this. Okay. Oh shit, we got 50? Hell yeah. Maybe we should put some in here. I kind of want the stat boost, dude. Here, we've got a lot of these, so... Boost the appearance rates. Yeah, we'll do that. Intelligence boost? Absolutely. Okay. Out of curiosity. every time I level up stats, I'm always like, all right, we gotta go check. We gotta go check. Always gotta go check. Hell yeah, dude. Give me my fucking Patamon. Some kind of steampunk videos. They're more like analog punk. Hell yeah, give me my Patamon. Give me my Patamon. Wait, this guy hasn't leveled. Oh, we've only done one fight since we got him, technically. I think. Pretty sure? Pretty sure? It's fine. This is fine. Absolutely not. Okay, so there's Pegasusmon. Intelligence 540. Jesus. Jesus. Okay, that's fine. Oh, wait, hold on. Wait, what is my health? Are they good? Okay, they're all back up. Looks nothing like me. Maybe. Okay. I need a drink of water. Hold on.
It looks like this leads outside.
Inori, wait here. I'll go check it out first.
I have a distinct feeling like this is not gonna be Earth. This is gonna be the digital world, isn't it?
Whoa!
Hey, Zudamon. Starmon.
Wow,
Fundymon!
Are all of these Digimon?
Oh, that's right. We haven't run into Fundymon yet. Yes, I do have water.
Wait, is this
I've had my one non-water drink of the day already, and that was a smoothie.
the world where Digimon live?
We made it!
Wait, where is Minervamon?
We're actually in the digital world!
Also, where did your clothes go? Alright guys, we've made it through the prologue. Some kind of steampunk videotapes? Yeah. Glad to see you're enjoying the game so much. I'm enjoying the game a lot. I needed another like capture game that I could just absorb and throw numbers into for a long
I
time.
overheard that just now.
If it wasn't gonna be this game, it was probably gonna be the new Pokemon whenever I eventually get a Switch 2, which is probably a long way away.
Stupendous. Absolutely fantastic.
That was a prologue? Yes, that was a prologue. Now I'll take it easy.
Most anomalies are of unknown origin, but some start to make sense if alternate worlds and dimensions come into
Yes,
play.
we have played 8 hours and 18 minutes of motherfucking prologue, baby. Welcome to the real game.
This discovery alone guarantees
That was the tutorial.
unraveling the mysteries behind phase electron.
Can't get for Digimon Evolution till you get to, I want to say, the final half. That's what I figured.
A rift appeared atop the
So now we have the five foods that we need just in case in the future.
connected to the world you're in now. Then, in theory,
Raise their prices,
it's
correct.
very likely that collecting data in the digital world could prevent world destruction. This is becoming the most important mission in Adamus history. Gather
How many
as
missions
much
have y'all
info
had
you can.
before?
The future depends on it.
Longer than the Kingdom Hearts 2 prologue? It's very, I think it's longer than the what was it? Than the Persona prologue. Cock 503, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I'm sorry I can't read your Korean name. Alright. Hi Toyakumon. Oh? Who are you? You kinda scare me.
Yo, what's up, prospective?
Go Wapamon!
Welcome to the best shop in Central Town. Hey, check out my Kawapa gear.
Go Wappa gear.
And that's a fact.
Their prologue's longer than 1 hour. Looks the time of stream.
Would you shut
I'd
up
hate to tell
already?
you.
God, can't you stay quiet for 5 minutes?
Yo, my guy.
I know that voice too.
That ain't gonna help with nothing. You gotta shout it out loud and proud. That's why you ain't.
Wait, I never realized the top of his head had a fan or a CD player. Gonna stop till you get your fill. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. I don't think I'm gonna spend any money on this. So let's go see. What do you have? Accessory shop. Panic attack. Oh. Huh. These could be really useful. Sleep? Sure, why not? Wait, did I actually? Oh, I actually did do 2. I did not want to buy 2. And then we'll get a poison. Nah, panic. We're gonna put the sleep on the Lunamon. Items. Sleep. Oh, can I not attach them this way? Do I have to go to Digimon? I don't think it's load enhancements. Is it setup? Equipment and skills. Sleep attack. And you are getting the panic attack. Wait, what was the one that wanted this one? Wrong one. If I put the... Oh, no, I don't have one. I don't have one. Earth resistance, plant resistance. Did the stats that you put on equipment count towards Digivolution? Does anybody know? He's a Kappa. Yeah, he's a Kappa. It's a CD. I think he's supposed to be a DJ Kappa. Were you my brain? Listen. Maybe. Shut up. Okay, let's give him something. Crush Blade. Wind Claw. Wind Claw, maybe? Wait, can I actually give him stuff? Oh my god, I can. Interesting. Don't affect evolution as far as I'm aware, just stats? Well, I mean, do the stats that are increased by equipment count towards the evolution requirements? Equipment doesn't count? Okay, good. That's all I needed to know. Pegasusmon. An unfamiliar face. You have quite a unique appearance. Are you a new arrival? If so, you ought to pay a visit to the station square. The view of Central Tower from there is spectacular. Simply go straight, reach the station square. All visitors to Central Tower owe it to themselves to see the tower. Okay. That's not the red one for it. It's the purple one. Aww. And then there's Renamon. What are you doing back here, loner? Look at them. They're holding hands and totally not clipping into each other. All right, Rat.
Hey there. Haven't seen you around these parts before. I'm guessing you're a newcomer.
Why are you randomly voiced?
Uh-oh. You're feeling a little bit lost, huh? You can't fool me. It's written all over your face. All right. Lay it on me.
Kokui, is that you?
Well. You know Minervamon? You sure do got friends in high places. But you want to know where Minervamon is, huh? Okay.
Cute bunnies? No. Oh.
So how about it?
What?
We got a deal?
Fuck that shit.
Hold on now. I was just joking. I'll give you a freebie this time, okay? Okay, so if you want to know where Minervamon is, your best bet is Marukimon. You're sure to get your answers there. Marukimon's the head honcho of this town.
Okay, why did you
Find
cave?
him hanging out in the tavern.
You could have just not given me the information.
Check out the tavern in the alley. Marukimon should be there.
I don't think this guy counts as... He's so weirdly meaty. He's like all pink and stuff. I was honestly kind of hoping that there was going to be... Oh, that's not what I wanted. Like a clothing restaurant. Not a clothing restaurant. My fucking brain. Oh, Mushroom Mom. What do you got?
I haven't seen you folks before.
Why are some of these just randomly voiced? Interesting.
Wow. I've never seen anything like this before.
Is this going to be all Digifood?
Sure haven't. I mean, there are so many thugs out
I do love clothing restaurants. Shut up, Gadget.
A lovely gift from the beauty up front.
Hi, Desecration Demon. Have a good night. Thank you for hanging out and thank you for the bits. Holy shit, dude.
You're ready for anything.
Moving back in. Okay. Meat, more meat. Sometimes veggies too. My spot's got all the food you'll ever need. Okay, I was right. It is all just the digi ones. Okay. Fuck you, Vegemon. You weird me out. Oh, hey. Papermon. Hey, it's Leomon. Hey, chat, you want to place bets on how long it's going to take till Leomon dies in this game?
Whoa! There are big buildings in this world, too!
Sidequester voice this time? Ooh.
So happy.
You bet.
Chat.
After all,
Chat.
I don't have to wear that hoodie here to hide who I am.
Hand on your heart. How long until Leomon dies? How long until Leomon dies?
Our world in some ways, but so different.
Also, why do those containers have like power cord marked off on them? Better do a thorough investigation. What are you thinking? 2 or 3 chapters? It's got to be at least 2/3 into the story, right?
We don't know a thing about this world. Let's walk
Right?
around and get a feel for the place.
Probably something like that. Hey, this little Lalamon floating over me.
The apocalyptic scenario set in motion by the Shinjuku Inferno isn't slowing
Are we
down
going to talk
one
about
bit.
all the Gen 2 Digimon just dancing over there in the back?
We never know which conversation will be our last. So send me any information you get.
That feels like foreshadowing, operator.
It just might lead to saving this world.
It was less likely to die in games. I don't know about that. Oh, Digirides. Atop a partner Digimon. Oh. Huh. Okay. Our cable digitator will have a right icon on the setup screen. Oh. Oh, that's all of the things finishing. But we haven't come across the door yet. Look at how big this Leomon is. Sick. Sick. All right. Not that. That's not what I wanted. Setup screen. Ride. We can ride a Kakumon? Kabuterimon too? Okay, how do I choose which one I want to ride? Is it always the one that's like closest to the front? I feel like that's the case. Didn't die in World, didn't die in DW4. You say so. This looks so goofy, dude. I kind of wanted to ride one that was on like all fours or something, because riding Greymon feels weird. Hi, Fun Vmon. Ugh. I hate whatever you are. Good lord. That's a really angry looking little dude. Huh. Hey, it's Stingmon. Golemon up there. Oh wait, what was that? Card shop? Ah, no clothing store. Ah, hey, Sylphimon. Fighting alongside Lord Marukimon are gathering in the tavern. Oh, okay. In Adventure 2020 or Ghost Game either, mostly alternatives of Leomon do end up dying in most series. I'm pretty sure they did in 2020, didn't they? Oh, there wasn't a Leomon, that's what it was. I've never seen Digimon like you before. Regulations demand I keep my identity a secret. Ooh, now we're not Digimon. Is that so? Then what are you, pray tell? Well, all good. Many gather here from all over to offer their services as warriors under Marukimon. Wait, there's Arachnamon! Oh shit. Feel free to say a bit, no idea if you're warriors or whatever you are. I mean, potentially more effective than everybody in this room. Oh wait, there's Lobomon, never mind. Centaurmon, Nightmon. I forget what you're called. A lot of little guys, there's Kiwimon again. Monzamon. Oh, there he is. Both Lobomon and Agunimon are here. See, here's Arachnamon. Oh, right, in Japanese, she's a Arukinamon. But sometimes she's also spelled weird too. It's usually Arachnamon, but it's like, I think the N and the E are swapped. Fuck off, Shoutmon. I hate Shoutmon so much. I like, other than him being ugly as hell and possibly one of the worst protagonists. Hey, Androidmon. I actually do kind of like Androidmon, not gonna lie. Especially when you get Super Androidmon. All right, so do we try to do... Can we try to go in?
You there! Halt!
Halt! Yes, sir. Whatever you say, sir.
Identify yourselves.
Okay, wait, why did they change it like that?
What? Is that really true?
She is
But
right
wait,
here.
You are not to be trusted.
She's
If it is
she's right
indeed
here.
true,
Points
you
to the
must
side.
bring
She's
me
right over
proof.
here. She's literally right here. Oh, sorry, down there because she's short.
We got turned away. Hey, why don't we go look around town some more?
Okay, I guess. Suppose. Uh-oh, didn't find him? Well, Minervamon's house is right over there. Okay, so that was the door we saw. One of my pals is always there by himself. Wait, Chumon? The Chumon on the far left over there? The one that's next to my head is the one that's talking to me? Really? All right. I was wondering why there was a door up here. Oh, look at him. He's so cute. He got big mouth. All right. It's not even Digimon Fusion, it's Cross. You just got like pieces. You just get pieces of other Digimon thrown onto the same Digimon. I've seen her sister Lunamon around. Wait, sister? We're just gonna wait? Is this... There's an icon here for some reason. We just... Oh, there it is. Hello. I was gonna say, it wasn't even fusion. There's like DNA digivolving and everything is fusion. That's the fusion that we like. It's the fucking, it's the weird thing of just like Cross Wars. I think Cross Wars is the worst series. Hold on. I think Cross Wars is literally the worst series up until the finale, where you get every single one of the leaders from every single previous series showing up to save the day because of how useless the main characters of that series are by themselves. We never get Cross Hunters. This was a slight upgrade to Wars. I don't want any more fucking cross nothing from Digimon. I want DNA Digivolve, I want Biomerge, and I want Spirit Evolution. They either turn into the Digimon or they fuse with the Digimon. I don't want this weird, here, I'm gonna steal the weapon from Machine Dramon and become a slightly different Shoutmon. Yes, that's exactly why, because he's lame. He's so lame, dude. He sucks so much. He sucks hard donkey dong. Like Cross Wars doesn't exist. Correct. Frontier is golden compared to fucking Cross Wars. Is getting to Virtual Pet? I don't give a shit.
And that Digimon are connected to the Shinjuku Inferno as well.
Okay. Tide, Davis, Staccato, etc. to pick up Mikey's slack. Exactly. Do y'all want to see that scene? Do I need to pull up that scene for y'all?
Wow. So this is the digital world.
Naruto is the Digimon, but more annoying? Yes!
One surprise after another.
He's as if Naruto never got Shippuden and never grew up.
How are we ever going to get back to our world?
Shoutmon? Yeah, because he doesn't have any evolutions. All he does is have the cross and the fusions. There's Shoutmon, there's the evolution to his champion version of Shoutmon, and then he turns gold. And that's it. Oh, Frontier was fucking awesome. I don't know why people hated on Frontier. I think it was because it was a change from the formula. Oh, there's Lunar and Chronomon.
Wimp! Ha! And Minervamon's a wimp too. What? What part of Minnie is wimpy in any way?
This is definitely a kid's game. Yeah, okay, hold on.
Friends with the wimp is also a wimp.
Here, we'll get through this dialogue real quick, and then we'll do a pause, and then I have to show y'all something.
If you ain't a big old fraidy cat, then come with us. I'm gonna nick Platinum Numamon's jewelry down in the sewers.
Down in the sewers, you say? You're gonna go nick his jewelry? That ugly old bastard that hides away in the dark? I think you can come up with better insults. You know, you can just call him one of those, how does it go again? Oh, that's right, you can just call them out. Anyway. Anyway.
Prove it to you.
They do not claim these bears.
What? No, Coronamon! Minerva told us not to go down into the underground.
Okay, bye.
What do I do now?
Okay, hold on. We're gonna do a pause. We're also gonna do a save. Okay. Chat, give me a second. Meanwhile, Lunamon, exact opposite of Shoutmon. Lunamon's fucking fantastic. Lunamon, well, Coronamon's all right. I don't know why. I just never liked Coronamon for some reason. All right, hold on. Let me find it. The legendary hero scene. There it is. It's less than 10 minutes, so this will be fine. And then let me do window capture. Okay. Why is it... Hold on, why is it doing it like that? There we go. All right. Really quick. Mute that. This audio is only going to be on the stream. It is not going to be in the VOD, so buckle up, Buttercup. This is supposed to be the big final battle of this season. Fuck you, lame ass. Look at this dude. This is a protagonist. Literally just punching Myotismon. Oh no, Venom and Myotismon comes from seasons before this one. There's your season 4. Season 1. Misaru? Let's go, Magnamon! Yeah, he's just here. They're all just here. Again, hold on. Again, this season had no budget. It was the most boring intros, they just show up situations. Like, all of their animation looks worse in this season than it did in their original seasons. Oh, you'll get him. That's just something they know. That's just something they already know, as if they've been talking to each other. Look at the dude's fucking eyes. Oh, right. I forgot Chambers actually knew about the other two. They're just here, by the way. They're just here. And no, you don't get any of the cool real animations. You get these weird abridged versions. Just the way it's going to be worse when you see the spirit evolution. The thing too is I think this part is actually edited in by whoever uploaded this. I don't think this was in the original. Yeah, the cast from this series is just constantly confused because they're all morons. They're all morons all the time. Frontiers needs more love. I agree. Frontiers does need more love. It has one of the best openings too. Oh god, the fucking bitrate on this dude. God, the fucking Matrix evolution. Added this stuff in, you can tell. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I'm pretty sure these are all the person edited in these transformations because they were not in the original cuts. I wonder if they're gonna. We're gonna see if they're gonna show the abridged that actually showed in this episode. I don't know if they are. Hell yeah, dude. I was gonna say, if this doesn't show the abridged versions of their evolutions that they actually showed in the scene, I'll go find the other version of this. Because I remember seeing, let's see if it cuts back. I don't think it is though. There it is. This is what it actually did. It just cuts to this. Yeah, because they're cooler than you. Because they're cooler than you. You're talking about the Tamers one, the biomerge, where they're just like floating in space, but completely naked for some reason? Don't ask me, dude. Don't ask me. Because get good? Exactly. He's still throwing haymakers. Hi, Joe. And then, of course, everyone's here. Everyone's just here. Yeah, if you want to see a good one where like the trainer actually gets in on the action, go watch. It's Digimon Forces, right? Digimon Force. It has two different names. It just depends on if it's Japanese or English. I could have sworn it was Digimon Force. Hell yeah, dude. Machine-Dramon! Impel-Dramon. Always takes a ton of extremely noticeable animation shortcuts. Yeah. They really got lazy with Cross, though. This part I never understood. They're just like spirit orbs for some reason. They weren't helping out all over the planet. They were just flying around as spirit orbs for some reason. Data Squad. That's it. Data Squad. Thank you. Why did I think it was Forces? Why did I think it was Forces? Is there a Forces season? There's Tintamon. Again, apparently Tintamon also just knows about all of these other Digimon. Granny! That was also not the voice I remember. Burst mode! Also, this feels like it's a lot longer than 8 minutes. This is only supposed to be an 8-minute video. Again, though, this was the coolest moments in all of this one series. In Cross Wars, this is the coolest moment. And the rest is just downhill in both directions. I'm pretty sure, I don't remember if this video is going to show up, but I'm pretty sure at 1.2, all of the other legendary heroes just leave. They just fuck off. They're like, all right, we'll leave the rest to you. And then they disappear. And then the main characters, look at that fucking loser. That's as good as it gets for Shoutmon. That is a lame ass Digivolution. That's no Guilmon to Dukemon or Gallantmon. He's so lame, I told you. He turns gold and he gets longer arms. Yeah, fuck yeah, go Marcus. Get almost every generation of Red Ranger together for an episode? Correct. That's exactly what this is. And there's that ugly bastard. That weird tall machine dragon. I like Cross Wars. I'm sorry for your terrible taste. Would you like to go watch a better series? Go watch any other Digimon series. Literally any other one. Maybe even Ghost Wars. Maybe even Ghost Wars. Oh, no, not Imperial Dramon. I was talking about the one that they were hiding behind. Whatever the fuck this thing is. That's like, I'm pretty sure another one of the partner Digimon that's around for a large portion of the series that they just steal parts off of. Don't watch Try? What? Try is great. What do you mean? How dare you? You take that back right now. You take that back right now. Oh, I didn't actually click into this. That'd be important. Okay, let's go back. Lunamon. Oh, I need to unmute the game. I've also have it muted for myself. There we go. I just muted it on OBS so that it'll be fine. Going to suplex someone for that? Correct. It's the Cross Wars Metal Greymon. It's fucking sucks, dude. It's so ugly. It's so ugly. What's the matter, Sleepy? Last evolution keys not. It's so sad, dude. It's so sad.
Are you?
They're infected with the parasite. It kind of does look like it. At the same time, though, it also makes me think of those. Is it Twi'leks from Star Wars? Is Twi'leks the one that I'm thinking of? Do you know where Minervamon is?
That's what I'd like to know. Minerva was supposed to have gone to your world.
Crimsy would be an extremely deadly foe in Digimon. Crimsy.
You were with Minerva, but got separated.
She does, but I imagine, weirdly enough, I feel like it's really fleshy. I think it's more like an antenna than it is like hair.
And don't know how to get back to
Ask
your world.
Megatron. Oh.
Ronomon went down into the sewers.
Oh.
Even though they're supposed to be off limits and might be in trouble.
All right, we'll go save him and bully. Oh, wait, hold on a second. There we go. My OBS had an annoying line that was bothering me. Helping people in need is my job.
I know it's sudden, but could you please do me a favor?
But yes, if you're gonna go start watching Digimon, don't watch Cross Wars, dude. Don't watch Cross Wars. Go watch like the new remake of the first season. They've been remaking the very first season with the first generation of Digidestined. It's good. It's really good. Or you can watch the original. The original still holds up. All right, it's a deal. Eh? What do you mean, eh?
Stairs are this way. Follow me.
Wait, she doesn't have feet? How did I not know she didn't have feet? I never noticed that she hovered. Oh, hey, we got anomaly points. Sick. Hey, Gargamon. And Deputymon. I'm following. Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
Well, look at you.
Okay, sorry. Sorry. Family member apparently stopped in to use the bathroom. I just heard the door close and I was like, huh? Hello? Wait, is this the way they went? Really? Shocked at lack of feet? Shocked. 2020 is genuinely garbage. Do not watch Adventure 2020? What? Compared to Cross Wars? Ghost? No. No, it's a family member. Sometimes they come by to use the bathroom. Weak Inspire, so you should bring allies that are good at that. Good, we got a Greymon. Skill this at Guapamon's store, so you don't have to stop by before moving on. We still haven't got any, what is it, all enemy attacks? Oh, hey, doors. Good, we need to go do the train. Oh. Sewers are up ahead. They usually blocked off because they're dangerous. Digimon here are different from the city's residents. Neither are violent and tend to attack strangers. I only hold you back if I came along, and I trust you to take care of this. There's nothing a Thomas can't do. A few have crossed, and one of them has a cat belly dancer. I don't want that from Cross in future games and more Frontier Digimon. Mimi and Izzy and the fact that all the Digidestined get the final stages? Yeah. There's 8 luck in search. I'll bring Minnie to you guys right away. Okay. We need to go do the training. Oh, hello.
What's your pleasure? What's your fear?
Rob, thank you for New Year's season pass. How are you doing? Almost a year. That's almost 2 years. I think champions have a few full party attacks. They should. We just haven't got any of them. Minervamon had to get back mostly. God damn it. If it leads to getting more information, it'll hardly be a waste of time. Still be careful. Okay. Okay. Lurk check. Sound off, nerds. Sound off. Who's all here? How many of you are dead? Sound off. Who's not dead? All right. Also, hi, Dominion. How are you doing? Sorry, had to take a drink of water. I live. Listen, relatable.
Look who we have
Oh.
here. We do seem to meet at some strange places, don't we?
But well, I've only
This
ever
is
met
the
you here.
in-between, a dimension that exists between worlds.
Hi, Josh. Welcome in. How are you doing?
You must have gotten lost.
Transformers
while coming and
Combiners
going
Overcross,
between the two
correct.
worlds as well.
Because at least you
The
get
only
more
way
changes
out
there
is
than
the
you do
way
in
you
Cross
came
Wars.
in. You can't get to the other world from here, I'm afraid. You could at least prepare for the destiny you're about to face, though, while you're here.
What does that mean? Okay. I'm just here for the Digifarm, please, ma'am. Why dead, Josh? Why dead? Okay. You just had random training. 100 health. Nice. A super recovery skills. Overheals to up to 200% of targets max health without using recovery skills? Oh. Wait, what? Oh, okay. It allows it to overheal. Interesting. We were... What were we raising? Is that intelligence? I'm pretty sure that's intelligence. Right? Yeah, okay, that is intelligence. Gonna do it again. Because I'm pretty sure his intelligence has to get to like 1,000 and something. No, did not spend that. Nope. Okay. Speed. Special, sure. Okay. That is fine with me. I used to have a Giza card long ago. Gizamon card. Gizamon. Schmel new hyperfixation. Oh, it's totally not like we're gonna play this game again tomorrow. Totally not. Anyway, we're going in the sewer. I mean, it's not like the next 2 weeks is totally just gonna be Digimon and Vampire the Masquerade. Totally.
Coronamon and the others should be up ahead somewhere.
24 hours in the go-round? Absolutely not. Absolutely not today. Not tonight. I am going to sleep tonight because I have gym tomorrow. Oh? There's a flyer here. Dungeons got no chill, feeling the lack of skills. Get these goods and feel the thrill. You got victory at your will. Skill is available at Guapamon's store, yo. Honestly, not a bad slogan. Hold on a second.
Great.
Fluid animation data? Oh, there's one of the Bearmons. What's up, dude? Use your words, champ. What happens? First card from McDonald's or Burger King? McDonald's or Burger King?
Never mind that.
That's fair. I used to get Yu-Gi-Oh cards from McDonald's. That says 3 a.m. Son, sorry. If you need to go to bed, go right ahead. Go right ahead, baby.
Two of them ran up ahead.
If you need to go to bed, Sunstar, we are totally fine.
Titans? If I remember correctly, Minervamon called that big Digimon in Shinjuku.
Also, I just realized Agumon has a loincloth. Jesus.
But I'm going too. I'll show you the way. Please, help my big bro.
All right, we got an ad break in 5 minutes. Also, the giant power plugs. What? Oh, hey, that actually shows the enemies on the map now. That's actually kind of cool.
Do it!
Oh, you guys are actually really small. What the hell? Okay. More trying to get to sleep anyways? No, okay, that's fair. Sunstar going to bed? Listen, just Wormmon's putting in his best game, okay? Plus he reduces speed, which is really useful. I've just been leaving him in, and I still think it's kind of funny. Okay. The Sunstar doesn't sleep. Sunstar totally sleeps. Alright, come here, Kuramon.
That one.
Schmack. Schmack. I wonder if you get more experience bonus for using the same Digimon on the Digimon that you're like combining. Maybe, maybe not.
Preparations complete.
I'm guessing as long as we have, there's multiple Digimon in like a group, we can't one-shot that group, right? Can we only do it if there's one Digimon and we deal enough damage to deal all of their health? Okay, no, we're not going to do the Kuramon at only 100%. Give me that. Box that was over here. Ooh, defense. Nice. Nice. All right. Schmack.
You got it. Ready to go.
Nope, one of them didn't die. Damn. I mean, have you seen it with your own eyes? Sunstar doesn't sleep. Sleeping with the fishes in the fish pond. Listen, that's one way to always catch fish. Just kicked him in the face. 0 to 40. Nice. Nice. Schmack.
You got it. Ready to launch.
Enough to one-shot all of them from what I've seen? Okay, gotcha. So there's overflow, basically. There's like a primary Digimon that we hit, and if it overflows, it goes to the other ones, I'm guessing. Verostica Mayday? Who? Nice. Nice. Triple nice. Okay, I see you down here.
Great.
You. Alright, there's some things... Oh, man.
Over there.
Oh, we can't just hit it. You.
There. Preparations complete.
Come here, you weird little sickle bug things. Totally not mantises, I guess. Okay. Oh, okay, I know what the one you're talking about. The pink one. The like music star that's what, like moves in next door or something? Those are some big bags of paralysis recovery. What? I'm kind of glad they told us that the things down here are weak to fire damage, because that just means Greymon's gonna sweep most of the time we're here. Oh, is it?
Much appreciated.
Oh, there it is. It's Kuramon. Let me hit you.
You got
There
it.
we go.
Ready to launch.
Wait, was it only one? Huh. Okay then. Only up to 120. All right, hold on. Let's let recovery mode kick in real quick while I take a drink of water. Oh, and we have ad break. Never mind. Never mind.
Everyone.
Ad break's gonna start any second, and I need to run to the bathroom. So we're gonna take a brief break. I will give y'all the pair game, and I will be back in a couple minutes. Don't burn anything down, kids. Have fun. And we're gonna go just a little bit longer, I think. Okie dokie. That took a little bit longer than it was necessary, but for the ads to start at least, we still have time. There's still a whole minute. Axio. Axio. I saw what you did. I saw what you did, mister. I know you're listening. I know you're listening. For anyone who's confused, Axio gifted me the fucking costume pack for this game. Chuckle fucking bonk. Bastard. Every one of you. Every one of you. The thing is, though, is I don't think it'll take effect until I close and reopen the game. Hold on. While we're waiting, I'm going to go ahead and just drop a save. 9 hours, dude. 9 hours of this game. Does that mean hoodie? I don't know. I don't know if the cat hoodie is in it. Does that cover all of the costumes that were there? I don't know. I genuinely don't know. Shark. 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 Koala's one. Oop, I saw 2 penguins. I just don't remember what the other penguin was. All right. That's already failed. We can put that away. Welcome back from the ad break, y'all. How are you doing? Let's stop the music and I can unmute the game and we can get right back into it. Actually, let's see. Out of curiosity, I don't think it is, but we can take a look. Not cars. That's not what I wanted. Costumes. Okay, yeah. We'll probably have to close and reopen the game if we want to get it, so we'll do that tomorrow. All right. So we'll go ahead and go continue this mission. Where's the other snake? What do you mean, other snake?
Got it.
Other snake? What do you mean Fergal's dead? Explain. Listen, did my prediction come true? Did your ass kill Fergal? I need the details in DMs. I need the details. Like you're writing a fucking fanfic. I need them. You can't keep coming in here and give me the results. I need the proof of work. Oh, hell yeah. Another level up. All right. Also break that. Ooh, attack augment chip. Hell yeah. Wait, did I walk past? No, I didn't. Okay, I thought I walked past. Ooh, hello. You, I know, digivolve into Arachnamon. So I kind of want to farm you a little bit. He said he could handle it? What happens? If it's anything like the last couple Sid Nights that y'all did, I need to know. I want details. So I can send them to Claude. Wants us to show her workings? Yeah, are you not showing your work, Sunsar? Have you not been showing your work? Give me that.
Wow.
No.
That one. Preparations complete. Ha! Heck yeah.
I blame the buffering for that loss. Oh, were we buffering? Oh, Jesus, we are buffering. What the hell? We went from having like 81 dropped frames to literally now over 4,500.
Much appreciated.
What the shit? The only reason I know that is because I looked at it and I was like, wow, we've been going for 9 hours and we only have 2 digits of dropped frames. Shouldn't have thought it. Should not have thought that. I bamboozled myself.
Do it.
Okay, give me more of those spider dudes because I kind of want to farm them. Yes! Certain Digimon unexpectedly appear and join the fight. These monsters will drop rare items, which apparently pretty quick to retreat. Uh-oh. Oh. Digimon who appeared during surprise encounters. Digitama. Oh, this is close up on his crown. And there's another one. Wait, Digitama can randomly show up as a surprise encounter? Did Fergal have it coming? Fergal was the hunter. And seemingly Orla's characters or Beige's characters, love interest, we'll go with that. We'll call them love interest. Oh my god, all the debuffs. This is also the downside of fighting Platinum Numamon, is he is hard as shit to hit. Because he debuffs almost everything. See, miss, 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 miss. I don't think we have the skills to be able to beat a Platinum Numamon until he retreats, because we just keep missing. Oh, there we go. There's a hit. Okay, there we go. We're getting there. And his speed was knocked down, so that's a really... Oh, nailed it. Nice. A Digitamamon, yes? Ooh. Ooh. Okay. Holy shit. Hold on a second. Okay, that one's definitely Metal Greymon. That's Skull Greymon, which we actually can't get to yet. I don't know why I'm looking. See, there's Spider one I was talking about, but I want Stingmon. Still haven't got Bergermon. Need intelligence. 90 away from it. Oh no, it was this one, wasn't it? 490. What is that? 490 SPI? Fuck. Special. Still haven't unlocked any others. Still haven't got Godamon. Still nothing else. Still pretty sure I want to turn that into Black Godamon. Don't care for that one. Don't care for that one. Don't care for that one. This is a little more interesting. Let's do this one. Oh, of course it's Ogremon. Of course it's Ogremon. Halloween's around the corner. I think you should be a mage because you got me bewitching with that enchanting beauty of yours. Well, thank you, Dark. All right. Of course it was going to be Ogremon. Oh. We already have enough for Angemon? Okay. Nice. Okay, I'll take it. That's... I kind of want to get this one, I'm not gonna lie, but it is so far away. I'm kind of more curious about this one. Oh, fuck it, we'll go with this one. Octomon! Nice. I'm actually okay with that. I am A-okay with that. Also, wait, you're max level? Alright, that's fine. We can at least get this other one that we don't have. Okay, it is the other one from that mobile game. Huckmon, that's it. Still nothing for you. We can get Lucemon. We'll do this one. Awesome. Perfect. Might as well have one. Still no. Still no. The others that we've already checked, I'm pretty sure. You're still going? I am still going. What's up, dude? Again, what is this one? Does anybody know what this one is? Is Overmon a word? It's autocorrected not? I don't think so. Not off the top of my head. If there probably is an Overmon, I just don't know what they are. Okay. Let's keep going. Can I hit you from over here? Doesn't look like it. Okay, good. There's another spider too.
Ready to launch.
I'm kind of hoping I can get the farm for that spider to at least 100%. Wizardmon? Wizardmon's not bad. I do kind of like Wizardmon.
Nice.
Alright. Let me come bully the spider. Come here. Schmack.
You got it. Preparations complete.
Thank God for more double spiders. I don't remember if this one was going up by 20%, if it was going up by more. Wait, is he holding his own hair in his hands? He is! Wait, that's kind of funny. Oh, he's stressed. You ever just kind of hold your hair when you're stressed? Sweet, it's Wizardmon. No, it's Wizardmon. It's fine. Wizardmon's fine. Hold on. What was this? Is that below me? I think it is. Alright. Schmack.
That one.
Drillmon.
Preparations complete.
Bolmon? I forget what this one's called. You're certainly interesting, though. Alright. Also, hold on, I need another drink of water. You whiffed? Poor guy whiffed on Aegiomon. Poor dude, man. That's a flashback to what happened in the anime? Oh, wait, doesn't... Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about, right? Wizardmon dies in the anime in one of the seasons, doesn't he? I think? Is that Frontiers? Is there a Wizardmon in Frontiers where that dies? It's like a really important character. It's like part of the season that they try to find Wizardmon? Or am I misremembering one of the seasons? God, these guys are sturdy. Oh, it's Venture 01? Okay, okay. Then I misremembered it. Ow. Okay. Oh, no, it's because all of my things are resisted by these guys. Here, let's do something else. Let's swap out some people. You know what? Fuck it, we ball. Fuck it, we ball. Drink up, you thirsty bitch! It's fine. It's fine. Oh, I can't swap out Aegiomon, so... Oh, he has heal now. Interesting. Here, smack him. Smack him. Smack him. He's already low enough. That's fine. We don't need a swamp. Leads to the introduction of Angelomon in the anime? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hold on, I'm waiting for, I see you around the corner. Look at that motherfucker up there in the mini-map.
Everyone.
All right. See you up there, you little chuckle fuck.
Here it comes! Mega Blade!
Smack. Nice. Okay. Don't ask me how we get yen from defeating digital entities. In the digital world. Oh, hello.
Great.
Ooh.
Wow.
Evasion attachment, magma fall. Okay.
Much appreciated. Everyone.
Oh, hey, Ramon. We'll do that. More towards wisdom. Excellent. Excellent. All right, there better be... Oh, that is not what I wanted, but it works for me because that gave me a revival capsule. Yen off of everyone's digital purchases. It's doing the what is it? The, like, every time somebody does a transaction, it takes, like, a fraction of a cent. Skims, like, fractions of cents to the point where it just piles up over time. All right, where's more of those spiders? Aha, perfect. All right, this should give us at least 100%. I'm pretty sure. And then we can get Arachnemon later. Maybe yen is just pure data? Hmm. Ooh.
Here it comes! Mega Blade!
In the details? All right, hold on. If I find out you did it in her house. Darn it. I've been bamboozled. I've been bamboozled. There is no story. There is no story. She's lied to me, chats. She's lied to me. I've been manipulated.
You got it.
Bamboozled. No, that makes sense. That's a perfectly legitimate reason. Don't you smugs at me, Miss Ma'am. All right. Anybody else hiding around this corner? Oh, there's another one of our scythe ones. Smack. Schmack.
Ready to launch.
Is it weird? Sometimes in other Digimon games, going through these dungeons would always feel like a fucking slog at times, or be like, God, I am running out of health items, my Digimon are low, and like all this other stuff. But the fucking quality of life things, regeneration mode, the like auto battler being really smooth and actually kind of responding to things feels so good. Feels so good. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm enjoying this. I don't think there's been a second where I've been like, oh man, this sucks. This is taking too long. Not once. Also, is that a fucking... I was gonna say, there's no the door entry for the door here. That's fine. We don't need to go in there. Okay, maybe we do. Hold on. Because the fact that it's here before we like turn into a section, it makes me think that there's about to be a big boss fight. The speed up in battles, the cutscene skip? Maybe. That could be it. Ooh, panic recovery, sleep recovery, multi recovery. Attachments for extra stuff. Clothes. Hmm. 13 hits for 3 damage. Okay, some of these would be really useful for the characters that I gave stat things to. Let me see real quick. What would be a good idea to give Crystallimon a multi-hit attack? Three times 10, 4 times. We'll take one of those at least. Oh, I have 60 yen? Where did I get all that? Jesus. Okay. Hit 7 times. Sure. Because if I can put this on a Digimon, because I'm pretty sure each one of those hits counts as a separate hit that all has a separate chance to apply status effects. Attack fields, attack bind. Good lord. Ooh. Do I want other characters to have Venom Trap? And not random encounters plus fewer overall encounters? Maybe. I think that's what it is. I think you're right. Yeah, actually go back. We're gonna get 2 of these. Because it's a little too good. If I can apply a poison to... You already have Venom Trap. Would be another good addition to have Venom Trap. Coppeteriemon, maybe? Magmafall? Oh, we actually had extra ones. That's totally fine with me. Okay, we need to give Wormmon something else to attack with. You have good attack stats, so... Holy Light? Why not? Because it's funny. And then... Okay, so you have Panic Attack. Let's do this. We're gonna get rid of Shadowfang 1 for 10 for 4. Steel? I don't know how good Steel is. We'll do Nano Machine Break. That's fine. Oh, perfect timing. I was about to be like, I wonder how the Digifarm's doing. It would have been funnier if I said it out loud and then all of those went off. Digigate Baldermon? Oh, okay, I get it. I get it. My brain short-circuited for a split second. More speed! More speed! Boost crit rating. Nice. Nice. You know what? Have some more health. Actually gonna go back real quick and take you out. 800? I don't know if is that enough? Go back. I'll take you out just to check. I don't remember if that's enough. I forgot what the goal, isn't it like 1100 and something? Isn't that what we were aiming for him? You already want to Digivolve? Absolutely not. Is it this one? Is this the one that digivolves into the higher version of him? Actually, I think it's that one. We'll wait. That's fine. Intelligence speed 490, special 490. All right, we're gonna put Impmon in and start oh no, we just used the special one that we had, didn't we? Fuck. Okay, yeah, it's 11:30. Let's do this one. Okay, Golemon. Golemon. Still nothing I want. Still nothing I want. Intelligence. Crab. Still nothing. Still nothing. What do you need? Special? 540. Still 110 away. Okay, hold on. Items. What do we have? Talents, HP, HP, attack, defense. Who needs HP and who needs attack or defense? Special. It's definitely not you because you need speed. Not you for the thing that I want. You could use some defense. Actually, using one of them would give us enough for whatever this one is. 430? Okay, let's do that. Actually, if I select hover him, can I? No, I can't. Okay, defense. Damn it. Defense. You. Alright. Evolve, Crabmon. Whatever the hell. Wait, I think I know what this one is. This is gonna be the weird purple thing, pink thing. Yeah, with the shell. Gross. Gross. Shellmon. What else can you turn into? Whalemon! Awesome. Okay, that'll be useful. Who else was there? Special.
What's your pleasure? What's your fear?
Special. Gosh, there's so many special. Ray Banton, thank you for doing your season pass. Holy shit, dude, over 2 months.
Let's step into the macabre hall
Durgan.
of the Dark Carnival.
Hi, Flo. How was your stream? Did y'all have a good time? You're playing Triple Z. Good lord. Welcome in the Raiders. Wait, you're maxed out? Seriously? Uh-oh. All the Digi-Egg evolutions. All right, we'll de-Digivolve you then. Works for me. It works for me. All right. Welcome in the Raiders. How was your stream? Did you have a good time? What trouble did you get into? Hand of Shellmon? I don't think you should have Whalemon. No! You can't do that to me. Okay, No. Dave's in. Listen to some cute events. Ooh, well, I hope you had a good time. Listen, if you got to do any of the post-stream stuff, hit the bathroom, get food, head to bed because it's so late. I totally understand. Thank you so much for the raid, guys. If you want to hang out until it's about bedtime or something, especially if you're on the US side, totally understands. We are going to be playing this a little bit longer. We've been going for 9.5 hours. And oh no, I don't want to do that on this one. I almost selected that one. Whatever, that Wizardmon one for a split second. It crossed my mind. Oh boy.
What's your pleasure? What's your fear?
Fairbanks! How are you doing, bud? What trouble are you getting into? Marn. Bonks. Alright. How close is Renamon? That looks like this Cubamon, so A long way away. Damn it. Damn it. Okay. Just got home. Well, welcome home. Oh, the Ren Fair in... Oh, shit. Is it in Houston or is it up towards Dallas? I can't remember. The, like, really big one. I'm so upset, though. I haven't been able to get fucking Wormmon to Digivolve. Should I just stick Wormmon? Hold on. What items do we have for right now that isn't being used? Can I not know here? Oh, there it is. HP, SB, attack, intelligence, special. Perfect! Okay, so intelligence and special are the things that we want to increase. Which means to do that, we need to put him back in for intelligence. And you want special? No, you want speed. You want special. Yes. Okay. That is what we are doing. Wormmon and was it Giramon? Are going back in for those. Sorry, Worm. But you gotta, bud. You gotta. Go back. Interact. Wormmon training. Special? Yes. Then Gira was intelligence. Okay. Let them do that for a while. Go back. And then we need to add something back into the slot that Wormmon was in. But we're gonna move Kapaterimon there. Who do we want to take? Angelmon? Not Angelmon, Angemon. We want to take Impmon. Summon? Wait, what does that ability do? Why is it called Summon? Angemon. Actually, hold on. What do we have? Data. Unknown. Unknown! Vaccine. Okay. We need something else. You. Wait a second. She's literally better. She's just literally built different. Okay. Let's make sure we save. All right. Late night morning fishing with Sunstar. Aww. I heard it just came out. It came out a few days ago. I am loving the shit out of it. Okay. Radiates. Oh, does it? Hello? Oh god, it kind of does. I didn't even realize.
Damn it, Titans!
Titans? They count as being called Titans?
Inori, no! What are you doing?
She does not like bullies, and we can respect that.
Bullying kids weaker
Also,
than
welcome in, Dragon's Revenant. How are you doing? Also, wait, y'all started a hype train? Have a good night, Flo. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a good stream.
I won't let you lay a finger on Inori.
It's punching time.
You think you are, runt?
Sunstar! What the hell, dude?
Pleasure, what you fear?
Oh, shit. Oh, even Carmine got one. Identify yourselves. Adamas.
That's not something you need to know.
I dig the voice.
Because you'll all soon be dead.
I kind of dig the voice, not gonna lie.
You heard Inori. He won't let you run wild here.
It was quite a sindir.
For me,
Comp.
Finish you all without breaking a sweat.
I don't remember the comp.
And I'm not scared at all, okay?
It's okay to be scared, buddy. It's the fact that you don't run away.
Ready to launch.
Wait, do we have... Oh, we do have X-Art already. Anyway, gun. Hey, that'll do. Smack. I was gonna say, we also have... I should have equipped another fire ability on someone, I think, but I think we're doing fine. Oh, the resist, my guy. Oh, ooh. Minervamon's here. Hell yeah, dude.
Now, let's clean up this mess.
You! It's Minervamon!
I think it was supposed to take longer for us to get to this point, but because we used the X-Art at the beginning,
Looks like you thugs have done a number on that little brother of mine.
I think we just brought her a lot quicker than we were supposed to. And not off for 3 hours. Marion's still streaming. Hi, Funky!
And I wouldn't trade him for
Can you
anything.
tell I'm having fun?
So, sorry in advance, but I don't see myself holding back here. Prepare yourselves.
Listen, I already love her buckler. I just wish her sword was more reasonable. Nice. I can say, is that one ice type? Seems to be. God, these guys are having more of a rough time with us than any other, I think. I'm pretty sure this counts as a boss phase. It's just that it's like multiple enemies. I'm pretty sure this counts as a boss fight. God damn it, Chronomon. Do a thing. Do something. Date Makiko? Cop. I still can't picture. It's been that long since I played Cyber Sleuth. It's been years. I don't think I've played Cyber Sleuth since I've started streaming in 2001.
That night, under that star.
Because not the Violator.
Always, right? That you'd always be by my side.
Not the Violator, my dude.
I swore in my heart then that I wouldn't let myself get down in the dumps again.
Okay.
I'll get stronger, so I can protect you.
2021? Yeah.
Right here.
Was it
by your
2022 when I started streaming? Punch. Chuckle fuck.
Such power. Could he really be from that egg after all?
The eyes and the jaw, definitely the Violator. Oh my god. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. I forget, how does paralysis in Digimon work? Oh. Now use special skill, stun, beat, blow.
Here goes. Stun, beat, blow.
You miss against a stunned enemy. (2001) No, 2021. Maybe I did say 2001, but I did not mean it. That's my own bad. He's so cool.
Oh, well, I can fight too, you know.
Sure, whatever you say, buddy.
Who am I if I can't even take on these goons?
Goons? Okay, but that do any damage yet? Okay, there's some damage. That works. Goons! Chat, what do we say about goons? What kind of goons do we have in this house? Game be proper gooning up in here? The game do be proper gooning. Except these goons be getting their shit kicked in. Henchmen? Correct. Okay, they just don't attack. But they keep paralysis. They don't just randomly lose paralysis unless they use something to lose it. Thank you guys for the hype train. Oh shit, hold on, I got a hype chest? A heart? Oh, it's so goofy. What is that? Oh, hell yeah. To bully this poor man. Done, motherfucker! Schmack. That's what I usually think goon means. Good, Laughing Skull. Good. That's the only kind of goon that we put up with here.
Here goes.
Missing against a paralyzed enemy. Ridiculous. Also, Greymon's out of SP.
My turn. Strike roll. Now you're in. Here goes.
That's a good fight.
Sun deep blow.
I'm gooning one chatter at a time. I am trying my best. I refuse to let that really stupid definition of gooning take over the internet. I would rather people just start making the joke that I'm gooning and it means that they're pretending to be a henchman. They're hinching, if you will. Proper hinching. Oh my god, the walk cycle.
How many times have I told you not to go down into the underground?
I'm sorry.
How sorry are you?
That goes for you two as well.
Hit them on the head. They kind of deserve it.
You shut up! You can't tell us what to do!
Alright, now I should really hit them on the head.
Absolutely hopeless.
Agreed. I remember when goon was a respectable word. I agree.
I haven't exactly processed everything yet. We've
Of...
got a serious problem if the Titans have infiltrated Central Town. We've got to report this to Marukimon.
Wait, also, did I get I'm pretty sure I got enough for the spider. Who's Marukimon? Oh, didn't I click that? I clicked A.
This town's leader, and a dependable one at that. We should go report into him. Marukimon's base is near the square. Let's go.
Okay. Ooh, hello.
Titans, huh? It seems Digimon are infighting among their own kind.
Why do the gloves that we have this time also have shaped pads on them? Do y'all see that? They're not a different color like the other gloves, but they still have the little like circle around them.
We may be getting closer to the truth. I'd like you to find out as much as you can.
Marukimon is or Minerva is? All right, out of curiosity, we're gonna see if... Yeah, anomaly points. Oh. Okay, hold on. I don't think anything's gone beyond... Yeah. Wait a minute! Are we gonna put him in somewhere? Shit. Shit. Well, no. I was about to say, I was looking at speed. I was like, well, he's like 7 points away. And then I looked up and I was like, no, wait a second. We're still more than 100 points away on special. Fuck. Me running. Okay. This is important. This was Vmon before, wasn't it? Yeah, we'll make this in Vmon again. I need a lot of special. That's fine. That's fine. We were going to check the costumes. Okay, yeah. It definitely needs a reboot. So we have 40 points to spend. 40 points to spend. Do this. Raise defense. Raise special. Now we have to do the important thing of checking the personalities again. Well, stuff definitely went up. A bit. A bit, but only a bit. 540. Okay. Not too much, I don't think. I've been going like very focused. We've gotten some like these, the like rookie education, as well as the rookie body boost. I don't know what else I should be focusing on. I've been trying to boost stats for a lot of things. I think the next one we're gonna get is this one. body boost special for the other personality types. Load it into Itmon or Digivolve it? Well, we can do that. Yeah, why not? Where is he? There he is. We'll also do that with Golemon. Methinks. And this fucking thing. That works for me.
Well, look at you.
Okay, we got closer. Blaze Nightflame, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing? The staircase looking one I go for when available? Fuck Ogremon, dude. Fuck Ogremon. Okay, we're getting there. I wish we had a special let's go find the shop real quick. These are cards, but I don't remember what. Is it just? Yeah. Oh my god. All right, let's go back. We're gonna go to the other section, which is this way. Wait, what is that digital icon on the far left over there?
I'm sorry. Everyone.
Okay. Yeah, we'll go this way. We'll go look at the other shops and see. I don't know if they sell, what is it, special ups? Is that what I needed? I'll check it when we get there. Let's, oh, whoops. That's it. Okay, yours is just that. Just the vegetables and everything. Were you open earlier? Okay, just healing at SP. Hi, Nightmon. Okay, yeah. And then you only have skills, so we can't buy any extra. Few more fodder for Itmon? Oh, that's one thing we haven't done. Oh man, we didn't get it. Okay. Yeah, we're going back to the sewer. I want that spider. Oh, give me that.
Wow.
Okay. Where was the entrance again? Through here. Sewer. Is it that hole right there? I think? I don't know. Hi, Gargamon. This way. Back here. Not back here. Back here. All right. Have a good night, Grin. Sleep well. All right, let's go bully those spiders a little bit. I only really need to fight one more fight with them. And that'll be okay with me. Oh, this is just a flyer. Same flyer, same interactable. Okay. Scythe guy.
There.
Schmack. Have a good night, Grins. No. Thing is, I don't know what our percentage for this guy is, but I'm willing to turn him into fodder too. It works for me. Okay, and then we'll beat the Kuramon just because we can. Ooh. Oh, it felt like it froze for a second. Snack.
That one. Ready to go. Here goes.
Listen, I'm fine with that being charged. We just save it. We hoard it. And then we forget we have it until the very next boss fight. Alright, give me this. Alright, spider. He's gotta be down here, right? Where is he?
Ready to go.
I want that spider, dude.
Here it comes! Mega Blade!
Okay.
Do it!
And I know there's not going to be another one inside there, so we can probably honestly kind of skip it.
Heck yeah!
Oh, no, wait, that's the scythe guy.
You got it! Ready to go.
I'm going to say, he's better to fight because he gives more experience. Although, I think we did aggro the Kuramon when we walked in. Not Kuramon. Something else. What is it called again? Almost called it middle-aged Kuramon. Alright, chat. How are you doing? How are the rest of y'all doing? What are the rest of y'all doing? Y'all falling asleep to stream? What's the deal? Are the rest of y'all playing games? Oh, there you are. You were just staring at me. Schmack. The Sunstar is dozing off. Aren't you, Sunstar? Isn't Digimon as a series pretty dark? Yes. Digimon is a very good series for children to learn about, like, understanding grief and hardship. Not gonna lie. Come on, where are they? Where's the spider dude? Found in chests and sometimes drops, but trading and loading enhancements seems to be the main method. Yeah, that makes sense.
Nice.
I'm sure at one point, probably towards in-game, they become available for purchase, just not really right now. There we go. It's fine. I only need one, so
Ready to go.
just beating these guys is enough. Drawn dames? Hell yeah, drawn dames. Listen, I love the dames that you draw. What's on the docket for the day? You know how it do? I love how it do. All right. And then... fuck it, we ball. I hate that little weirdo. Out of all of these, the only one I want to keep is this dude. Because I know he digivolves into Arachnamon. Here. Load enhancements. Impmon. There he is. You. Yes. Oh my god, we're 2 points short. Fuck. Wait, didn't we get a second one of these? I think I just ate him, so... Oh, it's a tadpole. Oh, we didn't get any stat points. Of course not. Don't you point and laugh at me. I know what I have to do. I'm sorry, Octomon. I'm sorry, you have to go. Your sacrifice will be remembered, sir. Your sacrifice will be remembered. If this isn't Witchmon, I'm strangling whoever told me. I'm strangling whoever told me. We must stay up to partner the go-rounds. It has to be 6 separate streams. Unfortunately, it's not 6 hours. It's 6 separate streams. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Look at her. Funk. Yes. Hell yeah. Set up. Fuck you, Renamon. You're coming out. Yoink. All right, let's go check the other Digivolutions just to make sure. Renamon ain't got nothing. Nothing. What are you missing again? Intelligence? Long way away. Pretty sure this one's the one that we want, even though we now have both of these others. Speed's getting there. That's fine. That's fine. Wait. Speed, what are we at? 560. We need 640. All right. Whatever next zone we'll come to. Okay, 3 out of the 5 that we were training just finished. We'll go back after the other ones finish training. Oh, also we can just do this. Whee! Damn, look at him go. Meow. Oh, wait, give me that.
Great.
Meow. Oh, I tried to interact with that again. Okay. Witchmon based? Goddamn right she is. Goddamn right she is. Give me that. All right. Hi, Cyber. How are you doing? Save me. We'll go back here. Ooh. What are you? Another version of Tankmon? Or some kind of weird version of Tankmon? Okay, then. What are y'all doing? Everswell in my party. I love her. She's such a cool Digimon. All right, let's go see what this conversation's gonna be. Yoink, yoink. You!
I told you that you may not pass unless you provide proof of your
It
friendship
is so funny that the
with
camera
Lady
does not pan up to his face for this conversation. What's up, shitstick?
It is true. I am that proof.
Lady Minervamon, pardon my insolence. Please, come right through.
I do wonder how she got into her position of power, even though she's honestly kind of not that strong.
But my liege will be happy to see you, I am sure.
Lurk
Right this
check
way.
chats. If you're listening, it's time to speak up. I know some of you may be falling asleep, but now's the perfect time to speak up in chat. Can you give me an emote? Tell me your secrets. Take your hand out of your pants. Boo, Twitch, boo! Quick say boo, Twitch. Hey, listen, that's one thing you can do. Look at that big dude. That's just a dude wearing animal skins.
And who are those people?
The miscolored Garurumon.
It's a long story. There's something else I need to report to you first. The Titans are in town. We ran into some in the sewers. These humans.
I'm not
helped us
wearing
fight them off
pants.
For now. Were you aware of the Titans' presence?
Are you wearing underwear?
Yes, I received the report just a short time ago.
Best I can do is a wheel? What do you mean wheel?
It seems the upcoming battle is truly unavoidable.
God, that fucking emote, Grievos. That is a good. Is that another Justa
People
emote?
are foreigners from
I can't
outside
hover it
the
right now to
Joe
see who
World.
it is.
But nevertheless, they helped me with the search for the egg of the Great Guardian, and even with the Titans too. They've been good to me.
Yes.
I'd like to return them safely to their original world. So I wanted to ask if the
And
gate
cult
could
of-
be opened for them. Can we use the comms in the radio tower?
About the network.
It's mini.
I'm afraid it isn't operational at the moment.
Did the Titans do something to it?
Most likely.
Oh right, I saw Riri do this part. Hey, we're Garurumon.
Citizens have caught wind of the Titans in the sewers.
How?
They've started
Oh, the
evacuating
Bear
on
Brothers.
their
That's
own
right.
And are demanding something be done.
Look up the redemptions. Fuck! All right, hold on.
Information spread so quickly.
I'm gonna let this
bet
keep
the
going while I
Bearmon
open
brothers
it.
were responsible for that.
Could you please advise on a strategy to calm the masses?
Yes.
Spin,
very
spin,
well.
spin. Tells us to spin. We will
Let us
win.
discuss it. The situation is worse
Compliment
than I
self.
imagined.
And
Do you think you can fix the radio
yes,
tower?
compliment self.
Yes. I need to contact Junomon anyway.
All right.
And we need her to get these folks
Oh
back
god,
to
what
their
compliment do I
world.
need to do?
And I'll need your help too. You don't mind, do you?
Oh god, I don't know. I like how much I'm having fun with this game. It's been a while since I've had fun with so many of the games that I'm playing recently.
Junomon, I'm
Like
sure we
Bloodlines
can get
1
you
and
back
this
to your
game, I have
original
been
world.
absolutely fucking
Now,
chewing
let's hurry
up.
to the radio tower.
Let me see if I can.
That's a pricey one? Oh my god.
We need the gate to get back to our world, and Junomon is in charge of this gate. But we can't contact Junomon because the radio tower isn't working.
Okay.
So we're going there to try and fix it.
Thank you for explaining it to me like I'm
Don't you
5.
think, Marukimon?
And I will do something about the chaos in town. I will go to the radio tower as well, once the panic has been quelled.
You're voluntold?
Thank you, Minervamon and valued
Well
guests. I am in your debt.
Also, wait, are we close to having an ad break?
Without
We've got to
further
be,
ado,
right?
Let's head to that radio tower.
Or is the ad break about to start? I just looked down and saw 10 hours.
Agent, remember what happened during the Shinjuku Inferno?
What does that have to do with this?
Sky. It certainly did look like a gate, didn't it? We might be able to get some important intel.
Okay. There's the... Okay, I was right. There was an ad break. All right, hold on. Once we get through this back to, like, having control. Got here. Pause it. All right. I need to pee again anyway, so we will take a brief break. I'll be back in a couple minutes. Have these stream pairs, and I will be back in a couple minutes. Have fun, kids. All right, sorry about that, guys. I had to run to the bathroom, but then I also had to do, I'm not gonna lie, I had to do my language lesson for the day. I had not had the chance to do it all day, so I had to do it before it expired. I almost have a 200-day streak. I can't lose it. Can't lose it. That's illegal. All right. Once this round is over, I will stop the music and we will bring the game audio back. I suppose it's going to be time to look at Discord real quick.
Well, look at you.
Who did it? Who did it? Rancid Grease. Thank you for the follow. Good name. Good name. How rancid? What kind of restaurant are we talking? Is this like deep fryer grease, or is this like the grease trap out back? Or is this one of those places that like never cleans its grease? What are we talking here? Where's the match to the snake? What the hell? Listen, I do the same thing. It feels like it does that shit all the time. You will lock onto one and it'll never show you where the other one is. All right, let's put that away. Unmute you. Cease it. Actually, skip to the next song, then cease it. Come back to the game. Back to the game, I said. Okay, that's finished. Let's go find the door, because I know there is one nearby. Yeah. Which I think is actually the direction we're heading, isn't it? Yes, it is. Perfect. Perfect. We'll have to go through the fence over here again. Because it's down there. Big greasy burger on the back of the way from work. Ooh. I mean, it doesn't sound like the worst idea. Get it with a fried egg and avocado. Rancid. Stick with me on this. Stick with me on this. I started this game at the beginning of stream. Look below the player and see how long the stream has been going. And you tell me if I'm enjoying this game. My weight over my calorie count already had oh, okay, then wait, what did that say? It still doesn't think I have them. That's fine. That's fine. Digifarm. And then we have to check. Interacts. You first. Do it again. I forget, how high do we have to get it for him? Probably a lot more if I remember right. Do it again. Honestly, these other guys, I kind of don't care about. Because I don't even remember what, like, Garurumon needs to Digivolve right now. Nor do I know what this guy needs to Digivolve right now. Ooh. Ooh. Wait, that's actually really cool. That's cheer. That's a good ability. Here, we're gonna take you out. And probably you. Everyone else needs to train. Who up Digivolving their worm? Listen, always trying to Digivolve my worm, okay? Tapermon. Oh shit, he can turn into Bakamon? Sold. Sold. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. I love my little ghosty boy. Because he can turn into... Wait. That's not... I don't think that's Lady Devimon right there. I could have swore a Bakamon could turn into Lady Devimon. Oh, that's fine. Whatever. We may have to do a lot of training. All right, you. Fuck it. We'll see what this one is. What ugly rancid horse is this? Oh, it is actually a horse. Oh, shit. Why did it have to be Unimon? Oh, no. Oh, good lord. Indies. Whoa, 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 whoa. Those speed requirements. Oh, my God. All right, you're going back in the box. You're going back in the box. You're just going to be on speed duty, my dude. You're about to go into speed. Nope, not that. Move. You're going back in the box, and your ass is going to be training speed until the fucking Cowmons come home. Good luck, kiddo. You ain't getting off that treadmill anytime soon. Is the Lekmon's default evolution? Really? Maybe. I don't know. I do not know for sure. Gonna get the Digimon hooked on speed? Listen, I suppose it's better than getting hooked on, like, spherical model. Huh. Alright, yeah. Pegasusmon. Here, come here. You. Digi-Co-op ride locations. Normally be unable to cross, making it vital to complete your mission. Digi-Co-op ride locations are marked with special icon. Find yourself at a loss at how to proceed. Try searching for a Digimon in the vicinity that can offer assistance. Huh. Whee! Oh. I've already entered the area ahead of us. Proceed to the central tower with caution. Hi, gang.
Great.
Wait, is that Centaurmon an enemy? Oh, shit. Okay. Schmack.
There. Ready to go. Stunty blow.
Ends up enjoying one featured Lady Devimon evolution. I guarantee you I will have it. So help me God. So help me God. Hi, Ultra. How are you doing? Welcome in. What trouble are you getting into? Smash.
Here goes. Stunty blow.
Oh god, I didn't realize that he only had one eye until now. I always thought Centaurmon always looked so funny. Right, he's Centaurmon? I don't know, I haven't checked his name. He's always, I'm pretty sure. Jesus. Okay, no, Centauru. Okay, that's what it is. Centaurumon. Punky lady now. Chat, you can't stop calling me that. That's not allowed. That's not allowed. Hi, Toy Agumon. Smack.
Preparations complete.
Oh.
Heck yeah.
Is this the first time we've run into a wild Toy Agumon besides the, oh, what was it? Real quick, though, I want to change the setup. Oh, you can go here.
You got it. Wow.
Okay.
There.
Just wanted to make sure.
There.
Whee!
There.
Nope, that was not what I wanted to hit, but okay.
Ready to launch.
No punk rock allowed at the carnival? What do you mean? We play punk rock all the time. Like, extremely frequently. Ooh. Okay, so she does have one. She's one of the persons we have that has an ability that hits all enemies. I'm pretty sure that was one of the abilities earlier that we would take and it would hit all of our enemies? Hell yeah. Hell yeah, more defense. Don't mind if I do.
You got it. Great.
I know at some point when we get to the tower. Oh, there's another Centarmon. Schmack.
Preparations complete. Here goes. Stun beat flow.
Yeah, the next ones that we're gonna get, that we're gonna essentially, what's the word? Convert. We will pump into Lunamon because I am tired of waiting to try and get Lekismon. I fucking want my champion version. I'm tired of running around with Lunamon. I don't like Lekismon, but I just want to get closer to having Dianamon. Ooh. Wait, what? Beat his ass.
I'm counting on you. Here goes.
How could you defeat my Akakumon? You're a monster. Data Crusher. Good shit, dude. Good shit. Oh. There you go. There's the damage.
We did it.
Okay.
Wow.
Hey, yo, another training set. Don't mind if I do. Pretty sure that's also the attack one. Schmack.
There. Ready to go.
Why is the toy Agumon all by himself? Yes, yes, it is Wisconsin. Someone mentioned it earlier. It is Sayu voicing the Greymon line. Smack. More, what is it, Scythemon? I don't think his name was Scythemon. I think it was something else. Data Crusher! Smack. Smack. It's always so funny to me after you crystallize something. Oh, she's adorable! Hell yeah, all the level ups, dude.
Wow.
Oh, there's a fun Beamon. Smack.
That one. Ready to launch.
Hell yeah, give me fun Beamon. Although we're probably only gonna get like 20% at a time. Yep, 20%.
Well, look at you.
Intelligence augment. Ooh, wait a second. Niam, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing? I see that Beamon over there. I also see you right there behind the fucking box, dude. You're not that sneaky. Yeah, we got the Witch Lady Queens. Yes, she's champion level.
Here it comes! Mega Blade!
Yes, she is champion level. We don't have anybody over champion. We have not hit ultimate rank yet.
Great.
Motherfucking Shoutmon sitting there. Beat his ass!
Do it!
Beat his ass! Motherfucker's gonna get pumped. If I end up having to convert one of these, he's getting pumped into Lunamon. Oh my god, what the? Like, even his pixel form is hideous.
My turn. Strike roll.
I like her too. I like Whitmon. She hasn't been in any of the other games I played, at least to my memory. So it is fun to get to play her now.
Heck yeah.
It is so brutal. They just fall apart on the ground.
I'm sorry.
Hold on, I was letting the region take up.
Everyone.
Sorry, I was just thinking. Schmack.
That one.
More
Preparation
spiders.
complete.
Oh, a single spider.
Stun beat flow.
Had to tell someone earlier you can crash into Digimon while on the right. Digimon. Oh, it does? That's fine.
Here it comes! Mega Blade!
Schmack. Oh. They just falls to cubes. Triumphs? I don't know if we have any on the ground right now in front of us. We'll see. Next time I find someone that's on the ground. Fucking Shoutmon. Fuck you, Shoutmon. Come here, bitch. Oh, and there's... Oh, whoops.
You got it. Ready to launch.
3 of them. Disgusting. Disgusting. Actually, you know what? Hold on. Wait, didn't I? God damn it. I tried to auto off. Anyway, fuck these dudes. Eat gun. Get out of my sight. Fun being there. No. We'll do it whenever there's somebody that like looks obviously on the ground. I wasn't sure if it was gonna work running into a Shoutmon if he was on the box. We'll do it when we get to the next area. Because now there's just Fun Bees blocking the way. Where's the other one? There it is. Come closer. Nah.
You got it.
Oh, only one? Damn it. We were so close to unlocking one.
Heck yeah.
We'll do it, Krivis. Just give us a minute. We'll have plenty of opportunities. Ooh. There doesn't seem to be any rowdy Digimon up here. I don't believe that for a second. Mamamon. What are you doing? Wait, is that, what is it, Lucky Mamamon? I forget. He's the gambling one, right?
So this is the radio tower we could see from town.
That is a serious radio tower. Ooh. That also doesn't bode well.
It wasn't there before. Do you suppose it's more of the Titan's handiwork?
I mean, probably.
Let's hurry.
I was gonna say, I'm kind of with Minervamon on that one. The evil bad smoky person is in the cloud of smoke.
Time to gather more intel. Many of the anomalies we've recorded up to now resemble unexplained disappearances.
Hmm?
In Japan, it's called getting spirited away.
Wait, how many people were disappearing beforehand?
For example, Dr. Yuki suddenly vanished from this world without a trace.
So wouldn't they possibly just be in the digital world?
May provide a few answers regarding such phenomena. Continue to closely observe that world.
Wait, how long ago did he disappear? Wouldn't he technically be still here if this is 8 years in the past? Right? Question mark? What the fuck is that?
Wow.
Look at him. He's so big and round. Oh, a train track. Maybe that'll be something later. Maybe that'll be for like fast traveling or something. I don't think we need to go through the door for anything right now because we just did it. Solarmon. Working up at the tower and some Titans suddenly appeared and knocked me off the tower. Oh, my friends are okay up there. You folks should run while you still have a chance. Something really dangerous going on in the tower. What kind of work do you do in the tower? He's the gear that turns the tower. Job is gears to turn for Central Tower. Can't reach the top without us? Oh, goodness. Head to the top, look for my friends, get their help? Okay. Works for me. Okay. Smash. Oh, hey, there's Wasmon over there. All right. Carry you. All right, let's go. Oh, I gotta waddle. Gotta walk real slow, like. Yoink. Lugging me all the way here. Hold on a tick. Why can't y'all can hover? Why do I have to carry you? Okay. Oh, good one. Only a single one? Name what? Name what? That laugh almost doesn't sound like the same person. I'm not gonna lie. for whatever reason to me. Yoink. That's the alternative color one, but I can't remember what this one's called. Is this one Solarmon or is the other one Solarmon? Didn't tell me.
Over there. Do it.
Another Goblimon.
That one.
Time to beat their asses again. Huh? Name what? Hi, Carrie. You said my name, did I? I don't think I referred to your name. I think I was referring to the term carry. Oh, because I was carrying the gear. I was carrying the gear. Oh, wait, go back down. Oh, I can't go back down. Oh, can I? I can go up. Wasmon, come back.
There.
Wasmon, come back. Fine. I'll bully the Funby then. Just get kicked in the face. That's enough.
Wow.
Okay, I guess we have to bring this guy. Actually, hold on. You just came back, Wasp. Come here. No! God damn it. Oh, what's on the other side? This first, and then we'll take him off. Ooh. Speed, you say. All right, come on, bud. You do carry the year, keep my mental health in check. Let's go. I do my best. All right, get in there. Give me a little spin there, champ. All right. Oh, I didn't even see you there. What's up about the solo packs here? Why are they all by themselves? Okay, yeah, this one was the Solarmon.
You got it.
Yoink, another Kudamon.
That one. Ready to go. Here goes. Stumpy throw.
We'll check in a second to see what I have unlocked. I kind of wish... There's not nearly enough Beamons close enough to me. Wait. Oh, okay, that was Kodamon. I thought that was for a split second. I thought that was an in-training Digimon. I was like, what are you doing here?
Heck yeah.
Okay, let's see. What do we have right now? Shout! Disgusting. You're getting pumped, little man. Fun Beamon, though, gets to stay. Na-na-na-na. You. And that's it. Just you. Just you. Hold on a second. Digivolution. 640 speed? Speed, you say? Speed, you say? And we just got a speed augment chip. Hell yeah. Was there anyone else we were trying to digivolve with a little bit of urgency? Not the right thing. You. Intelligence 540. 41 points away. Is there someone else? Okay, I think that one's... This one right here, I think is the equivalent of Gargamon for this one. Have a good night, Impy. Thank you for hanging out. That's fine. It's fine. Still no. Wait, Fun Beamon already wants to digivolve just after... Oh, Copetary, of course. That one, I'm pretty sure, is Waspmon. Damn, that speed is really high. Technically, he could be Stingmon. I'm pretty sure this one is Waspmon. Rest of these are fine.
Here we go.
Oh, Fun Beamon's right there too.
Ready to launch.
And another Kudamon.
Here it
I envy your focus? What do you mean my focus? The fact that I've been able to keep playing this game for so long? It itches the autism, okay? It scratches the right part, you know?
Do it.
It gets the brain going. Both nostalgia, but better in every way. And it's far more voice than I remember other Digimon. Thank you for the self-care. It puts the focus in hyper-focus. Listen.
Everyone.
It happens. It happens to the best of us, okay?
There.
Oh, I did not even see that Airdramon over there.
Here goes. Stun beat blow.
Disgusting. Disgusting. You know what I should do? I should actually pull the Airdramon out of the farm and put it into Lunamon. That's what I should be doing with it.
Here goes. Stun beat blow.
Okay. Hi, Void. Yes, I am. Listen, when was the last time we had a long stream? Hold on a second. None of these are destroyable? Oh, okay, we gotta go the long way for that one.
Do it.
Hi, Silvermon. Gimme. Spray. Okay. Solar. Smack.
That one. Preparations complete. Stun beat blow.
I'm prepping for all the 24-hour streams to come. What do you mean? What do you mean all the 24-hour streams to come? I think I do owe you a 12-hour stream after the move, though.
Do it.
I'm pretty sure. At least 12 hours. Question what it'll be. Who knows? It could be Bloodlines too. Listen, if I luck out and at any time shortly after Bloodlines 2 releases and I get another weekend like this, chat, it's Jover. It's Jover. Oh god, another Kodamon. Funby, get back here.
You got it. You got it. Ready to go.
More Funbies.
Heck yeah.
All-nighter with the go-rounds? I don't know about all-nighter. Please don't fall, please don't fall, please don't fall, please don't fall, please don't fall.
Great.
They're all on the other side. It's so funny. Hi, Mamamon. Okay. Give me that. Explore. Whoop.
You got it.
More babies. You know what this radio tower needs? More babies. If Mary could go all night, typical. Schmack.
That one. Ready to launch.
Ugh. Shoutmon. Disgusted. Granted, it just kind of makes sense that a Shoutmon would be on a radio tower.
We did it.
Goblinmon.
There.
Good lord. Yo, nothing but Bloodlines too? Yep.
Here it comes! Mega Flame!
I was barely paying attention. I'm glad I still got that. Finally, a Waspmon. Come here. Oh, that was not what I wanted to hit, but okay. I'll take those SB capsules.
Ready to launch. Here goes. Stun beat blow.
Rip Beamon. Just instantly crystallized.
Here goes. Stun beat blow.
I think I should give my witch, my Witchmon the, what is it called? Here, hold on a second. The, items. Oh, well, let me do it here. I have to go to Digimon. Set up. Witchmon. Why? What do you do? Paralysis? Hellcrusher 1. Target all enemies. Good. Sonic. That's fine. Let's actually do this though real quick. Can I give you that? I'm gonna give you this for now. Having stunned, I think, is totally fine, or do I want to swap this out for something else? You know what? That's fine. That's fine. Can you stack status ailments in this game? Chat, does anybody know?
There.
Can you stack the status ailments?
Here goes.
Like, if I poison something, can I also paralyze it and crystallize it?
There. Do it.
Oh wait, there's another Digimon behind me that I missed. Two tiers of status ailments, I think. 2 tiers? You mean like ones that are like damaging and ones that are like stunning or something? Where are you? Come here.
That one. Ready to launch.
Maybe never really tried? Okay, we'll take a look. Nice. Oh, we'll have to take a break after this fight, only to let them regen their SP. Yeah, Minervamon still kind of does the most damage out of all of our Digimon now. All right, let's wait for regeneration mode to kick in.
I'm sorry.
Which or which? Oh, gotcha.
Everyone.
All right. More Beemon to bully. Fun Beemon.
You got it.
I wonder why this side just slapped fun in front of it. There's not another Beemon. I'm pretty sure.
Here it comes! Mega Flame!
We did it.
Oh, wait, I walked past something. What did I walk past? Where is it? Hello? Huh. Weird. Very weird.
Preparations complete.
It's on the mini-map, but I don't know what it is.
Mega Flame!
Now it's my turn. My turn. Strike roll.
Actually, it's Honeybeemon more recently, some additions to the line. Oh. Solarmon.
That one. Ready to launch. Stun beat blow.
Okay. More! More!
You got it.
Whoops.
Do it. Preparations complete.
I'm surprised by how many rookies there are here at this point.
That one.
Fusemon's finished training.
Here goes. Stun beat blow.
Mega Flame!
I'm kind of increasing the speed a little bit on the fights. I have a lot of Digimon brain rot. Hey, it's not the worst thing to have. Listen, if you got special interests and things from your childhood, there's nothing wrong with it. Excuse me, going up. Hey, Mamamon. What is that board?
Wow.
Keep an eye on lightning on the sky. Safety first at all times. Hold on a second. Oh, we do have a maxed Beemon. Okay, hold on. It works for me. We'll leave these guys. Either when they get maxed or after we finish the section. Should be a good point. Oh no, is this another puzzle area? You!
You got it. Preparations complete.
Schmack.
Yeah.
It's so funny that Agio just like kicks them. Just kicks them once and they're usually down. We'll turn down the speed once we get to a little more interesting area.
That one.
Instead of fighting the same enemies over and over. Okay, gotta sneak across. I'm mildly concerned about the giant gears that look like they've fallen down the tower. Don't attack me. Oh, come on!
Preparations complete.
How could you? Listen, that was a little excessive, but it's still funny that you can extra attack. You can extra attack down to Digimon. I always think that's a funny feature. Give me that. Hi, Beamon. Smack.
Ready to go. Heck yeah.
Just steps on him. That's okay. Oh wait. Up. Oh, there's another Solarmon over here.
That one.
And there's the training finish. Very well, it'll continue with the same training. Be sure to check it. Oh, I can just reply to her. Oh shit. Fantastic. So it'll just continue it. Nice. Good to know.
Great.
That's a good feature. Okay, he's not over here. Where is he?
There.
Schmack.
Do
Schmack.
it. Do it.
Schmack. All right, let's go, buddy. You got work to do. You're still on the clock. Chat, how are y'all doing? How are y'all doing this late at night? What trouble are you getting into? Beesh. 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 Okay. Another Solarmon. Oh, it's another Airdramon.
Preparations complete.
You just kicked to the face. Resisted! Okay, we're almost out of SP on all of these guys, so give us a second. Ooh, wait, what do you have to say? Yes, I think we've got my back. Okay. 550% HP when KO'd. Ooh! Oh, wait. Once per battle. Ooh! I kind of like that.
What's your pleasure? What's your fear?
Darth Mokius, thank you for doing your season pass with Bezos bucks. Remember, guys, don't use your Bezos bucks. Bezos gets to keep your money. Do you really want Bezos to keep your money? Be honest. Be honest. Son, this is good news. We can be bees. We can do bees.
Ready to launch.
Oh god, 2 Airdramons. Everything about them is awful. They are so ugly. They look like the world's worst dragon. This is the game's worst dragon.
Now it's my
Sorry, I don't make the rules. They just are. Oof.
Heck yeah.
Give me that.
Wow.
That's not good. Schmack.
That one. Ready to launch. Sunbeam blow.
Start playing Supermarket Sim while watching stream. It's kind of nice. Ooh. I've seen a lot of people play Supermarket Sim. I don't have that big of an interest in it. I think it's just because it looks like an asset flip kind of game. Like it's just a bunch of assets they bought slammed into one game to make the theme that they wanted. I don't know. I've always just had a problem looking at it. The same thing with like that TCG game, TCG shop game. Schmack.
Heck yeah.
All right, hold on. Let's let the region do its thing. Oh, do we have to go down some floors, get another gear, and then come back up?
There.
Is that what it wants me to do? Seems to be the case. Ooh. Heck? You're already tamed. Yes. No, I'm not. Explain to me how exactly it is I've been tamed. Oh, I can't even reply to him again. I can't even have the continued argument with him. Oh, I see. Okay, so we take this one. So we take him out of this one, we go up the other elevator, and then we use him for the left elevator. Oh my god, Witchmon's stuck. That's fine. I'm sure it's fine. Put you in here. Give me my goddamn elevator. I'm not tamed, Baka. I hate that. I hate that so much. Okay. Going up. Ooh. Oh, that was just the ink changing. Hold on. We're gonna do a save too. More Waspamon.
You got it. Ready to go.
Wait, lightning's gonna be drawn to with mechanical bodies? I don't think we have anybody with mechanical bodies, right? Right?
Now it's my turn. Strike roll.
Ooh.
Lightning incoming.
Okay, so no metal Pokemon. Digimon. B.
There. Preparation complete.
We can be these. God damn it, why is that in my head now?
Strike roll. We did it.
Okay. Here, give me that, and we'll hit this other Beamon.
Do it.
B.
Ready to go.
Just trying to get up this tower as fast as possible. Smack.
Heck yeah.
Oh, okay, we maxed out a couple. Okay. And then let's do this real quick. You. Oh, it's not showing me the skills. That's fine. Okay. No, that's not what I wanted to do. Okay, what are we aiming for? Speed. 640. Okay, we need 21 points, not 20 more points. We need 19 points. But I don't think we have a speed. No, it's SP. That's SP. I got momentarily excited. I was like, oh, nope. Nope. Wait, what are these? Sold for high prices. Ooh. Okay. Okay.
You got it.
Smack.
Do it. Ready to go.
Hi, Kami. Good morning, princess. How are you doing?
Now it's my turn.
Wait, a Dracomon was up here.
We did it.
It's nearly midnight. Oh. I mean, it's 11 here. Is it almost midnight over there? I figured it was morning for you. Ooh. Oh, that's right. You're visiting. Well, I hope you're having an all right time. Oh, you're new. Where'd you come from? Smack. Smack. Just bully him. Beat his ass while he's down. Also, the horse saddle on her broom is kind of cute. Or bike seat? Bike seat, maybe? Oh, Cobblemon.
You got it. Ready to go.
Okay, I feel like that elevator is about to be relevant to whatever we're coming up on. Star Trek and MTG and I am concerned? You should be. Because they just want your money. And why do y'all keep making more sets from different franchises? Money. We want your money. It's not about your money. It's starting to give CEOs that feel like what money you have is not in fact yours. You're just holding on to their money and they want it. Correct. They are in fact evil.
Everyone.
Okay. More Wasman. Smack. Smack. Oh wow. Poor guy. Stunned immediately. We're Japan. Wait. 99.5? What do you mean 0.5? Oh, Jesus, hi. I did not see you up there. One of the cards was English? Why?
We did it!
Was it the promo card? Was it like the box set card or anything? A Tyrannomon? Huh.
Ready to launch.
Why is the place where we find a Tyrannomon always just like the most random locations?
We did it!
The formatting? Hi, Candy. Come here, bitch. Also, give me those box barrels. Smack. You. Smack. So we saw Tyrannomon in the Black Golemon place for that one mission. Oh, there's two! Oh, shit. Oh, did I miss it? Oh, no, I didn't. I still got it. Gear with Kirk in it? Tyrannomon? No, Tyrannomon.
Now it's my
Oh, I didn't get it perfectly. I only got a little bit.
Here it comes! Mega Flame!
Now it's my
Okay.
We did it!
They made my boy's snout so narrow? What? What do you mean narrow?
I'm sorry.
Oh, hey, there's a door up here. Okay. Good timing.
There.
Thing is, though, I don't think we need to go do anything in there. Here, let's do this. Go back. Load enhancements. Lunamon. You. And the higher level Beamon because I said so. Wait. Speed's already high enough. Wait a second. No, it's not. 640. I'm stupid. Yoink, yoink, yoink. Higher Beamon. Damn it! Son of a bitch. Come here. You Chucklebuck. You're going in. Let's go! Finally. Give me my fucking Lekismon. Shoulder grip and telling you take a break and go piss? I peed before the last commercial break. Plus we have 4 minutes until the commercial break. We'll go in just a second. We finally got Lekismon. Alright, so what are we gonna need to get you to? 1,000 speed? 1,000 speed? Fine. No, wait, speed 890. Special 1,000? Special 1,000? And I only have 286? Fuck, dude. God damn it. Ugh, okay. Is there anything we can do with any of these guys? Still haven't gotten Gatomon special. Getting closer. Still haven't gotten enough for Bergermon intelligence. Almost there. Unfortunately, that's the one that I want. You're maxed out? What do you mean you're maxed out? Fine, Geogreymon it is. Hell yeah, dude. Fuck it, we'll take it. Bees. Hello? Jessica love me. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Didn't you think? Yeah, probably. That's what I wanted to check. I don't think we have any agent points right now. Yeah, we don't have any. Wait. Oh, we're rank 4. I didn't even realize that. Okay.
Great.
Revival Capsule DX. Okay then. Keep moving.
Much appreciated. Everyone.
I'm sure this will be fine. Totally fine. Totally normal cutscene at the top of a radio tower, surrounded by lightning.
Is this the communication device?
Do we know how long this game's supposed to be? I don't know, 60 hours?
So I bet that means...
We're gonna die, aren't we? Yo, boys shouldn't have come here. We're all gonna die over here. Parrotmon, let's go. I'm glad they brought Parrotmon to this game. Ooh. Okay, that is too close. Oh, immediately into the fights. Damn, hold on, I'm turning down the speed. Jesus. Yeah, let's turn this off. We're gonna start trying to apply some... Actually, we're gonna do this first. We're gonna do this first. Schmack. I don't think you have any of the skills that I want, so we'll just go ahead. No, not that. Is this one? Is this one? You, though, have ripping nets. Blocks. Okay, I think bosses can't be... I'm not 100%, but I'm pretty sure. Double actions. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You're the one that has Venom Trap. Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the block means that they can't be, what's the word? Status.
Parrotmon's power is increasing?
But how? Does that mean they get stronger during battle?
I forget. Oh, what was that? Did the Paramon in the short movie that comes before the Digimon the movie, did Paramon have arms? Maybe it did. I just don't remember it for some reason.
Parrotmon seems to recover whenever they're struck by lightning. There has to be some way to stop this.
Okay. Uh-oh. Ooh. How would we stop it? Is there... Or is that just one of those things that's like, you can stop it, but you gotta get further into the fights? Oh, Karasuman. Here, we'll use Kapaterimon.
Please?
Oh, we actually probably should have used Kapaterimon. He does electrical damage. Oh, fuck off. Greatly recovers HP. Here, we'll use this real quick. Am I selected right now? Agiumon? Go ahead. Oh, shit! You're right. You're right. Okay, hold on. Ad break. Wait. Uh-oh.
lightning stopped?
Uh-oh.
What's going on?
That doesn't sound good.
A lot of power building up in the feathers on their head. We better do something. Let's focus our attacks on those feathers.
Okay, so this is its charge. Wait, didn't I turned auto off. Turn off, damn it. Okay, there we go. Can I pause? No, I can't pause. All right, so we'll just do it this way. We'll hold the turn for now. We'll give you all the music and the game. And I have to do what Orla says. I have to go piss. So I will be back in a minute. Have fun, guys. Okie dokie. What'd I miss? Who died? What's the deal? Turn the music down. Okie dokie. Let me get up in my chair again. Get comfortable while we wait for all of this to end. Oh, it's already over. Okay. Okay. No more music. Bring back that game audio and let's get back to beating up a bird. Ooh, 60. To injure? Worth it. Hold on, just making sure. There we go.
Now it's my turn by the Luna Gale!
I don't think we're gonna be able to deal enough damage to those antennas. Definitely not gonna be able to Venom Trap it. 5 damage resisted. Oh my fucking god. 0%. Crazy. Oh my god. I feel like I should start defending instead. Right? Should I just defend?
Got it.
All right.
Let's do this actually.
Launching cross arts.
Because I don't think this uses a turn, right? We'll just guard with all of them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right, we'll survive, right?
Yeah. We couldn't stop them. Brace yourselves. This is gonna be big.
Okay. Wait, you didn't use it? Fuck. God damn it. All right, hold on. We're gonna use an item to heal. Uh-oh. You don't need to heal everyone. No, use it on yourself. And I think we're just gonna guard on this, all of this.
All right.
Especially because it gives us CP for this. Mjolnir Thunder is gonna hurt. This is still gonna hurt. I know it is. Ooh, still killed Gothiterimon. All allies are paralyzed. What do you mean?
I'm counting on you.
Shit. Wait. Sure.
Attract Echo!
Wait, that's a little better. Except when he does that. Oh, Greymon, no! Come on, dude.
Please?
Alright, hold on. Alright, we need to do... Oh! Multi-boost A. No. We need to revive some people. Honestly, probably should use DX on him instead of the other one. But okay. Oh, shit. Fuck it. We don't know how much damage it deals. Not great. Yeah, we are not doing hot. And he's already about to start charging again. Come on! That's fine. I don't know why, but his tentacles just splayed everywhere is so funny to me for some reason.
I'm counting on you.
What do you call him? Witchmon, of course. What else did you call her? What else did you call her? There's gotta be a way. How do we get rid of it? I may have an idea. Maybe that random elevator we saw may be useful before this fight. I don't... Fuck it. Fuck it. We're just gonna auto our way to death.
Now it's my turn. Hallelujah, Gale!
Because unless we have a major turnaround by getting him low enough, like, he's resisting all of the Digimon that we brought. We just brought a bad team for this.
Please?
Trying to remember so many Pokemon names. The thing is, though, with this game is... I saw somebody speculating about this, and the reason they all end in Mon is because that's their file type. It's witch.mon, gray.mon, metal_gray.mon. Hi, Rin. Oh, shit. Survive. Survive, damn you. Damn it! Greymon! No. We're gonna heal everybody who's on the field. We use the recovery spray on this one. Methinks.
Okay?
Methinks.
Take this!
Ugh, it's always disappointing levels of damage. At least Lekismon seems to do a lot of damage. I think there's a way. What type is he? Wind? Wind. It looks like he's vaccine, I think is what that icon is. Lekismon's doing a decent amount of damage too. Oh, hey!
Kept you waiting. Foul type.
Except we're all about to die, so...
Not as long as I still draw breath.
Damn it.
This city is my pride and joy. Any deed that would wreak havoc
Can you
upon its
beat
fair
the ever-loving
streets
shit out of
would be
him,
the same as
please?
trampling upon my very soul. I will chase you to the very ends of the earth, using my fleetness afoot, the wind personified. You best not blink. The moment you do, you will find yourself knocked to the ground.
I don't know. This also feels like somebody who's gonna talk a big game and then get his shit kicked in.
The battle begins. Bear witness. Frozen fists.
Okay. Achieve a rating of excellent when attacking an enemy's weak point? What? Okay. The air turns menacing? Uh-oh. She's not attacking the right part. He's attacking the right part, though. Let's go. Yeah. Moon Knight Bomb's doing really well. He really doesn't do much right now. He really doesn't do much right now. Belluna.
Now it's my turn. Belluna Gale. My turn. Strike roll.
DM's OC comes to the rescue. Yep. Yep. Break, bitch.
The lightning stopped. Now's your chance.
Yeah, some of these boss fights are like that, where you kind of really just gotta survive and get to a certain point.
Now it's my turn. Belluna Gale. Strike roll.
Bear witness. Frozen fists.
At this point, it's kind of just survive.
Looks like you've made them very angry.
Uh-oh.
Watch out for that lightning.
Uh-oh. Thing is, though, is I don't even think Paramon would, like, use lightning. Panic. Totally fine. Ate it, no problem. Hold on. Okay, he's healing himself. Good. Never mind. Don't need to worry about it. Although we can't do this. We can't do this. Gun. By the power of gun. I like that her extra strikes actually gives her SP back. That is really good.
Step inside, step inside.
I didn't have a problem until late game? Really? Cicely, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing? Also, reminder, Lekis is level 1 right now. We literally evolved her before this fight. She's the one who's been putting in the most work out of our own Digimon. I'm just gonna play Digimon today, and so she did. Hi, Kono. I did in fact just play Digimon today. Could you tell? Shit, don't die, no! Alright, oh, and we're gonna use the Revive DX on her. Oh, shit. Hello? There we go.
Now.
Wakey. Don't really need to heal. Let's do... Oh, we just used items. That's fine.
Here goes. Stunty blow.
There is something else we could do. 11 hours, 20 minutes instantly turns to dust. Let's do an attack boost, but can we put it on? Oh, we can. Oh, wait, he's stunned. Fuck, hold on.
Are you okay?
Just paralysis recovery or carry. I was gonna say, I don't think we actually need to worry about trying to break him. I think we could just beat him down. Ooh, maybe not. Oh, do we stick it? Do we stick killing him, or do we just eat? We just eat it. Oh, I don't know. Oh, we'll risk it. We'll risk it for now. I think. Oh yeah. Oh, we clinch it. We clinch it, baby. Don't even need to worry. Oh no, not the 0 damage attack. Let's go! Witchmon for the victory. Mandatory view message. Suck a turnip, Twitch. Well, good morning, Ordain. Yeah, her and her big hands. Oh, I was so scared that was going to be the boss fight. We're going to have to repeat.
We did it!
Hell yeah, we did, baby. Hell yeah, we did. Ooh. Factorial area.
We can't hear you. This is Central Town. Do you copy?
Her butt's just hanging out. My god.
Damn it, did we get cut off? What's happening at Junomon's temple? This is Minervamon. Do you copy? Report the temple status.
So fucking long. I'm having a good time, okay?
The
Listen.
Titans must have invaded more areas than they thought.
This is what I usually do when I get like one of the trainer games that I play. I wonder why I got cut off. Well, obviously because Paramon was here.
The situation seems much worse than I imagined. We have been enemies for years now, but this is the first time the Titans have launched an attack on this scale.
Hi, Wisconsin.
Never in my
Are you looking at his
wildest
abs?
dreams would I have imagined them attacking.
Are you
us.
looking at how chiseled he is?
I must reassess for now. Come to my hall tomorrow, and we will speak about what is to come.
Okay, should we not try and
prepare a
do
room
something sooner?
Please rest.
He's wearing a buff suit? He's huge! What do you mean? Ooh! Of course, we get another hammock.
Lord Marukimon is currently trying to get the
Oh, it's Falcomon. Why did I think he was Owlmon?
Please rest here for a while.
That is definitely an owl. Why is he Falcomon? Just like a Greek or Roman god? Oh, wait a
How
minute.
you felt back in our world. You do? The Digimon around here just keep staring. It makes me feel like I'm the only human around. Alone.
I'm right here in front of you.
Feeling something
There's
like
two
this
of us.
must have
Come
been heartbreaking
on.
for you.
Nori.
I know one person who would love this. Yeah, short.
Huh? I'm not the only one. You're human too, you say.
Come on, let's step into the macabre halls.
Chachi! Major! What the hell, you two?
And please,
I don't see you as
come
just an
on, come
ordinary
on, let's
human,
step into
Agent.
the macabre
Forever
halls.
Winter. Ooh.
In my head, you're
Night
like
parade.
the protagonist of that anime I used to watch.
Oh my god. Welcome in, Raiders. How was your stream? Do you have a good time playing Forever Winter? Wait, Forever Winter is multi... Oh, that's the one where you trudge around in the winter. I was mixing it up with that one Apocalypse one that's like a strategy game. How was y'all streams? Did y'all have a good time? What trouble did you get into? Hope y'all had fun, guys. Welcome in. We're currently playing Digimon. We've been playing for 11 hours. 11 hours. Please help. Let's eat a lot and recharge. Because food, baby. How good can food in the digital world be?
I think I'll pass.
What? Okay.
I appreciate
Between you and me, I don't think Main's going to stop.
After everything that's happened, I'm totally wiped out.
You can't do this to me. I know I need to sleep. Frostpunk? That's it. That's the one I was thinking of. Frostpunk.
Hey, this is just like the one in my room. I want this one.
He likes his hammocks.
Let's call it a day. It sure has been a rough one.
Sleep is a crutch? Oh my god. Just straight sleep with the bonds? Isn't that what y'all have been doing? Died a bit, had some bunks, but still had a fun time? Hell yeah. I mean, that's usually what Forever Winter is, if I remember right. Right? The expectation is that you're gonna die.
I'm gonna get her back home safe and
Who
sound.
are you talking
no
to?
matter what.
It's always funny in Japanese shows and Japanese video games where people just have these solo conversations to themselves of affirmations. More HP HP. Excellent. Excellent.
Inori, are you
Good morning,
feeling
princess.
okay?
You definitely did not sleep.
I'm just so worried about whether we'll ever make it home.
Thank you for shouting up Chachi since it got blocked by the command because they overlap.
Must be so worried. I guess it doesn't help to think.
Hell yeah, I'm glad y'all had fun. If y'all need to go head to bed, get some food, do all that post-stream stuff, I totally understand. Thank you guys so much for the late night raids.
So, to sum things up,
Totally not
Digimon
Animu
War
time
is
traveler.
facing a civil war of sorts. Is that right? I strongly suspect
Lurk check. Thank you for the follow, Major Apocalypse. Alright guys, Lurk check has been redeemed. If you are still hanging out and listening in, I do request that you leave something to show that you're still here. AKA, alright, sound off, who's not dead? Boo! It could be an emote, it could be something goofy to say. 80 anomaly points? Fuck yes. Oh. Wait. Okay, hold on. You. Oh, side missions. Oh. Okay, yeah. Let's do this part. Agent skills. We have 80 right now. Show. I know what we're gonna do. We're gonna take this one. Go back. And we'll take this one. And then the next ones we get will be over here. And then the one for this one, which is here. And both these side missions, I'm pretty sure, give 40. At least that's what it looked like. PvE extraction game where you play a small-time scavenger trying to get by and profit off three-way war that's never ending. Oh, yeah. Okay. It's the basically post-apocalyptic where like the three factions are technically like still automated, still warring, right?
Great.
Yeah. I remember it was really buggy when it came out, wasn't it? I have no idea where I'm heading. Hold on a second. Where's my missions? Supposed to meet downtown. Are they slacking off or something? Uh-oh. Oh, hey, buddy. Super Mamamon. Oh, no, Prince Mamamon. I have the moment to myself. Do you know that your burning admiration is truly received, however? Oh my god. I'm using Jess as if there's a soul who does not know me, the most popular Digimon in town. No, perhaps I've been too much of a recluse? Alright, buddy. Kinda oopsie daisies. Can I... Can't get... Oh, okay, there's nothing over there. I think I came down the wrong area. Now it has a new set of bugs. It's kind of fun. Oh, no. Okay, we gotta go this way. This way. Up and over. Will this one take me to the ground? Whee! Oh. Okay. Oh, where am I supposed to go right now? I just realized the map area says Central Town, downtown, 8 years ago. Okay, is part of this game... Why is it not telling me where this Beamon is? Oh my god, the tiny door. Okay, anyway. A delayed return. Okay, let's go talk to Zudomon then. Because at least we know where he is. At least we saw him. Oh, he's over here. Okay. Drive out the Titans. How did you know that? Please, you should know how famous you are. You're the talk of the town. Damn. People are already spreading stuff about me. To try again because Jesus, stability problems and bugs. It sucks that it's still doing that. It had a good premise and the machines are fucking terrifying. Yeah, the giant hammer. Get materials for you. Click on the update. I like it, so you do the job. Thanks. I'll send the info of the materials I need to your Digivice, so check that out later. Should be right by the central tower entrance. I'll be counting on you. Okay. Okay. Wait, did I already have them on me? Just a minute. Oh god, I already did have them on me. Oh. Wait. Huh. Oh. Oh, interesting. Okay, hold on. So we need special boost, speed boost, mineral texture. Okay, we'll go for more special things. So let's go buy some special boosts. I think we can get those at the pharmacy. You maybe? Nope. Okay, maybe not. Can we not buy a special boost? I guess we can't. Probably. No, you don't have them. You, I'm pretty sure, don't have them. Okay. Okay, so I think we just knocked out one wrong thing. One mission. Just instantly. Wrong thing. I do not know why I went to items. Okay, it's marked over there. Gimme. Okay, this is the next zone. Back to where we were. No, we are not doing a 24-hour stream. Where's the marker? Over there, okay. Where, is it taking us all the way to back to the radio tower? Maybe? That's Pegasusmon Mark. Oh no, he's next to Pegasusmon. Oh, wait, give me that.
Great.
Pegasus dummy doing the next shift should have taken over by now? What's wrong? My Central Tower security coworker still hasn't come back from work. Something might have happened to them, but they're also a habitual slacker who tends to nap on the clock. But if something did happen, oh, it starts, but then you slip it at 13 hours, then 14, 15, maybe, you know, you're gone a week? 23 hours and 30 minutes of not quite a full day? Listen. I could not do a spontaneous 24-hour stream. Plus, I promised at least a short stream tomorrow. No, we don't need to review it. All right, so are we just going to find his house? Is that what we're doing? Oh no! Okay, never mind. We're going to the tower then. Excuse me. Okay.
Wow.
Ah, do I have to go? I have to fight all the way there again? Fine. We can building more Centaurmon. Because then we can just pump them into other characters. I am A-okay with that. Mandatory review message. Your mandatory review message has been observed. Please and thank you for contributing to the stream.
Now it's my turn. Valaluna Gale!
Your persistent devotion is always appreciated. I don't know why, that just gets funner every time I do it. Ooh. Oh shit, Legismon barely survived that one. I'll take it though. He's resistant to a lot of the things we have on the field right now. All right, hold on. We got to swap out some people. Or, you know, we just shoot him in the face. I'm fine with shooting him in the face. Schmack. Get out of here. All right. Poor Toyagumon, who's probably all by himself. Oh, no, there's two of them this time. Poor guy. Let's turn up the speed, though, a little bit.
Now it's my
Takes Beef's legs and arms. Oh, no, you're making Beef a nuggets. Give me that. Not much going on here. Popping down. Me down, damn it. Me. Really a badass way to go down the stairs. I don't care what anybody says. Oh! Wait, when did she get Lethal Blizzard? But it's funny when a Digimon spontaneously gets a new move and you're like, where did you get that?
Heck yeah.
We're just gonna... No, god damn it. All right, that's fine. Whatever.
Here goes.
Here, we kind of gotta swap some of these, because... Maybe Kapaterimon will do.
Counting on you.
Oh, he's resistant to that too? Come on. Here, have ripping that then. Fuck. Why haven't we gotten any more special skills? Why do we only have one special skill?
Here I go. Ready to launch.
You know what? I'm fine. We'll just do the beat our heads against the brick wall method. It's fine, because then we can just heal after the fight.
Here goes.
H-Mon's pretty tanky, not gonna lie. He seems pretty tanky, at least.
Much appreciated.
Alright. Hold on, let that region go through.
Everyone.
Okay.
That one.
Ugh, more Shoutmon. More fucking Shoutmon.
Now it's my
I got magnet bones. What the hell do you mean magnet bones?
Ready to go.
Oh, we have to fight all the way there. Missed! We missed a sleeping target.
Now it's my
The Wiggles are up from their sleep. Just run down the hall. All right. Skip.
Do it.
Punch.
Ready to go. Here goes.
Just bully the poor single spider. Smack.
There. Ready to launch.
God, I hate Shoutmon. Bully the bees.
Preparations complete.
Ordain and Queen took me apart. I got fireproof magnets? What?
That one.
They're metal. They're practically fireproof already.
Heck yeah.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna finish this goddamn mission. Okay. Oh, there he is. Just kind of hanging out, guys. Cut it out. I'm gonna rust. Wait, who's doing what? Oh, he fell asleep. Gotta take care of the squeaking. It's embarrassing. Oh, right. I had my sleeves eyes down, picking up some trash and ran into someone. Oh no, I gotta get back fast. We've got no overtime policy in place these days. I better run. Thanks for waking me up. You fell asleep? Right, you. Crazy Master, bumbling. Are you okay? That's Solarmon. That's not Hagurumon. Oh, okay, that's exactly what they said. Pluck a Parrotmon plume at the Master's orders. I had my eyes down searching and ran into something. Dang, it must have knocked me out. 2 of them got knocked out by walking into something. Okay. Whee! I ride on his head. That is hilarious. I quit. Thank you for 7 stream streak. Oh, just immediately teleports me there. Sick. Thank God. There you are. I've been waiting for you. My coworker came back just a little while ago. You're the one who woke them up, right? Thanks. It's a big relief. Here's the reward. Nice. Okay. Here, let's use those 2 that we got. Agent Arts. 90 points. Hell yeah, dude. You there. Go back. You there. And then do we have any other like 10 cost slots? I have 1. That'll do. That'll do. All right, now we have to do the all-important check because now everything has reduced requirements. Hell yeah, dude. Jesus. Wow, you were right. That was actually Birdgemon we saw in the sky earlier. God damn. They actually gave her the entire flame effects in this game. That's kind of crazy. Nope. You know what? Why not? Oh, it was right. It was the Gargamon equivalent for this one. All right, you've capped out, so we need to turn you into something. We'll do this one. It's Kiwibon. Anyway, go back. Devolve you. Time to try telekinesis? What does that mean? Still not getting you anywhere. All right, what the fuck do you need? Special? You need about 70 special. You need 50 special. Have a good night, Free. Also more special. I'm just thinking. I'm just thinking. All right, let's see what can we convert? Of course, you and you. Actually, you know what? We'll leave him. We'll leave him for now. Give me that. Do we have any other missions? Nope. Okay, then. Take our happy asses back over. Nya. And I guess we could... Is that Mummy Mom? Oh, shit. Actually, looks pretty good. Is this the longest Marin stream? No. Well, it's the longest Marin stream in like 2 years. Technically. Technically. But only barely. I'm pretty sure. All right. Where is it? I'm gonna make sure I have at least 2. But that is it, chat. That is where it's going to end. 2 years wasn't enough? What do you mean wasn't enough? I I'd like to do longer streams like this more often. It's just I'm kind of stuck in a place where whenever people are home, I can't do this because they will bitch the entire time. But all right, let me get the music for y'all. And we need to figure out who the hell we are going to raid. It's over, Sunstar. I promise it is over. And we are going to raid... Insanity with the Yara? Maybe? Who else is live? We don't usually stream this late, so I want to see if there's anybody that I don't usually see. Okay. Resident Evil 2 with Aki? Maybe. I think we will raid Aki. I don't think we usually get chances to raid Aki, do we? Night Rain. Oh my god, scroll wheel! Up. I think we're gonna go with... Yeah, I think we're gonna go with Aki. Methinks. Also, why do I have a notification? Oh, it's telling me the emotes. Okay. Usual shenanigans. Love Digimon. I absolutely love Digimon. We will be back tomorrow, you guys. I'm thinking noon. I'm thinking noon CDT. It is not going to be as long. It will probably be just until whoever the family gets home. That is probably just going to be how long it lasts. But we're going to... Oh my god, I cannot see Aki's name right now. Let me see Aki's name, please. Orange is a Borange. Orange. It's probably going to be even longer. It's not going to be even longer. They will be home before midnight tomorrow. I promise. But go give Aki some love, y'all. Aki's currently playing Resident Evil 2. It looks like it's the remake. And she is at the, oh no, the dreaded morgue room, which I'm sure will be totally fine. And you need to go... Wait, what is that? Never mind. It's the seam of my shirt. I panicked a little bit. I went to scratch something, thought I felt something, got nervous. But for raid message, let's do tired. Let's do the tired emotes. Tired. 12 hours of Digimon. No regrets. I put knee regrets. I meant no regrets. No regrets. All right, guys, I will see you tomorrow. Thank you all of y'all for being here. Thank you for enjoying this long stream. Holy shit, you guys. You're going to try to sleep and want to play more? 6 a.m. tomorrow? I have to go to the gym. So if I get up, I have to go to the gym first before I can start streaming. That's always comes first. But I will see you then, guys. Have a good night. Thank you all for hanging out. See y'all later.